Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. And before we get started, I just want to acknowledge Jeff from Legal Vices and his passing the other day. Sudden passing. Jeff was a friend of our channel. He would send raids over to us often and mention us several times on his channel. And we would go there and support him. I know he supported us. He's a dear friend of our friend, Jules. So we just want to extend to Jeff, to his family and friends, our heartfelt condolences on your loss. Jeff, I never actually had a chance to meet him. There was an opportunity during the Sarah Boone trial that Jules and I would be streaming with him. He would come on our stream, we would go on his stream, but that never actually happened. So kind of sorry that I never actually got to meet Jeff, personally, but I would be on his channel often and would support him. And I know he would send people over to our channel as well. So if anybody in the chat came from Jeff, sorry to hear about his passing, untimely passing, but I'm going to dedicate today's stream to Jeff and his legacy. So I hope you guys enjoy it. So with that, just want to say hello to some people in the chat. Mandy, you were first. Hello. Super excited about this trial. I haven't seen it. Yeah, we are too. Father, good morning. Dreama Landry, good morning to you. Julie, one of our mods, hello to you. Equinox, I like your little emojis. Good job there. Thank you. Thanks for joining us. Baka of 3, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, hello, hello. Brat, another one of our fantastic mods. Thank you for joining. All right. Cajun Bayou Queen, good morning to you. Butterfly Dana, hello. Thanks for joining us. So, today's trials are pretty slow right now because of the holidays. There are sentencings going on and maybe some status hearings here and there, pre-trials, but no judge is going to start a new trial because of the holidays. They're not going to seat a jury because nobody's really going to be paying attention. So, rightfully so. We're just a few days, like a week or so away from Christmas and then New Year's, and people are taking off and nobody's mind is really in a jury, if you will. So courts are pretty slow. So I have a list of suggested rewatches, and they're all good. They're all good. The problem is I have to find the entire stream, a clean stream, so nobody like me talking over it. I just need a clean stream so that we can then view it without getting onto somebody else's chat or somebody else's stream. So I was researching yesterday, and I ran across this name Jerry Burns, and he was out of Florida, and he was sentenced yesterday, and he was sentenced for planning the offing of his wife using his mistress, and I guess his mistress hired somebody to do the deed. So it involved like 3 or 4 people, and anyway, this guy Jerry Burns was sentenced yesterday in Florida. So I thought, wow, that sounds pretty intriguing, and what a web that is. Hire a mistress to off your wife. So they were streaming the sentencing yesterday, so I thought, oh, cool, let me see if I can find the actual trial, and then we can stream that. I thought it sounded pretty intriguing and interesting. But I could not find the trial at all. It was just the sentencing. So that was kind of a bummer. But in the process, what kept coming up was Jerry Burns, Iowa. And I'm like, well, that's interesting, because I know Jerry Burns, the one I was trying to find, was in Florida. So then I did some more digging, and I found that the Jerry Burns that we're ultimately going to show is in Iowa. And this trial took place in 2020, and he is facing first-degree M charges for the 1979 offing of an 18-year-old, Michelle Martinko. Michelle was last seen alive at this mall in Cedar Rapids in December 19th of 1979. So here we are, December 17th. So it seemed kind of appropriate, to follow up and look further. So she was found the next morning with multiple stab wounds, 29 stab wounds to be exact, around her face and chest and neck. So on the night of her passing, she attended a concert choir before visiting the mall, and the mall had recently opened, and it was full of Christmas shoppers, as you can imagine. She was dressed in a black dress, high heels, and a calico rabbit fur coat. And then her offing went unsolved for nearly 4 decades. So they basically put it into, cold case file, I guess. But then here's the kicker. Exactly 19 years after, on December 19th of 2018, police arrested Jerry Burns, who was then at that point 64. And he was married, he was a father of 2, and they used DNA because DNA had advanced so much from 79 to 2019 or 2018 that they were able to finger him. So I have no idea why. Well, I guess I do know why because it's in the description, why he's challenging it, because he thinks that they got the straw from a Pizza Ranch restaurant. They're saying how they obtained it was illegal. His defense is saying that. So it'd be interesting to see exactly what his defense is. So it was moved out of Cedar Rapids because everybody knew about this, because this girl, 18-year-old, was very beautiful and unsolved mystery, unsolved case. So everybody knew about it. So it was moved out of Cedar Rapids to Scott County, and I'm not familiar with Iowa, so I don't know how close that is, maybe a couple hundred miles based on other trials we've covered. His bond is at $5 million, and his trial began on February 12th of 2020, and it was only 2 weeks. So if you're asking, it started on February 12th of 2020. So right before COVID hit. Right before COVID. For us, COVID was hitting we knew about it in February, but it was really mid-March is when, for us here in Florida, places started to shut down. So you probably will see some masks at some point. Maybe not. I don't know. We'll see. So if he is convicted, and I'm not going to tell you if he was or not, he faces a mandatory life sentence without the possibility of parole. So with that, let's say hello to Red Pen. Good to see you in our chat. Unbalanced Equation, one of our fantastic mods. Thank you for joining us. Butterfly Dana, good to see you. Jenny, thank you for joining us. Good. Do you guys know this case? How familiar are you, if you are, with this case? Yes, R.I.P. Jeff. Yep, I am. If you missed it earlier, I'm going to dedicate this stream to Jeff. So, Green-Eyed Cat, good morning to you. Aaron E., thank you for joining us. Melissa Webb. King K, how you doing? Red Pen, Cedar Rapids is about 1.5 hours to the northwest of Scott County. Yeah, that makes sense, because we covered the Harrington case, and they shipped people from Oxford, or they shipped them from Hattiesburg up to Oxford. So they said it was about 400 miles. They said it was about 4 hours for that. Shirley Roth, like cold cases, about time some of these people got caught. Yep. Yeah, that's the beauty of DNA now, that they can do this. So, all right, without any further chat from me, I'm going to mini squeege me. I'm going to pip squeege myself down here. And there is Michelle. I'm assuming that's, well, I guess that's her at 17, 18. That might be her graduation picture. So let's get into it. And there is closed captioning. So let me just get myself set up here. Let me just do, okay. So this is day 1. Here we go. Squeege out for the moment. Radio silence.
Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We are happy to see you all back in your places. We have reached the stage in the proceedings where the attorneys will have an opportunity to give what's called an opening statement. An opening statement, the state will, you'll see as we proceed with the trial, there's kind of an order to things. The state will go first, the defense will then go second. And that will be how we will proceed with the opening statements this morning. Opening statements are not evidence. They are a framework, if you will, that the attorneys will give you this morning on their best estimate of how the evidence will come in. You won't have one witness who is going to give you all the evidence that you need to decide this case. So with the opening statements, the attorneys will try to paint with a rather broad brush to give you that framework on which you can hang the evidence as it comes in and make some sense of it. But at this point, I'll just remind you that this is not evidence, but pay attention. The attorneys are going to do their best to tell you the story of how they believe that the evidence will come in over the next couple of weeks. So without further delay, we'll get started with that. Well, I guess one other preliminary comment. I just want you to know that we won't sit for more than an hour to an hour and a half. I'll give you an opportunity to have a break for 10 or 15 minutes to get up and stretch, get a drink of water, use the restroom, whatever you need to do. But generally, we will start at 9 o'clock. We had some motions this morning, and then we would go until 10:15 or 10:30, take a break, and then plan to recess at 12, coming back at 1:30 each day with a mid-afternoon break. So like I said, we won't hold you captive here for 6 or 8 hours at a time. You will never be sequestered. You're going to be free to go home each night. There are some preliminary things that I normally talk with you about during when the attorneys strike the potential jurors and bring you down to the group that we have today. We did that outside your presence yesterday, obviously, so you didn't have to sit captive, but there's some preliminary things. So as I remember some of the things that I feel like you should know about in terms of housekeeping matters, our scheduling, and how we run things around here, I'll try to bring those up. But without any further delay, Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, do you wish to give an opening on behalf of the state of Iowa?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
I'll read the trial information.
Oh, yes, please.
In the Iowa District Court in and for Lynn County, State of Iowa versus Jerry Lynn Burns. Trial information. Comes now Jerry Vandersanden as a prosecuting attorney, and in the name and by the authority of the State of Iowa accuses Jerry Lynn Burns of the crime of murder in the first degree, committed as follows. That the said Jerry Lynn Burns, on or about December 19th or 20th, 1979, in the county of Lynn and State of Iowa, did unlawfully and willfully, having malice aforethought, willfully, deliberately, and with premeditation, kill Michelle Martinko at 2400 Edgewood Road Southwest, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County, Iowa, in violation of Section 707.1, 707.2, Sub 1, Sub A, Iowa Criminal Code. A true information, signed Nick Maybanks, First Assistant Lynn County Attorney. To these charges, the defendant has pled not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, over the course of the next 2 weeks or so, you're going to go on a journey back in time. The evidence in this case will take you to the year 1979, specifically 6 days before Christmas, December 19th, 1979. Michelle Martinko was a girl out on the town. She was young. She was just a senior in high school. You'll hear people describe her as a happy young lady, friendly, sweet, and kind. She was well liked by her peers. She was viewed as mature for her age. She would talk to anyone she considered to be a friendly face. Those in her class, those in the concert choir with her, and those that were in music or on the twirling squad with her. That night, you'll hear that she attended a concert choir banquet at the Sheraton Hotel on the southwest side of Cedar Rapids. She was seen by many people there that night by herself. You'll hear she left the concert choir and went to the Westdale Mall that had just opened in October of 1979. Again, by herself, to check out a new coat. She was dressed well. She had a rabbit fur coat on. She had a black dress on. You'll hear Michelle was the type of girl, by virtue of the way she looked and her personality, would sometimes attract the attention of older men. Michelle had been dating a young man who had just graduated from Kennedy High School by the name of Mike Wyrick, who at that time was off to Iowa State to attend as a college student. There was another young man with whom she had a previous relationship and with whom she was still friendly that was also a part of her life, Charles Andy Seidel. You'll hear from both of these men, now in their 50s, throughout this case. The evidence that you'll have an opportunity to consider and examine will come from what has been pieced together over the last 40 years since Michelle was murdered. Through the testimony and the evidence in this case, the state will bring to life for all of you a moment in time where numerous young souls converged upon a new and exciting venue in Cedar Rapids on a busy shopping night in December of 1979. As you'll see from their testimony, life went on for the individuals that you'll hear from. We submit to you that when they testify in this case, they will not appear just as witnesses in their late 50s or early 60s, a good chunk of their lifetime behind them. Instead, you'll hear evidence and perceive their testimony through the youthful, gleaming eyes of teenagers in 1979. As folks who had so much life ahead of them and so little behind them at that time. As they speak to you about their interaction with their friend, Michelle Martinko, that night. For a brief period of time in this trial, Michelle will be brought back to life for you to understand what kind of person she was. And the evidence will show you that nobody in her life who knew Michelle would wish any harm upon her at all, nonetheless want to kill her. The evidence will show that just mere moments after these folks interacted with their friend Michelle Martinko, she was killed. You'll hear from witnesses whose life has gone on, but they still hold vivid and tragic memories of her from that night. You'll have an opportunity to assess their credibility, their bias, and their demeanor, and you will consider what it must take to hold visions and memories for 40 years. As I said, you'll hear evidence of Michelle's personality. You'll hear on that night she was dressed to the hilt. Black dress, rabbit fur coat. As I said, you'll hear from people who interacted with her that night and knew her well. They will describe how she appeared, and they'll give you a description of her demeanor as well. The stories of their interactions with her are ones that have survived the last 40 years. You'll hear from Kurt Thomas, who knew Michelle from being in a play with her called Pippin. He saw her that night while he was working at the Chess King at Westdale Mall and took his break to hang out with her for a bit. They went to the Orange Julius, where he grabbed a bite to eat and talked while he was on his break. He will describe to you in vivid detail his recollection of her appearance and her demeanor that night. They spent his break together and then walked back towards the Chess King, where he returned to work. He will testify that she was preparing to leave the mall at that time and indicated as such. Because he had to get back to work, Kurt Thomas bid her goodbye and returned to his workplace. The evidence will show that Kurt Thomas was the last person to speak with Michelle before she was killed. You'll hear from Sheryl Anders, who was outside the mall that night and had arrived to do some shopping at a later hour, right before the mall closed. She saw Michelle leaving the mall in the parking lot, heading towards the general area where her car was found earlier that next morning. The evidence will show that Sheryl Anders was the last person to see Michelle Martinko before she was killed. You'll hear from Phoebe Smith, who was working at Pier 1 Imports at the mall. And after the mall closed for business that night, as she left, she observed Michelle's car, which she had recognized and known was the car that Michelle drove. The car was still parked at Westdale Mall in the same place where Cedar Rapids police officers would later find it and her body inside of it. The evidence will show that when Smith saw that car, unbeknownst to her, Michelle's body lay inside of it, curled into the passenger side seat floorboard, stabbed multiple times, and bloody from the wounds that she sustained. Folks, this case has received a lot of attention, as you're aware. You have taken an oath as jurors to base your decision only on what you hear as evidence in this courtroom. This case has a lot of moving parts. You'll hear from a lot of different people and witnesses. But in the end, the state submits to you that this case centers around what happened to this young lady, Michelle Martinko, forever 18. Michelle's body would later be discovered at approximately 4 o'clock a.m. inside that same car. Deceased. You'll hear from Officer James Kinkead, a career patrol police officer with the Cedar Rapids Police Department. He was called to the scene to check on her and found her body inside the car. You'll hear that he contacted other officers to come to the scene, including ID officer Richard Dick White. You'll hear from Dick White, who conducted a comprehensive examination of the crime scene, which was limited to the vehicle that Michelle was inside. You'll see photographs taken of the crime scene, and the evidence will show that there was blood everywhere from this attack. The car was seized and analyzed at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and numerous items were taken as evidence for further examination. The crime scene revealed multiple locations within and on the vehicle showing distinct glove prints, indicating that the suspect was wearing gloves. White was able to find similar gloves that matched the same pattern. This pattern was found on the outside and the inside of the vehicle. The crime scene also revealed that these glove prints were found in areas where there was also blood found, and where the furs from Michelle's rabbit fur coat were also found. again indicating that the individual that had killed her was wearing the same gloves and was the perpetrator of this offense. The evidence will show that the suspect in the case took measures to attempt to conceal their identity, and that as a result, no fingerprints were left behind. But as you will see, in 1979, DNA evidence was not a consideration that entered the minds of suspects or law enforcement. Fortunately, the Cedar Rapids Police Department did take steps to preserve what they could for later analysis that would become available. Specifically, you'll hear that ID Officer Dick White preserved blood scrapings from the gear shift selector of Michelle's vehicle in the dress, the black dress that she wore when she was killed. The evidence will show that these blood scrapings were taken at the time of the initial examination and placed into evidence at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, where they were later accessed in 1997 by another ID officer, Dennis Murphy. The evidence was accessed on a later date on account of the emerging forensic science we now know as DNA profiling and analysis that was beginning to be utilized in an attempt to reveal the source of physical evidence at crime scenes and the identity of the perpetrator. You'll hear from pathologist Richard Fiester, who conducted the autopsy of Michelle Martinko in 1979. From his testimony, you'll hear that she received numerous stab wounds. A stab wound that penetrated her right lung and two that penetrated her left lung. A wound identified as the fatal wound that penetrated her sternum and rib cage and pierced her aorta just above her heart. From his testimony, you'll also learn that she sustained a 3 to 3.5 inch bruise on her head that also had corresponding internal bleeding. The evidence will show she lost 1/3 of her blood capacity and bled to death. From his testimony, you'll hear evidence that based upon the trajectory of her wounds, the assailant was facing her at the time of the attack. That her wounds were consistent with being pushed down on her back and attacked from the front. And that the assailant was on top of her, coming down on her. You'll hear that the amount of force required to inflict these injuries was significant. From his testimony, you'll learn that there was evidence of a struggle and that Michelle sustained numerous defensive wounds to her hands. The evidence will show this was a brutal attack. The evidence will also show this attack was done in a manner that made it very reasonable for the suspect to have cut himself during the attack with the knife used to stab Michelle. You will hear her dress was collected by ID Officer Richard White and in what turned out to be a very auspicious move, placed into evidence. You'll hear that for the next 39 years this investigation continued and the Cedar Rapids Police Department never closed the case. The evidence will show you that this case may have preceded the development of DNA evidence, and although the nature of forensic examination changed, the evidence that would lead investigators to the suspect who committed this offense remain unchanged. Specifically, the scrapings taken from the gear shift selector and the dress that Michelle wore when she was killed. You will hear that the advancements into science breathed new life into this investigation and provided a glimmer of hope for the investigators, that the answers they sought may lie in the items of physical evidence still remaining from the 1979 crime scene. The evidence will show that in 1997, the Cedar Rapids Police Department submitted numerous items of evidence to the DCI Crime Lab in Des Moines, Iowa at the time for further analysis. In the burgeoning and evolving areas of DNA forensic science. You will hear that as the case continued to be investigated, the evidence was submitted and resubmitted. The gear shift scrapings were submitted in 1997 and again in 2002. The dress was submitted in 1997, again in 2002, again in 2003, and then again in 2005. You will hear from DCI criminalists specializing in DNA forensic science that the items were tested by Michael Peterson, Linda Sawyer, and Michael Schmidt. That DNA forensic analysis ultimately led to the answer that had evaded law enforcement and the survivors of this homicide for years. You will hear from that in 2002, the dress and the blood scrapings were submitted to the DCI lab and analyzed by criminalist Linda Sawyer. The evidence will show that Linda Sawyer was able to develop a complete, at the time, 15 locus profile from blood on Michelle's dress, believed to be the blood of Michelle. She also analyzed the blood scrapings from the gear shift selector. You will hear she found what she described at the time as a mixture of DNA, with one female, believed to be Michelle, and one male. In 2005, the dress was analyzed again by Linda Sawyer, and she found 4 more areas on the dress that screened positive for the indication of blood. 3 of those stains were believed to be the blood of Michelle Martinko, based upon the comparison made. Another stain, stain number 5, was analyzed and resulted in the development of a partial male DNA profile with complete DNA results at 11 loci and partial results at an additional 2. What does that mean? The evidence will show that means that fewer than 1 in 100 billion individuals would be believed to have this same partial male DNA profile. In other words, the evidence will show this was the individual profile of the male suspect believed to have killed Michelle Martinko. You will hear that the blood of this individual was also found to be consistent with the profile developed from the blood scrapings from the gear shift selector. You will hear that this was the break in the case that the investigators needed to reignite the investigation into this murder. Finally, on account of DNA analysis, investigators now had an identity of a suspect caught and preserved in blood in Michelle's dress that had remained to that point undetected for the prior 26 years. For the next 10 years, Detective Doug Larison of the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and later investigator Matt Denlinger of the Cedar Rapids Police Department, continued to follow up on the case. Over 125 potential suspects were eliminated by the use of DNA profiling in comparison to the suspect male DNA profile from the dress. This will be significant because it will show that the DCI had the ability to affirmatively eliminate suspects as contributors to that profile. Then in 2016, in collaboration with a laboratory out of Virginia called Parabon NanoLabs, investigator Denlinger explored new techniques in lead generation and development, including the use of DNA phenotyping, snapshot, and kinship analysis to attempt to narrow down the potential suspect who was the source of the suspect male DNA profile. In 2018, with the assistance of Parabon, a computerized file containing the raw data of the suspect DNA was uploaded to a website called GEDmatch. And through the use of genetic genealogy to find potential relatives of that suspect profile, investigator Denlinger narrowed down the lead generation to 3 brothers from Manchester, Iowa, just 45 minutes from Cedar Rapids, where Michelle was killed. Donald Burns, Kenneth Burns, and the defendant in this case, Jerry Burns. You'll hear that investigators then developed a plan to collect covert DNA from these individuals, and that on October 29th, 2018, investigator Denlinger collected a straw used by the defendant at a pizza ranch in Manchester, Iowa, and sent it to the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. The evidence will show that comparison of the DNA that was able to be obtained from the straw used by the defendant and the suspect male DNA profile from Michelle's dress revealed an outstanding development. For the first time in the investigation of any suspect, the defendant could not be eliminated as the major contributor to this profile. In other words, DNA from this straw was found to be similar to the DNA at the crime scene. Meanwhile, the covert DNA collected from his brothers resulted in those items being eliminated as suspects, like the previous 125 or so that had been compared. The evidence will show that a subsequent known buccal swab collected from the defendant himself and compared to the suspect male DNA profile resulted in another outstanding finding. The suspect male DNA profile from Michelle's dress was consistent with the known DNA profile of the defendant. At every possible loci where results could be obtained and compared, the evidence known DNA profile was found to be the same as the suspect male DNA profile. The evidence will show, in other words, the probability of finding this profile in a population of unrelated individuals chosen at random would be less than 1 in 100 billion. In other words, the evidence will show in a population of unrelated individuals, 100 billion, more than 12 times the world population, the chances of finding this profile would be less than 1 in 100 billion. Find 100 billion, pick one, get the same profile. In other words, they found their guy. The evidence will show that the later testing that was performed on the blood scrapings taken from the gear shift selector resulted in finding a partial male DNA profile that was also compared to the known profile of the defendant. This resulted in a finding that was not quite as high as 1 in 100 billion because it wasn't a full DNA sample, but a finding that was impressive nonetheless. What was found with regard to the partial male DNA profile developed from the blood shift selector was that it too was similar in comparison to the defendant's known DNA. The probability of choosing at random a similar profile to the extent that the defendant's DNA compared similarly to the DNA on the gear shift selector in a population of individuals was 1 in 1,773. In other words, you'll find the evidence will show you can only find that similar profile in 0.0564% of individuals. This is the gear shift selector. The evidence will show that, in addition to the dress revealed these findings, the dress being 1 in 100 billion. In other words, the evidence will show investigators found their guy, not in one place, but 2. The evidence will show in this case that for 39 years, the answers that so many sought lied in a spot and a scraping. Although, however microscopic, The story that the DNA possessed told enormous information. The information and the science led investigators to one man, the defendant. You will hear that when the evidence led investigators to the defendant, he was approached and interviewed by law enforcement on the 39th anniversary of Michelle's death. You will hear that when investigators interviewed him, before he was told that there was DNA on the scene, they were able to gain the following information from him. The defendant claimed he did not know Michelle Martinko. He said he did not remember seeing her, and that he was not there when she was murdered. He said he had lived in Manchester his whole life. The evidence will show he said he never worked in Cedar Rapids, but was working as a salesman in Al-Qaeda in 1979 for John Deere. The defendant claimed he had no reason to be in Cedar Rapids and that he never worked at the Westdale Mall. You'll hear that investigators told the defendant they found DNA at the crime scene. You'll hear they, as I've already said, obtained a sample of his DNA. Then, after the defendant was arrested, he continued to talk. You'll hear that investigator Denlinger was speaking to the defendant and told him, "Help me understand what was going through your mind." The evidence will show the defendant responded, "I don't recollect." Investigator Denlinger said, "Do you think it's possible this happened and you don't remember?" The evidence will show, "I don't know. I'm sure something like that would be possible to block out," the defendant said. Investigator Denlinger said, "Yeah, it could be possible to black out," and the defendant, the evidence will show, corrected him and said, "For somebody to block out, you block things out of your memories." Investigator Denlinger asked how everything was going at that time. The defendant stated, "I don't know. I don't know. Nothing stands out." The evidence will show Investigator Denlinger stated to him, "You're an old man, a whole world apart, right?" And the evidence will show the defendant responded, "Yeah." And the evidence will show Investigator Denlinger said, "Wish you could go back there and talk some sense into that kid. Help me understand." And the defendant said, "I don't know." The end of that interview, the defendant told Investigator Denlinger that he respected the police, that they had a tough job. Through the use of DNA profiling and through the evidence you will hear in this case, you will find that the evidence in this case may be microscopic, but actually you will learn that the smaller we go, the closer we get to the science that explains life and our existence in the universe. The evidence will show that DNA is literally what makes us who we are. 1 in 8 billion, or in this case, 1 in 100 billion. You will hear that DNA is what separates us from each other, our blueprint in the vast universe in which we live. The evidence will show that our DNA is our blueprint, evidence of our own existence, often at a certain place in time. It's the footprint we leave, and the evidence will show that in certain cases, it can stand the test of time. Ladies and gentlemen, in short, the evidence will show that Michelle Martinko was murdered that night by the defendant, Jerry Burns. As you will see, the evidence in this case will show this was a very precise area of attack. The nature of the crime itself will be evidence of premeditation and the specific intent to kill. The evidence not revealing any suspect in 1979 who knew Michelle being the perpetrator of this offense, the evidence will show instead of a murder driven by greed, retaliation, or knowledge of a victim, or a reason to kill the person, this was a random act of violence committed by a stranger. This will explain, and the evidence will show, this is why no connection was developed between the defendant and Ms. Martinko. This will explain why it took 40 years in DNA to solve. The evidence will show, and this will explain why the defendant was not on the radar of law enforcement. The evidence will show and explain this wasn't an ex, this wasn't a suitor, wasn't anyone she knew. It was the random guy. As a result, the evidence will explain why this crime was and still is shocking. At the end of this case, we will return to you. We will review the evidence that has been received in this case, and we will ask you to enter a verdict of guilty of murder in the first degree. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maybanks.
All right, chat. So we just heard from the state, who is Assistant Lynn County Attorney Nick Maybanks. So we just heard him lay out the case for the defendant, Jerry Burns. And he told the timeline. He told how they found his DNA, or DNA was there, and then they talked about how they found it. 39 years to the day they found it. It's amazing. All right, so now we're going to go to the defense opening. So let me pull that up for you guys.
Coffee shop.
Okay, so now this is defense. This is Leon Spies. So let me pin his name up here. Okay. Okay. Now this just starts right in, so there's no intro, so this guy just starts right in.
At the coffee shop, you bought a coffee. You put your hand on the counter. You may have got a cold drink from a convenience store and drunk that drink from a straw. You may have used a public restroom in the courthouse, touched the faucet, touched the lavatory. You may have shaken hands with another member of the jury. What we're going to learn over the course of the next couple of weeks is that in each of those acts, we leave a trail. We leave a trail of our biologic specimens. We leave trails of DNA. In addition to the trails that we leave, we also cross trails of other people that we meet throughout the course of the day. Someone who may have coughed, put their hand on a bus handle, may have sneezed, may have spilled something on a bench, may have brushed up against us, shaken our hand. In each of those instances, not only do we have a trail, but they have left a trail that intersects with us. What you're going to hear over the next couple of weeks is that those trails tell us what we are, but they don't necessarily tell us who we are or where we've been. There's no question that the Cedar Rapids Police Department and law enforcement in the investigation of this horrifying death were determined and pursued leads best available to them at the time. And no one is going to be critical of that determination. And no one in this courtroom at any point is going to be critical of Michelle Martinko. There was no reason for her to die, and there was no reason for any violence to be inflicted upon her. the evidence is also going to show that at some stage this investigation was diverted. It too took a trail. And we're going to demonstrate to you that we believe that the diversion of this trail led to investigators believing that Jerry Burns was the killer of Michelle Martinko. In fact, when he was questioned in December of 2018 on the anniversary of Michelle Martinko's death, it should come as no surprise that he could not say where he was on that date in 1979 at a well-traveled mall, a busy commercial area in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. In 1979, the evidence will show that Jerry Burns was a married man. He was living with his wife and his 2 young children in Manchester, Iowa, the town in which he was born and raised, where his family had farmed, where he had eventually established a successful business. He could not identify where he had been in 1979, and the construction, given that he made some admission en route from Manchester, Iowa to Cedar Rapids, is a spin that is not accurate. Even though we are going to hear, as you've heard this morning, some dramatic statistics about DNA and correlations of DNA and consistency of DNA and DNA that cannot be eliminated, those statistics, men and women of the jury, are only as accurate as the investigation on which they are founded. They're only as accurate as the integrity of that investigation, the consistency and the care with which the items that DNA was collected from were handled throughout the course of the past 40 years. They can tell us a lot about what can be discerned and what cannot be discerned. But it's going to be very important for us throughout the course of this trial to be sure to recognize what those numbers mean and, more importantly, what they do not mean. We're going to have a distinguished forensic scientist who's going to help you and help us not only understand what those numbers mean, but also about the integrity of the investigation from which those numbers were drawn. You're going to hear, and our expert will demonstrate to you, an expert not only on genetic science and genetic investigation, but also on crime scene investigation, that the handling of the evidence, the likelihood of the intersection of trails of complete strangers demonstrate that the trails do not inevitably lead to Jerry Lynn Burns. Those divergent paths, I repeat, do not inevitably lead to Jerry Lynn Burns. And those scientific paths also demonstrate why it cannot be said not only that Jerry Lynn Burns was not the killer of Michelle Martinko, but they will also demonstrate that Jerry Lynn Burns is not guilty of the killing of Michelle Martinko.
We're going to recess for 10 minutes, so stay relatively close, but we'll let you get up and stretch for a bit, and we'll be ready to return and begin hearing the evidence in the case. So 10 minutes, please. We'll be in recess. Please remember the admonition that I read to you yesterday. Keep an open mind. You're just about to begin to hear the evidence in the case.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Okay, so we just heard from defense Leon Spies with the handle mustache. And yes, it was very short. It was only like 6 minutes. So he's basically just saying the DNA, the way they captured it, maybe was sus. He was living, well, he was 26 at the time, right? He was born in 53. He was living in... let's see, where was he? Was in Manchester, which I posted is about 53-minute drive, about 43 miles from Cedar Rapids. So Not that far, but they're saying he was a family man. So he couldn't possibly have done it because he was a family man. Okay. That's a defense, I suppose. All right, so now, as you heard, let's get the judge's name. Judge Faye Hoover Grind, Grnde, Grind, or Grandy, Grind. We'll go with Grind. Judge Faye. I'll just call her Judge Faye. She just teased that we're going to hear testimony now. So let's get to the testimony. And there is closed captioning. All right, I'll see you on the other side. This is about an hour and 30 minutes. They're broken up. These clips are broken up. It's not just like 8 hours straight like some feeds do. This is actually broken up. So, yes, it was very short. Pistol threw his good bowl at me. He threw his good... Wow, Pistol's now throwing food at you, his food bowl? Oh, his food bowl, not his good bowl. That's a talented dog. All right, let's... Richard Kalinsky was a good... Yeah. All these serial killers, psychos, are good family men. They have a hidden life, if you will. All right, I'm going to play. This is about an hour and 37 minutes. This is just the first section of day one. So here we go.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Jane Hansen.
Good morning. You're headed to the witness chair, that red chair right up there on that stuff. Be careful of the stuff, please. Thank you. And before you sit down, if you please turn toward me carefully. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Okay. Can you be seated? Ms. Hansen, it appears that you're a bit nervous. I'm sure you don't come to court every day.
No, this isn't my usual stomping grounds.
Okay. There are just a few rules when we're in the courtroom. Rather than have a conversation, there will be a question and answer this morning. So I'm going to ask you to please be very careful to make sure that either Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris finishes his question before you begin speaking, and he will do whichever is doing the questioning will make sure not to step on your answers. You're here so that we can hear what you have to tell us. So please concentrate. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Maybanks?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hansen, we'll start with some easy stuff, okay? Just tell us your name and spell it for the record, please.
Jane Hansen, Jane Hansen.
Thank you. How old are you?
58.
Right. And what is your current city of residence?
Plano, Texas.
How long have you lived in Plano, Texas?
I've had my house in Plano 12 years, but I've been in the Dallas-Fort Worth area since 1984.
Great. And what do you do down there for a living?
I'm a CPA, and I have a second profession as a realtor.
And how long have you held those two occupations?
CPA since 1984, and real estate since 2009.
Is that what you've pretty much done for the extent of your career then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to take you back to December 1979, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Where were you living at the time?
With my parents,
What city were you living at?
Cedar Rapids,
All right. What area of Cedar Rapids?
northeast side.
Where'd you go to high school?
Kennedy High School.
Were you going to Kennedy back in December of 1979?
Yes, I was.
How far away from Kennedy did you live?
It was about 2 miles.
And how old were you in December of 1979?
I was 17.
What grade were you in?
12th grade senior.
So you were a student at Kennedy at the time?
Yes.
Did you know another female at that time, 18-year-old Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know Michelle Martinko?
I had known her since elementary school as classmates.
And what elementary school did you go to together?
Kenwood.
Were you friends from the get-go?
We were friends in elementary school and always friendly classmates, and then became fairly close in high school when we started to have some common extracurricular activities. I'm sorry, it's a hard word to pronounce when I'm nervous.
Okay.
Choir, baton twirling, that sort of thing.
Sure. So you went to Kenwood together. Do you remember where you went to middle school?
Harding.
Okay. So in middle school, were you close, or did you not run in the same circles then?
I don't recall us being especially close, but friendly classmates.
Did that change then by the time you got to high school?
Yeah, then we became very tight.
You mentioned that the two of you were involved in some similar activities. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, we were in choir together. Starting in junior high, we were in women's chorale together. And then senior year, we both made concert choir. And that was kind of an honor because it was a challenge for the ladies to get in. There was a lot of competition.
Okay.
And in the spring of junior year, we were all involved in the production of Pippin, which is like a Broadway show that we did at the high school. Michelle was on the theater or the stage dancing, and I played the piccolo in the pit orchestra, and we all had a lot of friends who had different roles in that production. And then I got her on the baton twirling squad, so we were baton twirling at the football games fall year of 1979.
So both you and her were on the twirling squad?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many other kids were on that squad with you and her?
That year it was a 7-year squad, so the two of us and 5 other girls.
Was that an assignment or a role that you helped her get on?
I did. I helped her get on that. We kind of changed the tradition, the rules, to get her on.
Okay. That sounds interesting. So she made the squad along with you then?
Well, I had been on the squad. I
Okay.
was captain then.
Oh, okay.
And so I went to the band director along with Lynn Seitz, the other captain, and said, we want these girls on, even though it's a little different procedure than had been followed in previous years.
Jane, to your knowledge, at that time in December of 1979, was Michelle in a relationship with anybody?
I don't know that she was in an especially tight relationship at that point.
Okay. Let me ask you about a couple individuals and see if you know them. Do you know Mike Wyrick?
Yes, I know Mike very well. We were friends as well in high school. And Mike and I have continued to be friends, hung out even a little bit in college.
Okay. To your knowledge, was Mr. Wyrick in the play too?
Yes, he was active in Pippin and the choir.
Did he and Michelle ever become involved in a relationship, to your knowledge?
Yes, they were in pretty significant relationship for, as far as high school relationships go.
Sure. How old was Mike? Was he in the same grade as you guys, or was
He was just 1 grade older.
Right. To your knowledge, was Michelle still communicating with Mike or friends with him at the time in December of '79?
I believe so, but see, he had moved on to Iowa State, and she was still in high school, so 100 miles difference. I think just they kind of naturally parted, had other, things going on.
Sure. What about a fellow by the name of Andy Seidel? Do you know that name?
I know Andy's. I don't know Andy well. I know of Andy. Michelle dated him for quite a while, which I think shows that she tended to be loyal to guys just as she was loyal to her friends.
Okay. So to your knowledge, she had been involved in a relationship with Andy at some point in time, too?
Oh, yes.
Okay. In December of 1979, were you aware of anyone that was that Michelle was in some kind of conflict with or feared from her safety?
No.
You're going to have some exhibits I want to show the witness. Okay. In Your Honor, I believe pursuant to discussions with defense counsel, there'll be a stipulation to the admissibility of these exhibits. There'll be 2A through 2H.
We'll acknowledge the stipulation, Your Honor, and have no objection to the receding into evidence of Exhibits 2A through 2H.
Thank you, Counselor. 2A through 2H will be received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Keep those in front of you for now, okay, Jane?
Sure will.
The first exhibit that you have there is been received into evidence as states 2A. And at this point in time, we'd like to permission to publish it for the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, Jane, who is depicted here in State's Exhibit 2A?
Michelle Marie Martinko.
And Michelle, in this exhibit, is dressed in a kind of a black evening dress. Is that the type of attire Michelle would wear at times, or does this depict an appropriate picture for her from that time period?
Yes, she liked to dress up, and those were the type of dresses that were in style at the time.
Okay, and let's go to State's Exhibit 2B. And who's depicted in State's Exhibit 2B? If you could just flip to the next one, Jane.
Yes, that's a posed picture of Michelle,
Okay.
looking more professional.
Okay. While State's Exhibit 2B is up here, I want to ask you a question about Michelle. And just generally, what kind of person was Michelle?
She was a very nice girl. She was loyal to her friends and her boyfriends. She had good school attendance. She had good attendance at work. Her classmates enjoyed working with her. She had many close friends. She was good at studies and had planned to go to college. She had talked to me about wanting to go to Iowa State and had a particular interest in interior design.
Your Honor, may we encourage the witness to speak closely to the microphone?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Do I need to repeat any of that? No. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Jane. Would you describe Michelle as a friendly person?
Absolutely.
Would you describe her as an outgoing person?
She was outgoing when she was in her element.
Okay.
When we got involved in choir and baton twirling and theater, she was pretty enthusiastic. But I think in her day-to-day classes, she was a little more subdued.
Okay. If we could go to State's Exhibit 2C now.
Is that the next page?
Yep, that's the next one. All right. You see that picture there?
Yeah.
Is that Michelle?
Yes, that is Michelle. That's one of her senior yearbook pictures. Uh-huh.
All right. Was Michelle, when we think about high school girls, was she the type of person that would gossip a lot or kind of engage in some of those teenage type behaviors?
Oddly enough, she was more mature than that and she didn't partake in that sort of thing. I think that comes from having an older sister and being friends with her mom. She just didn't go down that road very often that I recall at all.
Tell us what you know about her family dynamics.
Her sister was quite a bit older, so by the time we were in high school, she had moved out of the home and was married, and so they weren't sibling rivalries because they kind of had different things going on with the 12-year age difference. And she was very, very close. Michelle was very, very close to her mom. Like her mom was her best friend.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and go to the next one here, 2D.
Yeah, I like this one.
I guess tell us what knowledge you might have of this picture. Or
I don't know where this picture was taken, but the reason I like it is because she didn't wear her hair, flipped like Farrah Fawcett every day. So this was more her everyday look if she wasn't really dressed up.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Would you say, I guess, as far as teenage girls go, was Michelle the type of person that would only talk to people in her circle, or would she associate with anyone?
She was friendly to all her classmates.
Did you see her take the time to talk to people that weren't part of her circle, or?
I have some examples, if I'm allowed to elaborate.
Why don't you go ahead, yeah.
So, recently on Facebook, someone reached out to me, a young man who said he wasn't popular in high school, but he had a particular class with her, and she always took the time to just chat with him, not flirt with him, but just chat with him and make him felt like he fit in. And
so is that something that you saw happen?
yeah, and it was like he expressed to me that it was important to him, and I would say that that's indicative of her personality and how she behaved at school.
Why don't we go to the next exhibit here, and this will be 2E.
Okay.
You mentioned something about twirling squad earlier?
Uh-huh, yep.
Okay. What kind of outfit does she have on there?
That is the outfit that we wore when we twirled Fire, which was only 2 games. The other games we had little more majorette-looking dresses on. Majorette, traditional majorette dresses. But when we twirled Fire, we had these little swimsuit kind of things, and we couldn't wear pantyhose. And this is obviously staged for photos because we couldn't have our hair down or wear hairspray. We were twirling fire, real fire. But Michelle had an adorable figure. She wore this better than I did for sure. And so she loved this and had some pictures taken with it.
All right, thank you, Jane. Why don't we go to the next one here? I think it's 2F. And do you see the one we're looking at now, Jane? Okay, who's that in the photo with her?
I believe that's Andy.
Okay, all right. And you talked a little bit already today about the fact that Michelle had a relationship with Andy, right?
Sure.
Right. Let's go ahead and go to the next one. I think it'd be 2G. Talk about this really quick here. All right. You see the way she's dressed in this?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you recall about the way that Michelle would dress up?
That's the way she would dress up for evening out. And she had that adorable little rabbit fur coat, and she'd do her hair up in what I refer to as the Farrah Fawcett flip, and she'd do her hair makeup and, wear a pretty dress. And that's very typical of how she'd dress up if she was going out.
Okay.
Maybe to a dance hall or a date or a prom or the Christmas banquet, those sorts of things.
Based on your recollection of Michelle and the way she acted as you've described and the way she appeared, in your experience, was Michelle the type of girl that would sometimes attract the attention of older men?
I would say she was a head turner. I mean, she was something. She was a pretty girl. So I don't know if she really reacted to every man that approached her, but I don't doubt she was approached frequently.
Okay. We'll go ahead and take that down then here. I'm going to ask you some more questions, and let's go to the night of December 19th of 1979. Jane, do you recall that night?
Yes.
What were you doing that night?
That evening, we had a Christmas banquet at the Sheridan for the concert choir. So we were all dressed up, similar to Michelle, dressing up with our hair and makeup and pretty dresses and some high heels. It was an opportunity to get out of the high school and put on something a little more feminine.
How many people were in the concert choir, do you remember?
We were discussing that just recently, and I didn't add it up in the yearbook, but we had a really good music program at Kennedy, so I think we had something like 70 or 80 kids in the concert choir.
Were they all there that night at the concert choir banquet?
Well, I didn't do a roll call.
Right, well, it was busy.
I don't recall.
Were there a lot of kids there?
There are a lot of kids there, yes. There are a lot of kids there.
Did you have an opportunity to come into contact with Michelle that night?
Yes. We talked that evening. And
Go ahead.
well, not all of us sat together. We had certain close friends, and we all had friends throughout the choir, and so to my recollection, I didn't actually sit at the dinner table with Michelle, but then when it got to be dessert, some of us shuffled around and found a table to get kind of the close handful of girls together. And then it was when we were leaving to the parking lot that we had a discussion.
First, want to ask you, did the two of you drive together or separately to the concert choir that night? Banquet, that is.
We did not drive together.
Was it a school night? Do you remember?
It was a school night.
And what had you planned to do that night after the banquet? that
I
is?
had missed a couple days of school with like a cold flu, and I was going to go home and make up some homework.
So did you have an opportunity to run into Michelle then as you were leaving the concert choir banquet?
Yes, and we talked about if she could give me a ride home, because Michelle's family and my family house are only about half a mile apart, and the girls that I had ridden with lived 2 miles up the street closer to the high school. So I thought, well, if Michelle could just drop me off, that'll save these girls having to drive out of their way. And but she said she wanted to go to the mall, and I told her I had some homework, so I needed to get home as soon as possible to catch up on my homework.
So Michelle, did Michelle give you a indication though as to her state of mind of where she was going to go that night?
I didn't get a real sense of that. You know, over the years I speculated things, but no, at the time, no, I didn't.
I guess what my question was, did she tell you she was going to the mall that night?
She did tell me she was going to the mall, absolutely. She told me she was going to the mall and asked me if I'd go with her.
Where did Michelle work at that time, to your knowledge?
She worked at a clothing store at Westdale Mall. I believe it was called Brooks. And it was a like teenage or young 20s fashion type store. And that was the mall that close to where her parents lived and my parents live.
So the mall where she worked, was that on the other side of Cedar Rapids then?
Yes.
Okay. Were you familiar with Westdale Mall at that time?
Well, yeah, it just opened. I don't know if I had even been there yet. And so I was familiar with it, but that side of town that would have been out of my way to go see it.
Did she ask you to go with her to the mall?
That night, yes.
Okay. Did you go with her?
No, I already explained I went home to do my homework.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you told her that you need to go home and get some homework done?
Yeah, I had missed a couple days being sick, some kind of Iowa cold flu bug.
What was she driving at the time? Do you remember?
Well, it was her family car that, all the pictures have shown, a big sedan.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again? Your Honor, talking to the microphone. The parties have also agreed to stipulate to the admissibility of State's Exhibit 4Z, or 4C, excuse me.
Correct. We have no objection.
4C will be received and made part of it.
Jane, do you see that exhibit in front of you that's been identified as 4C? Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
It's my understanding that's the car she was in that night, but I wasn't riding with her in it, so that's the extent I can testify.
That's okay. I actually haven't asked you a question yet about it. 1 second, Jane.
Okay.
We're just waiting for
All
our
right.
picture to come up. Here you go. All right, Jane, to your knowledge, is this the car that Michelle Martinko was driving on around that time?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay, all right. Jane, when was the last time that you saw Michelle?
Right when we were leaving the banquet, and we were in the parking lot in the Sheraton, and kind of everybody was like kind of going to their cars because the banquet was over, and we had that discussion about she wanted to go to the mall, and I wanted to know if she could take me home since my other friends, it was going to be out of their way, and we just all, there were several of us gathered in the parking lot, and then we went about our own ways, and she went to the mall.
Was that the last time you saw her then?
That is correct.
Do you remember what her attire was that evening?
I don't remember a specific dress. I remember she had her rabbit fur coat on, that I always liked her rabbit fur coat, and that she had her hair done and the way she does it when she's really dressed. And, the high heels like we wore at that time, the 70s, high platform heels were still kind of the style. And yeah, so the specific dress I don't remember, but in general, yes.
Okay, was she, we saw a picture earlier of a rabbit fur coat. Was that the one that she was wearing, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead. And if you look behind you again, is that the rabbit fur coat that you recall her wearing that night?
Yes, sir.
And you said she had a dress on, but you don't specifically remember what kind?
Yes, sir. I couldn't tell you exactly what dress she had on.
Where did you go that night after the concert choir then?
Home to do my homework.
Did you get a call in the middle of the night?
I certainly did.
From who?
Michelle's mother.
How would you describe her mother's demeanor on the phone call when she called you?
She seemed panicked and frightened.
And had you had an opportunity to talk with Michelle's mom in the past and know what she normally would sound like?
I knew Michelle's mom from school activities and visiting the home, but I had never had an experience where she called at night, in the middle of the night, on a school night, and was worried about where Michelle was.
So when you talked to her, you described, and did she sound frantic, or?
I felt like she did. She seemed concerned.
Did she ask you anything?
She asked me if I knew where Michelle was. First she asked me if Michelle was with me. Then did I know where Michelle was? Would I have any idea where Michelle would be?
Do you remember, and obviously she wasn't with you, right?
That's correct. She wasn't with me.
So you told her that you...
So I said, I'm sorry, Mrs. Martinko, I don't know.
Do you remember the next day?
Oh, yeah.
What do you remember about the next day?
Well, starting with going to bed after the phone call, I just kind of thought in my mind, Michelle's in big trouble now. She met up with some guy, stayed out past her curfew, and I went to sleep. But I was concerned by her mother's tone of voice, so when I got up and prepared for school, I called the house and no one answered, so I thought, well, I guess everything's back to status quo because no one's answering the phone. But then when I got to school, I was still concerned, and so I started asking everyone I saw until one of the other baton twirlers told me what happened.
So did you learn that she had been found dead?
Mm-hmm. And then I went straight home.
Jane, so as a result of Michelle being found dead, then have you been questioned at times by law enforcement and prosecutors over the years?
Yeah, quite a few times.
My next question to you, Jane, is over here is the defendant in this case, Jerry Burns. He's sitting in the middle of the council table over there. Do you know Jerry Burns?
No.
That's all I have for now, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Hansen, you mentioned in your examination this morning that Michelle Martinko had a relationship with or was friends with a couple of men who you mentioned by name, Mike Wyrick and Andy Seidel. Were Ms. Martinko and Mr. Wyrick serious as a couple at times? And by serious, I mean serious boyfriend and girlfriend.
Yes, I believe they were exclusive while they were dating.
And it was Mr. Wyrick who was a year older than you, or a year older in school than Ms. Martinko.
That is correct.
And then he went off to Iowa State University, is that your understanding?
That's correct.
And did that lead to the breakup of Ms. Martinko and Mr. Wyrick?
Yes, I believe they just kind of drifted apart. I don't think there was like one blow-up incident where they were angry with each other, but they did just naturally drifted apart because that's not, teenagers at that age, it's not natural necessarily to stay together when you're in different environments, 100 miles apart.
Understood. And her relationship with Mr. Seidel, was it also a serious relationship?
To my understanding, it was.
Did you spend time with Mr. Seidel and Ms. Martinko as a couple?
No, I didn't actually know. I didn't know Mr. Seidel personally. I knew of him. I know they went to a lot of proms, so she had a lot of pretty pictures with them, but I didn't personally know him the way I do. Mike, I personally knew because we were school friends, but Mike, Andy, I didn't personally know.
Did Ms. Martinko share with you any concerns that she had about her relationship with Mr. Seidel?
Well, there seemed to be some concern that he just wasn't quite getting over the relationship, but typical teenage love.
Understood. Ms. Hansen, turning to the night of the choir banquet at the Sheraton Hotel in Cedar Rapids, did you and Ms. Martinko leave the banquet early?
No, I think we left kind of when it was over and everybody else left.
Did you detect that Ms. Martinko was bored at the banquet?
I have no recollection of that.
When Ms. Martinko said that she was not going to give you a ride home or couldn't give you a ride home, I thought I had understood you to say that you had some suspicion about what she might want to do that night. Did I misunderstand you?
Yes, I think you misunderstood me. She may have asked me earlier in the week if I wanted to go do something else, and but when it came to that evening, specifically, I wanted to ride home to do my homework, and she was specifically going to the mall to do a quick errand, a little shopping to pick up a coat her mom had put on layaway. And I didn't want to go home. I didn't want to go hang out at the mall. I wanted to go home. I was a straight-A student, so I was a little kind of a stickler about getting my homework done.
Were there places that you and Ms. Martinko like to socialize in Cedar Rapids?
Sure.
And where were your favorite spots to go, and where did Ms. Martinko like to go?
We like to go to some drive-in movie theaters, and there's a place called the East Side Made Right that was kind of a Kennedy High School hangout. And, we'd go to the football games together all the time, all the football games since we were twirlers together. And, it was popular to cruise up and down First Avenue after the football games and, kind of like cruising Main Street back in the 1950s or something.
You may be interested to know that there are two very notorious one-ways in Davenport, Iowa. Ms. Hansen, did you and Ms. Martinko ever frequent a nightclub in Cedar Rapids called Gatsby's?
We had both been there. It wasn't my favorite hangout. I know she went there a few times. I couldn't attest to how often she went.
Sure. Would you describe her as being an overly cautious woman?
I think she was careful. It was at different times. We weren't worried about some of the things we had to be worried about before that incident. I mean, like, both of us had retail jobs and would walk out to our cars after we were done with our retail job.
And you mentioned that Ms. Martinko worked at Brooks. Is that correct?
I believe it was Brooks. It was a Westdale Mall store that was a fashion store for young women.
And for those members of the jury who aren't familiar with Cedar Rapids, at that time there were two major malls or commercial outlets, and one was Lyndale Mall, which was on the east side of Cedar Rapids, and then Westdale Mall, not surprisingly, on the west side of Cedar Rapids. Is that accurate?
That's accurate, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Hansen. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Jane,
Yes.
based on your conversation with Michelle when you were leaving the concert choir, did you have any reason to believe that she was going anywhere other than Westdale Mall for this errand to pick up the coat her mom put on layaway?
No.
When Michelle, or if and when Michelle would talk about Andy Seidel, what would be her demeanor when she would talk about him? In what way would she talk about Andy?
Well, he had been a long-term boyfriend, so I think she had a lot of feelings for him, but she was a little bit annoyed that he didn't seem to be letting go when she had already had this long-term relationship with Mike, and I didn't think anything significant was going on there. She never expressed anything that appeared to me as significant worry.
Okay, and that was my question. Was she relatively nonchalant like a teenage girl would be about
Yeah.
that? Or okay.
Yeah.
Did she appear to be worried or concerned in any
Sure.
way? Did she appear to be worried and concerned?
No, not really. Just
No?
no.
Okay. All right. That's all we have, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination.
No more questions necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I think back out this way, Jim.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Jeff White.
White, you can right over to this chair. upstairs. Before you sit down, sir, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
When you're seated. And I'm going to just give you a couple of rules in the courtroom. We'll ask you to use that mic when you testify.
All right.
And make sure that you allow Mr. Harris to finish his question before you begin your answer.
Okay.
We do have a court reporter here, and her job is to take down each syllable that's spoken in this room. So we have to have one voice speaking.
Perfect.
All right? So please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Jeffrey Charles White, Jeffrey White.
You may begin your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. White. How are you doing today?
Good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Mr. White, where do you currently live?
I live right outside of Cedar Rapids, and it's actually a Toddville address.
And how long have you lived in the Cedar Rapids area?
Oh, geez. My wife and I moved back probably in the late 80s, early 90s.
Okay. What do you do for a living?
I sell heavy equipment.
Okay. How long have you been in that line of work?
Oh, I've been in construction sales for the last 30 years.
Okay. Mr. White, I'd like to ask you some questions about when you were younger. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. Where did you attend high school?
Kennedy High School.
And is that Kennedy High School located in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Correct.
And what year did you graduate from Kennedy High School?
1980.
Okay. And Mr. White, I'll tell you, I'm going to do my best not to talk over you.
I'll be
but
careful.
Just wait till I'm done with my questions, because our court reporter here can only take down one person at a time. So, and sorry, could you repeat your last answer? What year did you graduate high school?
1980.
Okay. When you were in high school, what kind of activities were you involved in, or what kind of student were you?
I was a pretty decent student. I was involved in some sports, baseball, and then also choir was probably one of my biggest things.
Okay.
So,
How many years of high school were you involved in choir?
3 years.
Okay.
Yes.
And now when you say you were involved in choir, is that just kind of a solo endeavor, or were there different types of choirs or different groups that you could be involved in?
Yeah, we had a concert choir, and then we also had back then it was called swing choir, but now it's a show choir, and it was called Happiness Incorporated, and I was involved in that as well.
Okay. Now, while you were in high school, did you know an individual named Michelle Martinko?
I did.
Okay. And how did you know Michelle?
I knew her through the choir activities.
Okay. Were you in the same grade as Michelle?
Yes.
And did you attend school with Michelle prior to high school?
Junior high, which was, back then, that was 9th grade. She went to Harding, as did I. I moved to Cedar Rapids halfway through my freshman year.
Okay. Would you have considered yourself friends with Michelle Martinko?
I would say more acquaintances.
Okay. As an acquaintance of Miss Martinko, how often would you see her around school, or how often would you interact with her?
Well, early on in high school, I would see her, and, obviously we knew each other. We would say hi. I got to know her a lot better my senior year, because we were both a little more active, I think, in choir, and the group was kind of getting a little tighter. So I would see her every day.
Okay. How would you describe Michelle's personality?
She was a real sweet girl, extremely friendly, not extremely outgoing, but very, very friendly.
Now, Mr. White, I want to point you to a certain date, December 19th, 1979. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Now, on December 19th, 1979, would that have been your, first semester of senior year?
Yes,
Did you attend a school function that evening?
I did.
Okay. And what was that school function?
That was just an annual choir banquet for concert choir.
Where was that held?
It was held at the Sheraton.
Okay. Is it Sheraton, located in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Yeah, down on 33rd Avenue.
Okay. Okay. Now, for everyone here who's not familiar with Cedar Rapids, generally,
yes.
generally speaking, I guess, where in Cedar Rapids is that? On the east side or the west side?
Southwest side.
Okay, thank you. And you may have already said this, but what was the banquet for?
Just our annual choir banquet.
Okay. Do you recall how many people were in attendance?
That's a tough one. I'm going to say probably 50 to 60, maybe.
Okay. And was this the type of function that people dressed up for?
Yes.
Okay. You recall what you were wearing that night?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Yeah, a tweed, like everybody had. I had a tweed sport coat with, the old leather patches and a tie.
Okay. Do you still have that sport coat?
I do not,
That's
no.
unfortunate. Okay. Mr. White, do you recall seeing Michelle Martinko at that banquet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her at the banquet?
Yes.
Okay. What was Michelle wearing to the banquet on December 19th, 1979?
She had on a black dress, is what I remember. And her coat always stuck out to me. She had a fur coat that she was wearing that night. It was cold, so she had that on quite a bit. But that's all I remember is black dress and a fur coat.
Thank you. Your Honor, permission to publish a previously admitted exhibit. Mr. White, I'm going to have you refer to the screen behind you here. This is previously admitted as State's Exhibit 2G. Is it fair to say that this is a similar, or maybe even the coat that you remember Michelle wearing that evening?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you said she was also wearing a black dress.
Correct.
So is this similar to how Michelle looked on the night of December 19th, 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Now, you mentioned speaking with Michelle at the banquet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you talk with her about?
I don't remember in depth. I mean, just small talk because obviously we were just making our way around talking to all our classmates. I did talk to her, and she did tell us that she was going to Westdale. I was with a buddy of mine at that time, and she was going to head out to Westdale Mall.
Okay. So you were aware she was going to be heading towards Westdale Mall?
Yes.
Were you familiar with the vehicle that Michelle Martinko drove?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you describe it to the best of your recollection?
Boy, it was just I think it was a big old Buick. I don't know what year, but light colored.
Your Honor, permission to republish a previously admitted exhibit? Mr. White, again, I'm going to have you look behind you once the screen pops on. This is State's Exhibit 4C. Is this the vehicle that you remember Michelle Martinko driving?
Absolutely.
Okay, and this would have been the vehicle that she was driving on the night of December 19th, 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall seeing Michelle in the parking lot of the Sheraton after the banquet?
Yes.
Okay. And then you might have said this already. Again, I apologize, but what were your plans for after the banquet?
I was with, like I said, a friend of mine, and we were going to head over to Westdale as well.
Okay. What was your purpose for going to Westdale Mall?
Shopping. I was always a procrastinator, so I had to get some Christmas shopping done, and we were just, the mall was brand new at that time, and so we were just going to go out and hang out with friends.
Okay. So this was about 6 days before Christmas, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You still wait that long to
I
purchase
do,
Christmas
yes.
presents?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at the time, Westdale Mall had only recently opened, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it fair to say that, as a high school teenager, it was kind of the thing to do to go check out the new mall?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you recall what time you arrived at the mall?
Best of my recollection would be around 7:45-ish.
Okay. Now, this would have been obviously after the banquet
Correct.
Finished up.
Yes.
And do you remember staying at the banquet until it had finished?
Yes.
Okay. And then from the banquet, did you stop anywhere? Did you go directly to the mall?
We went directly to the mall.
Okay. And believe you arrived there somewhere around 7:45?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
You may. Mr. Skeets and Mr. Burns, if you wish to reposition yourselves so that you
Yeah.
We're good for now, thank you.
Okay. That's fine. And, Your Honor, I believe by previous stipulation with counsel, this State's Exhibits 1A and 1B will be admitted without objection.
And admitted without objection, yes.
1A and 1B will be received and made part of the record.
Okay. All right. Mr. White, I might have you stand up and step off the witness stand. And if you could come down and take a look at this rather large map that I've placed in front of you. And if you need a second to familiarize yourself with it.
Okay.
Now, would this be a map of Westdale Mall in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Yes.
And I guess I should clarify Westdale Mall as it appeared in 1979.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you got to Westdale Mall, can you show us in the parking lot where it is that you drove and where you parked?
Yeah, let's see, because Wilson would be up here. Yeah, I believe we came down, and I believe we came in, boy, it's changed.
He needs to speak up just a little.
Okay.
I believe we came in this entrance here, and we drove, because I always parked right in this area. And so I remember driving through that night, and the mall itself, there were not a lot of parking spots. And so we drove around for actually for a little while. We did find a spot, which is going to be actually roughly right in this area.
Okay. And here, I'm going to point out a few items to you. Now, Mr. White, on the map here, what this large kind of white area, this white store here, what store is that?
That's JCPenney.
And were there entrances into the mall near JCPenney?
Yes.
Okay. Did that have any bearing on why you parked in that location?
Yes.
You can go back up to the stand. Now, Mr. White, did you see Michelle once you were at Westdale Mall?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you see her?
Saw her first because she pulled out of the Sheraton in front of us. And so obviously she was just, heading over to the same place. We saw her in her car looking for a spot as well.
Okay. And would that have been as you arrived at the mall initially?
Yes.
Okay. And again, you'd previously seen her get in her vehicle at the Sheraton.
Correct.
So you're familiar with the vehicle that she was driving. And then you saw that vehicle again at Westdale Mall?
Yes.
Okay. And you recall seeing Michelle driving that vehicle?
I do.
Okay. So it's fair to say that Michelle would have arrived at the mall at roughly the same time that you did that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Once you found a place to park, which sounds like it was no small feat, did you go inside the mall?
We did.
Okay. Do you recall where you went inside the mall or what your plans were?
Well, I was shopping for a Christmas present for my parents, so we went to I cannot remember the name of the store. It was a kitchen store. I know that Bob and I went to the Athlete's Foot to look at some tennis shoes to give my parents some ideas for me. My girlfriend at the time managed a store in Westdale, and so we went and visited with her and her manager for a while that night also.
Did you see anyone you knew or any fellow high school students at the mall?
I did.
And
I
who
did.
who was that?
Well, I saw Tracy Price. I saw Todd Bergen. I saw Marty Miller. I believe Tammy Benzing and Jane. No, not Jane. Tammy Benzing. And saw a couple other girls, but that's so long ago.
At any point while you were inside the mall, did you see Michelle Martinko?
I've thought long and hard about this, and, I did see Michelle talking to Tracy and Todd, that group,
Okay.
just from a distance.
Did you speak with Michelle at all?
Not at all.
Okay. Besides for that one time when you saw her speaking with that group, did you see her at any other place in the mall?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. No further questions at this time.
Great.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Briefly, good morning, Mr. White.
Good morning.
Mr. White, the mall that you've described in the government's exhibit there in front of you was a large regional mall, probably the biggest in eastern Iowa.
Correct.
And in addition to having anchor stores like Penny's and Yonkers, I think Ward's and Sears were also there, right?
Correct.
And then interspersed throughout the mall were smaller boutique or unique shops.
Yes.
Also eating establishments in the mall.
Yes.
Can you remember any of the eating establishments in the mall?
Oh, sure. There was an Orange Julius, I believe, back then. Bishop's. Chick-fil-A. There was a pizza place, which I cannot remember the name of that place. There were quite a few. A pretzel place.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were, when you arrived at the parking lot of the shopping mall, that it took some time for you to find a place to park.
Right.
So the week before Christmas, was it a busy night?
Yes.
And as you left the mall after you and your companion had done or attempted to do your Christmas shopping, did you have a hard time finding your car?
Yes.
It was buried among other cars parked in the lot.
Yeah, we went out a different, we left from a different entrance than, obviously that we came in. And so we had a hard time finding our car because we were coming from the opposite end of the mall, walking back.
And I
Yes.
apologize if this was asked by government's counsel, but do you remember about what time you left the mall?
It was right around closing time because we stopped in to see my girlfriend, and it would have been, and I think they closed at 9 o'clock back then, so it would have been right around 9 o'clock.
Whatever closing time was.
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay.
Redirect, Mr. Harris.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mr. White, I had asked you some questions about when you arrived at Westdale Mall and having seen Michelle in the parking lot. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Could you show us on the map where you recall seeing her or seeing her vehicle? Have him describe it for the record, too. Okay.
Yeah, because we were looking for spots all along this area here, and we passed her doing the exact same thing. So it would have been right in this area in here.
Okay. And Mr. White, just so we kind of have a verbal record of where you're pointing at, would that be in the area labeled on the map as the lower parking lot, or the lower parking area, excuse me?
Correct.
And just above that and kind of diagonal from where JCPenney is located?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you saw Michelle Martinko in the parking lot?
Yes. her and the other kids, we saw multiple people we knew all kind of circling in the same area.
Okay. Did you ever see where she parked?
I did not.
Okay, so you just saw her circling in that area near J.C. Penney in the lower parking area?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You can retake the stand. As you were leaving the banquet at the Sheraton and you saw Michelle in the parking lot, do you recall if she was with anybody?
She was not.
Okay, so she was alone at that time?
Correct.
And then when you saw her again at Westdale Mall in the parking lot, was she with anybody in her vehicle at that point?
No.
Okay, so she was alone?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Additional cross-examination?
Nothing else, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. White. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Dr. Martin Miller.
Good morning, Dr. Miller. You're headed right over here to the witness chair. Before you sit down, I would ask you to pause and raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. I'm going to give you just a couple of rules for your testimony this morning. Many times in conversation, we will step on the end of the sentence of the person we're conversing with. In the courtroom, we can't do that. We need to make sure that you allow the attorney to finish the question before you begin your answer, even if you know where that question is going.
Okay.
And they'll do the same for you, and we'll ask you to use that mic so that everyone can hear you.
Okay.
Okay? So please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
It's Martin Wayne Miller, Martin, M-A-R-T-I-N, Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to get just a little bit closer to that mic or bring it to you, whichever. You can, there you go. Thank you. You may proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Miller. How are you?
Good, fine.
Okay. Could you please tell us where you currently live?
In Jefferson, Iowa,
And how long have you lived in Jefferson, Iowa?
31 years.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a chiropractor.
Okay. Now, Dr. Miller, I would like to ask you some questions from when you were younger. Would that be all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
Cedar Rapids.
Okay. Were you born in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Or I guess I should ask you, where did you attend school in Cedar Rapids?
Well, Kennedy High School.
Okay. And if you can remember, how many students were at Kennedy High School when you were there?
Probably 1,500 or a little more.
And I think I understand that Kennedy High School was comprised of 10th, 11th, and 12th grade.
Correct.
Okay, so roughly 500 students in your class?
Yes.
And what year did you graduate?
1981.
What kind of activities were you involved in during high school?
Sports and music, swing choir, concert choir. I did band my first year, cross-country, track, swimming.
You mentioned that you were involved in some various choirs.
Yes.
What years did you participate in those?
I was in the concert choir all 3 years and in the swing choir all 3 years.
Dr. Miller, did you know an individual named Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
Okay. Were you in the same grade as Michelle Martinko?
No.
How is it that you knew her?
I originally met her in a play my first year, a sophomore year. Pippin. That's when I first met her.
Okay. What role did you have in Pippin?
Just a choir member.
Okay. And so you were a sophomore at that time?
Yes.
And what year was Michelle?
She was a year older than me.
So she would have been a junior when you initially met her during that production of Pippin?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in any other activities with her as you moved through high school?
No.
Okay. How about any of the various choirs or anything like that?
Well, if she was in concert choir, then I was with her in that as well.
Okay. Now, going back to when you first met Michelle during your sophomore year, do you recall if you interacted with her or talked with her at all during that play?
Just briefly, you know, when you're waiting between scenes, you'd be sitting in the auditorium and have casual conversations. Meeting us in the hall, just hi and bye kind of things.
Okay. How would you describe Michelle's personality?
Michelle is one of the nicest people I've ever met. She's just very, very kind, always had a smile, always upbeat, always dressed impeccably, never looking down on, you know, a younger classman. Just very nice.
Okay. I have to imagine, as somebody who was an underclassman to her, maybe there's
Yeah.
a certain thrill with talking to
Absolutely.
an upperclassman,
Yes, sir.
and she was always willing to do that.
Mhm.
Now, Dr. Miller, I want to talk to you specifically about December 19th of 1979. Would that be okay?
Yes.
Okay. What year in school were you in December of 1979?
I was a junior.
Do you recall attending a school function that evening?
Yes.
What was that function?
It was a choir banquet.
Where was that banquet held?
The Sheraton Hotel.
Now, as I understand it, there's a lot of different kinds of choirs, so was this for, did it run the gamut of all the different choirs, or was there a
I had trouble
speci-
remembering that, but I think it's just the concert choir.
Okay, and do you recall how many people were at this banquet?
Roughly 80.
Okay. And this was a dinner banquet, correct?
Yes.
What type of clothing were people wearing for this banquet?
We were as dressed up as we could get. Three-piece suits and dresses and, yeah.
Were you in a three-piece suit that night?
Yes.
Okay. And would this have been a banquet that Michelle Martinko would have attended?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing her at the banquet?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with her that night?
No. Well,
Okay.
not at the banquet.
Not at the banquet, and we'll get to later, a little later on. So you saw Michelle Martinko at the banquet that night, but you didn't speak with her?
Correct.
And how long did this banquet last?
Hour and a half?
Okay.
Maybe.
Fair to say it was, you had a meal and then it broke up after that?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any particular plans for after the banquet?
Yes, we planned on going to a movie.
Do you remember what movie it was? I'm testing you now.
The Jerk,
Okay.
Steve Martin.
Who were you going to go to that movie with?
Tracy Price, Todd Bergen, and Stu Gibson.
Okay. These were friends of yours from high school, I imagine?
Yes.
Okay. Were these all members of, or all people who had attended the banquet also?
Yes.
Okay. How is it that you were going to get from the banquet to the movie?
Tracy Price, he was a senior. He had a limousine. It was kind of fun to have a high school kid with a limousine. And so he picked Todd Bergen and myself up at our houses and then drove us to the banquet.
And then he also drove after the banquet?
Yes.
Now, do you recall where the movie was that you were going to go see?
At the Stage 4 Theater.
Okay, and is that in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Yes.
Okay. Now, and do you recall what time the movie was going to be at?
No, but it was a late one.
Okay. Before going to the movie, did you go anywhere first?
I think we went to the theater just to see what was going on, what time it was going to be, and then we just went to the mall.
Okay. So you stopped at the theater,
I think so.
and then from there you went to Westdale Mall.
Yeah, to kill some time.
Do you have a recollection of what time you would have arrived at Westdale Mall?
Maybe around 8:30,
Okay.
maybe a little before.
And what was your reason for going to the mall?
Everybody went to the mall. It was brand new. And it was Christmas time. Just a place to hang out, walk around, get out of the cold.
Did you see Michelle Martinko at the mall that night?
Yes.
Do you recall how long you had been at the mall before you saw Michelle?
Maybe up to a half hour.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Dr. Miller, I'm going to have you step down off the witness stand. And I'm showing you what has previously been marked as Exhibit 1A. Now, if you want to take a second to just kind of familiarize yourself with it, is this, or can you describe what it is that you're looking at here?
Yeah, this is Westdale Mall and Edgewood Road.
Okay. Is this generally what Westdale Mall would have looked like in 1979?
Yes.
Now, labeled inside Westdale Mall are various stores. Are you able to read that writing? It's kind of small.
Yes.
Are those stores that you recall being at Westdale Mall in 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you and Tracy and Price and Todd Bergen and Stu Gibson got to the mall, do you recall where it is you entered the mall?
I believe it is up in this area.
Okay, and you are pointing at the upper parking area?
Yes.
Where did you go once you went inside the mall?
Just started cruising.
Gotcha. Because that was the thing to do as a teenager, just to hang out. All right, that's fair. Now, where was it that you saw Michelle Martinko?
I'll be down in this area.
Could I have you point to that again? And you're pointing to the area on the map, generally speaking, Paul Harris store, the closet. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay. If you'd like to step back up to the stand, you can take a seat, Dr. Miller. Dr. Miller, when you saw Michelle Martinko, was she with anyone?
No.
Okay. Do you recall what she was wearing?
Yes.
Could you please describe to us what she was wearing?
It was a black dress, probably knee length, and like a white rabbit fur coat.
Dr. Miller, if you can refer to the screen behind you, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2G. It shows Michelle Martinko wearing a what appears to be a white rabbit fur coat. Is this a similar or even the same coat that you saw her wearing that night?
I believe so.
Okay. Did you speak with Michelle Martinko while you were at the mall?
Yes.
Do you recall what you talked with her about?
Yeah, first we just said hellos and then asked what she was doing there, and she said she was looking for a coat that her mother put on layaway, that she was having difficulty finding it. We casually just asked her if she wanted to go to the movie with us because we had plenty of room in the limousine, and she said no.
Okay. Now, she mentioned that she was looking for a coat and she was having trouble finding it.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall speaking with her or helping her contact her parents?
She asked me for a dime, and I gave it to her so she could use the payphone.
Okay. How long did this conversation last?
A minute.
Okay. Okay.
2.
Do you remember how the conversation ended?
No, I don't.
Now, how was Michelle acting at the time?
Just frustrated, I think tired. She seemed like it was the end of the day for her, and she was going to head home, and I know she was going to try to contact her mother. It was shortly before 9 o'clock, and she wanted to get the coat before it closed.
Okay. Now, in your interactions with her while you were talking with her that night, did she seem scared at all?
No,
Did she seem concerned?
no,
Okay. Besides for the fact that she may have been frustrated about not being able to find this coat, did she seem upset or out of sorts?
no.
After this conversation ended, did everybody kind of go their own separate ways?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you see Michelle again in the mall that night?
No.
Do you recall how much longer you were at the mall?
Very little. Yeah. It was close to 9 o'clock. It was time to get out of the mall.
And after that, you headed over to the movie?
Yes, sir.
And you went to the movie with Tracy Price and Todd Bergen and Stu Gibson?
Correct.
What is your best estimate as to when you saw Michelle at the mall?
Probably 8:50, 8:45, 8:50.
Somewhere in that time
Yeah,
frame?
it's close to closing.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Miller. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Very briefly, good morning, Dr. Miller.
Good morning.
Doctor, at any time did you see where Michelle Martinko had parked her car?
No.
Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Anything further?
No further questions.
Thank you, sir. You may step down. Would the state like to call its next witness?
Certainly, Your Honor. The state calls Tracy Price.
Good morning, sir. You're headed right over here to the red chair. That's the witness chair. My name is Todd. Before you sit, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. Just a couple of rules when we're in the courtroom. It's important to make sure that only one voice speaks at a time. The attorneys will be asking you some questions, and I would ask you to be very mindful and allow them to finish before you begin to answer. Even if you know where their question is going, let there be just a little bit of space between their question before you begin your answer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Tracy Price, Tracy, and Price.
Thank you, sir. You may begin your examination, Mr. Merrick.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Price, I was going to point out you have a microphone in front of you.
Yep.
Just make sure you're close enough to it so we can all hear you. Mr. Price, what do you do for a living?
I work at Discovery Living. So I work with individuals with intellectual disabilities.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
I'd say for about a total of 10 years now.
Okay. Is that work you enjoy?
It is. It's very rewarding.
That sounds like it. Now, Mr. Price, I want to ask you some questions about when you were younger. Would that be all right?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you grow up?
In Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Okay. Could you kind of walk us through where you went to school in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Sure. I grew up on the northeast side. I went to school at Kenwood Elementary. Then I went to Harding Junior High School, and then Kennedy High School.
Okay. And what year did you graduate from high school?
I graduated in 1980.
Now, thinking back to high school, what kind of student were you? What kind of activities were you involved in?
I was very involved in the music department and theater department.
Any specific groups or any specific courses you were on?
No, not at the time. Just a lot, focused mainly in the music department.
Okay. Mr. Price, did you know Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Were you in the same grade as Michelle?
Yes, I was.
And how is it that you knew Michelle Martinko?
Well, Michelle also went to school at Kenwood, and then Harding, and then Kennedy.
So you attended school with her from elementary school up until high school. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Would you say you were friends with Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I would say that we were.
Okay. Were you in any of the same activities?
Yes, she was also involved in music and theater.
Now, Mr. Price, could you please describe Michelle Martinko's personality?
Always seemed to be a happy individual, nice. I think a little bit on the quiet side.
How did she treat other people in school?
She was always kind to me.
Did you see her kind to other people as well?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, Mr. Price, I'd like to focus your attention to December 19th of 1979. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Okay. Now, at that time, would that have been the first semester of your senior year?
Yes.
And did you have some type of school function that you went to that evening?
There was a music department Christmas or holiday banquet at the Sheraton.
Okay. That's the Sheraton in Cedar Rapids?
Correct, the Sheraton Hotel on 33rd Avenue.
Okay. How many people were at this gathering?
Well, it was the music department, so I'd imagine there were 150 people, somewhat.
Okay. Was this the type of function that people would dress up for?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you were wearing that evening?
No.
Okay. Would this have been a function that Michelle Martinko would have attended?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Michelle Martinko there that night?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what Michelle Martinko was wearing that evening?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe it to us?
It was a black dress, and at that point in time in the 70s, rabbit coats were popular, so she had I believe it's a calico rabbit coat.
Okay, now shortly, Mr. Price, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 2G, and it's going to pop up on the screen behind you.
Yes.
Is that a picture of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And would that be the rabbit fur coat that you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay, the coat that you saw her wearing that evening?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry if I already asked this, but do you recall speaking with Michelle Martinko at the banquet?
No, I don't recall, but it's quite possible.
Okay. What were your plans for after the banquet?
A group of friends, we had decided that we were going to go see a movie at the Stage 4 Theater.
Who was in that group of friends?
It was Todd, Bergen, Marty Miller, and Stu.
Okay. And what was the plan, or how were you going to get from the banquet to the theater?
My car.
Okay.
I was going to drive.
What kind of car did you have at the time? I think you knew you were going to get asked this question.
Yeah. It was a 1969 Cadillac limousine.
Okay. Not your typical high school car.
No.
Okay. Imagine you were proud of that car?
Yeah.
Okay. You don't still have it, do you?
No.
Okay.
Hindsight.
Okay. So from the banquet, where did you go immediately after the banquet?
From there, we went to the theater to secure the tickets.
Okay. What theater was that?
Stage 4 by Kmart West.
Okay. In Cedar Rapids?
Yes.
And then, once you secured the tickets, was the show not starting for a while?
Right. We still had some time to kill.
Okay, so what did you do at that point?
We went over to Westdale.
Okay, and that would be Westdale Mall?
Yes.
Do you recall what time you got to Westdale Mall?
Probably somewhere around 7 o'clock-ish.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Okay, now, Mr. Price, if you could step down off the witness stand, and I hope I gave you enough room to get through there. And I am showing you State's Exhibit 1A, and if you need a second to familiarize yourself with it, that's okay.
Okay.
You think you got it?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you please describe what we're looking at here?
It's a top view of Westdale Mall.
Okay. And is this Westdale Mall how you would have remembered it in 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at Westdale Mall with Todd Bergen and Marty Miller and Stu, do you recall where it is you went into the mall?
We went in the entrance down here by Yonkers.
Okay. And then, do you recall where you went once you were inside the mall?
We started walking inside and we went up to, we went into B. Dalton's.
Okay. As you were moving through the mall, did you see any students, fellow students, or anybody that you knew?
When we came back out of B. Dalton's, we ran into Michelle.
Okay.
Out there.
Could you show us on the map where about it was that you ran into Michelle Martinko?
I would say it was right around in here.
Okay. And just so we have a record of it, you were pointing at this area outside the stores as they're marked on the exhibit of Paul Harris, Noble Shoes, Limited. Would that be fair to say that's where you saw her? Mm-hmm. And who were you with at that time?
Was with Marty and Marty Miller, Stu, and Todd Bergen.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Price. You can retake the stand. Okay. Now, when you saw Michelle Martinko, was she with anybody?
No.
Okay. Did you stop and talk with her?
Yes.
Okay. What did you talk about?
Well, of course, just greeted her, and then she explained that she was trying to find a coat that her mom had put on layaway for her.
Okay. Do you remember if she had been able to find that coat or not?
No, she seemed to be a little confused as to which store it was in.
Okay.
So she was out there looking to put money down on the coat.
Okay. And how long did this conversation last?
Probably just a few minutes.
Okay. Anything else from the conversation that you remember?
No.
Okay. How did the conversation end?
Well, actually, a couple of guys decided that they had to go to the bathroom, so they left, and then we went in with her to one of the stores to see if her coat may be on layaway in there.
Was she successful in finding her coat when she went to that store?
No.
Okay. After you left that store, how much longer were you with Miss Martinko?
Probably just a few more minutes.
Okay, and then you parted ways?
Yes.
Okay. Now, during this time that you were with Michelle, again, she wasn't with anybody else, was she?
I think about the time that we did come out of the store, a friend of hers and a friend of his, we did run into them out in the mall.
And did you know either of those individuals?
Just kind of through conversation, I found out that Andy was her boyfriend or former boyfriend at the time.
Okay. And when you say Andy, are you referring to Andy Seidel?
Yes.
So while you were speaking with Michelle, Andy Seidel and a friend of his came up to talk with her as well?
Right.
Okay. Now, while you were talking with Michelle, did anything seem out of the ordinary?
No, I didn't get that impression at all.
Did she seem like she was scared at all?
No.
Did she seem concerned?
Nope.
Did she seem upset?
No.
I guess if you were to describe your conversation or interaction with her, did everything just seem kind of typical?
Yeah. Pretty lighthearted.
Okay. Now, when you parted ways with Michelle, do you recall how much longer you stayed at the mall?
We went up to Eby's, which was all the way down at the other end of the mall by J.C. Penney, and Marty had said that his girlfriend purchased him a sweatsuit, so we went down and he showed us that, and then we headed all the way back the other direction to the car.
Yeah. And shortly after that, you went to the movie?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see Michelle again at any point after you had parted ways from your earlier conversation?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Price. No further questions at this time.
Thank you.
Yes, just briefly. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
This is late mid-December 1979. It was cold out that night, wasn't it?
Yes.
And notwithstanding what you were wearing, Michelle Martinko was wearing this, I think you called it like a calico fur coat.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
And was she wearing that coat inside the mall as well?
Yes.
When you went to this store with her looking for the coat that she was looking for, did she show you some money?
Actually, she showed, when we came back out of the store, she showed us, she had a wad of bills, and that's what she was going to put towards the dress, or the coat that she was looking for.
At any time when you and your distinctive automobile pulled into the Westdale Mall parking lot, did you see her car in that parking lot?
No.
So I take it from that you didn't see her enter the parking lot?
No.
Had you and your companions gone to the theater I think you may have testified about this, gone to the theater before you went to the mall?
Yes.
And then would you have returned by way of Edgewood Road, or what route would you have taken to get back to the mall?
Probably Edgewood Road to Williams Boulevard.
Okay. And those are the two main thoroughfares that kind of abutted Westdale Mall. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Thank you.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Price. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will adjourn. We will be in recess until 1:30 this afternoon. So I would again ask you to keep in mind that admonition. Don't make up your mind. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. But we will stand in recess until 1:30.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Okay, so that was the morning session. So let's just recap here because there was a lot that happened. We got to know Michelle through their testimony. Let me move myself over here. All right. So yeah, we got to know Michelle through this testimony. I thought there was some pretty good stuff here. So first up was Jane Hansen, who was her friend. Jane Hansen, she knew Michelle since elementary school. They had been in the choir, the women's choral, concert choir, and baton twirling, or twerking as the CC brought up. Thought that was kind of funny. She mentioned Mike Wyrick and Andy Seidel, who Michelle had dated. So I think the defense is going to go that route, that one of those two, especially Andy, had dated Michelle for a little while, and he didn't quite want to be broken up with. He still had feelings for Michelle. So I think that's where defense is going to go with this. But we'll see. But that's what I think. It's the first time we see the evidence of Michelle's black evening dress, and also she had a posed, more professional photo. A lot of the photos we're seeing, her graduation photo, but we saw her more posed, professional with her hair down, not the Farrah Fawcett. So I know chat was all over the Farrah Fawcett references and stuff. Yeah, I figured this would be an interesting one, not only because of the time difference and gap, but also I know a lot of us are, probably pretty familiar with this time of our lives, if you will. Being teenagers in the late 70s, early 80s. I figured this would bring up a lot of memories for us. All right, Michelle we heard this often. Michelle was very nice, loyal to her friends, loyal to her boyfriends, had a good school attendance, had a lot of close friends. She was planning on going to Iowa State and studying interior design. She was outgoing in her element, which was choir and baton, but day-to-day classes she was more subdued. So we're getting this picture of Michelle. She wouldn't gossip due to her older sister and mom. She didn't go down that road. So I guess she wasn't like a typical... I guess they were trying to say she wasn't a typical teenager who didn't gossip because she saw her older sister, whose name is Janelle. She didn't want to gossip. Her sister was a little bit older, and she was married. So that night of December 19th, it is the 19th, right? Let me just make sure I got that right. Okay, so December 19th, which is pretty much right now, they got ready to go to this concert choir event. And then afterwards, they were going to go to the mall, but Jane was kind of had a flu, so she went home, and she asked Michelle for a ride. But Michelle wanted to go to the mall, and as we found out later, she wanted to go get a coat that her mom had put on layaway. So I'm sure Jane is like kicking herself for not, for not going to the mall with her, because Michelle would have had backup. She would have had a wingman, a wing woman, a wing person. So then Michelle's mom called Jane in the middle of the night, said something's wrong. She was asking where Michelle was. She figured she met some guy, but I'm like, well, I thought Michelle was this good girl. Why would she be hooking up with this guy? But they didn't really go after that. I would have thought defense would have gone after that, but they didn't. She was told the next day at her baton twirling, whatever practice, that what had happened to Michelle. And then Cross came back in with her relationship with Seidel. And I think that's where they're going to go with this, because we heard throughout other testimony, what was up with this Andy Seidel. Was he a disgruntled boyfriend? They talked about their favorite spots to go. Andy wasn't quite over this relationship. They would cruise First Avenue after football games. They would go to drive-ins, that kind of stuff. And then Redirect came back. She was going to the mall only to pick up a coat. So they solidified that she was going to pick up a coat that was on layaway for her mom. And then Redirect was also, yes, Michelle would talk about Andy. She still had feelings, but was a bit annoyed that he wouldn't let it go. So nothing too spectacular there. Then Jeff White came up. And Jeff White went to Kennedy. Everybody went to Kennedy High School. And he had known Michelle since the 9th grade, since junior high. So He was fun. He sells heavy equipment. He's a sales guy, so he was he was the silver fox, if you will. So he was pretty cool. He was in choir and baseball. He knew Michelle. They were in the same grade. They were an acquaintance but not friends. He says Michelle was a very sweet girl, very friendly, but not particularly outgoing. They attended this concert choir at the Sheridan in Cedar Rapids. He wore a tweed sports coat with the leather patches. He said everybody dressed up at the event. So it was, of course, Michelle had a nice black dress on and this rabbit fur coat. So she wasn't, she was dressed up for a reason. He was going to go to the mall to hang out with friends. He said he arrived there around 7:45. He did see Michelle leave the event, the choir banquet, and then he saw her looking for a place to park at the mall. He went inside the shop with his parents. His girlfriend managed the store, so they visited her. And then we heard about Tracy Price, Todd Bergen, Marty Miller, and Tammy Benzing, and some others, but we'll hear from Tracy a little bit later. Tracy with the cool limo. He saw Michelle talking to Tracy and Todd from a distance, but he did not speak with her. And then he had a hard time finding his car when they left, and they left around 9 o'clock. We found the mall closed around 9. So whatever happened to Michelle happened after 9. And then Dr. Marty Miller, he lives in Jefferson now. He's a chiropractor. He graduated from Kennedy in 1981, and he's a year younger. He knew Michelle in the play Pippin. As a sophomore, Michelle was a junior. He said they spoke briefly, during the play, and he said Michelle was really nice. She didn't look down on younger class people. He attended the banquet at the Sheridan as well. He said there were roughly 80 people. Now here's something interesting. He said 80, but then Tracy said 150. It's a pretty big difference, but if you're trying to get your story straight, one says 80, the other says 150. It's almost double the amount of people. He said Michelle was one of the nicest person I've ever met. So again, Michelle just is coming across as this really sweet. You can see in her picture. I mean, she's just a sweet looking kid, you can look at her eyes, her smile. She's just a really sweet looking person. He saw Michelle, but he didn't speak at the event. I do not know if Andy is alive. I'm not even sure if they're going to call him. They may call him. Because they pinned it on him, I believe. He was the main suspect for many years, or at least initially. Excuse me. He saw Michelle at the mall about a half hour after arriving. She was by herself in the black dress and the rabbit fur coat. So she was dressed. She looked really nice. They said hellos, and she said she was looking for a coat her mom had put on layaway. They were going to go see The Jerk, the movie The Jerk with Steve Martin, but she declined. She was tired and frustrated, and she wanted to contact her mom before the mall closed because she's looking for the store. Her mom didn't tell her which store to go to. And then we heard from Tracy, who works with individuals with intellectual disabilities. He grew up in Cedar Rapids. He graduated Kennedy in 1980. He was mostly in music, but he also was in theater, and he was in the same grade as Michelle. And he went to Kenwood, Harding, and then Kennedy. So a lot of these kids, who knew Michelle went elementary, junior high, and then high school. He said Michelle was always happy, nice. She was on the quiet side, but she was always kind to people. So again, the picture that's being painted is she's just a really sweet person. Now, he's the one that said he attended this banquet, the concert banquet at the Sheridan, but there were 150 people that attended. He said everybody dressed up. He did see Michelle at the event, and again, she was wearing the black dress and rabbit coat. And his friends Todd, Stu, and Marty were going to go see The Jerk. And he's the one that drove because he had a 1969 black Cadillac limo. So that's an awesome car to have as a senior. He said they got to the mall around 7-ish, whereas Jeff said that they got there at 7:45. So a little bit of a difference. Michelle was not with anybody, and she was going to get a coat for her mom. So again, they're just all collaborating this information. The conversation, he said, only lasted a few minutes. And he said some of the guys went to use the restroom, but then he and Tracy went into this random store to try and find the coat, and the coat was not there. Or it wasn't, that wasn't the right store. They parted ways after that, and he did see Andy, Seidel, and one of Andy's friends show up and talk to Michelle. So again, that's where the police, I'm sure, based on that, probably interview Andy, and I hope we do hear from Andy. She did not seem scared, concerned, or upset, and then they left the mall and they went to go see a movie. And then cross was just, I thought this was significant. In cross, they said, did she show any money? And Tracy said, yes, she had a wad of money, a wad of bills, and she was going to buy the coat with that. So I'm thinking, and OnlyFans said, where are they going with this? I'm thinking, well, maybe they're trying to show, maybe she was robbed, by somebody. So I think that's where they're going. All right, so that was a recess, and we're going to pick up still trial one, and we're going to hear from some more people. So let me call that up. What do you guys think so far? Let me know what you think in the comments, chat. What do you guys think so far? Is this an interesting case? I thought it was. I thought a lot of people would identify with the time in their lives, being a high school at that time, young adult, Farrah Fawcett. I think we all, if you grew up at any point in the 70s like that, I'm sure you know exactly what they're talking about here. All right, let's get back into court. Looks like we have some closed captioning. So back into court we go.
The record will show that parties and counsel, as well as the jury, have returned to open court after the noon recess. The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Todd Bergen.
You're headed to that red chair, Mr. Bergen. Thank you very much. Watch the step. Before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and be seated. I want to remind you of a few rules that we have in the courtroom. Many times when we're in regular conversation, we will interrupt the person with whom we're conversing. When we're in the courtroom, because we have a court reporter taking down every word that's spoken, it's essential that we have only one voice speaking at a time. So please let the attorneys finish their questions before you begin your answer, and I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to let you finish speaking before they ask the next question.
Thank you.
All right. And would you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
My name is Todd Bergen, Toddbergen.
Thank you. You may examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And if you could keep that microphone
Sure.
close so
Thank
we can
you.
hear you. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Harris.
Mr. Bergen, where do you live?
I live at 3190 Old Orchard Road in Cedar Rapids.
Okay. And how long have you lived in Cedar Rapids?
Except for college, I lived there my entire life.
And what is it that you do for a living?
Currently the Vice President of Commercial Real Estate for Skogman Companies.
And how long have you been, in real estate?
About a year.
Okay. Prior to that, did you work in a different field?
I did. I was a Vice President at Transamerica Insurance Company, and I retired in January of 2019.
Okay. So now in retirement, you've started another job?
I got tired of being retired. Yeah.
Understand.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Bergen, I'd like to ask you some questions from when you were younger. Is that all right?
Please.
Okay. Where did you go to high school?
Kennedy High School.
And is that located in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, sir.
What year did you graduate?
1981.
And while you were at Kennedy High School, were you involved in any activities, sports, or clubs?
I was involved in theater and music.
Were you involved in theater and music throughout high school, or what grades did you do those activities?
Yes, all through high school.
And Mr. Bergen, did you know Michelle Martinko?
I did.
How did you know Michelle?
I knew her through high school choir.
Were you in the same grade as Michelle?
No.
Was she older than you, younger than you, or?
Pardon me. She was younger. I'm sorry. She was older than I was.
Okay. How many grades older?
I believe she was a senior when I was a junior.
Would you say that you were friends with Michelle Martinko?
In passing, just mainly through choir.
through the activities that you did?
Correct.
Did you talk with her at school?
If we saw each other in the hallway, we'd say hello, but nothing in detail.
Okay. Could you describe Michelle?
She was beautiful. She was very outgoing. Talked to everyone, very well liked as far as I could tell. That would be about it.
Okay. So even as an underclassman or someone younger than her, she spoke with you?
She was very polite that way. She was very kind with her time.
Now, Mr. Bergen, I'd like to ask you specifically about December 19th of 1979. Do you recall that day?
I do.
The evening of December 19th, 1979, where were you at?
We had a choir banquet at the Sheraton Hotel on the south side of Cedar Rapids.
And was that for the entire choir?
I believe it was for the entire concert choir, the senior choir, the most senior choir.
Do you recall how many people were there?
Maybe 80 to 100, I suppose, maybe.
And what time did it start, generally?
Between 6 and 7 o'clock, I would expect.
So it was kind of a dinner banquet, would you describe it as?
That's correct, right, correct.
Would this have been a function that Michelle Martinko would have attended?
Yes.
And did you see Michelle Martinko at the banquet?
I don't recall seeing her there, no.
Okay. I do recall seeing her later in the night.
Yes.
Okay. How long, generally, did that banquet last?
I think it probably lasted an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours at the most.
Did you have plans for after the banquet ended?
Yes, I was going to a movie with friends.
Who were you going to go to a movie with?
With Tracy Price, Marty Miller, and Stuart Gibson.
Was the plan to go immediately to the movie after the banquet?
I think the plan was to find out what time the movie started from the Sheraton, and then when we found out when it started, we went to the mall because the movie started after 9 o'clock.
Okay. So you had some time to kill before the movie started, so you decided to go to the mall?
Correct, right.
Which mall was it that you went to?
It was Westdale Mall.
Do you recall what time you got to the mall?
I don't exactly recall, but it was, it had to be before 9. I assume the mall was closing at 9. I believe the movie was 9:15, so probably 8:30, I suppose.
Was there any other reason for going to the mall other than to just kill some time as a high school teenager?
No, it was proximity. It's close to the theater. Yeah.
Now, while you were at Westdale Mall, did you see Michelle Martinko?
We did.
Okay. Do you recall how long it was after you arrived at Westdale Mall that you saw Michelle?
Not exactly, but we entered from the south end of the mall by Yonkers and were just walking around, so it must not have been that long, maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Do you recall where it was that you saw Michelle in the mall?
I do. It was at the stairs at the middle of the mall. There was a set of stairs that went to the second level. It was at that stairwell.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, Mr. Bergen, I'm going to have you step down off the witness stand. I'll give you a second to get familiarized with what's in front of you. Okay. Mr. Bergen, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A. Could you please tell us what you're looking at?
This is an overhead of Westdale Mall.
Okay. Is that how Westdale Mall would have looked in 1979?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in looking at that exhibit, can you show us where it was that you encountered Michelle Martinko?
We encountered her, it would have been in this area, in these center stairwells.
Okay. And you are describing kind of a middle portion of the mall where the main walkways intersect?
That's correct, but there's a main area here, where the stairs, I believe, were, and would have been in this area.
Okay. What are some of the stores that was located near?
Tobacco Bowl, Endicott Shoes. rings and things.
Okay, so those stores are listed on the map, and that's where you recall seeing Michelle Martinko? Okay. Thank you, sir. You can retake the stand. Now, when you saw Michelle Martinko, were you still with this same group of individuals that you'd come to the mall with?
Yes, sir.
So you were still with Tracy Price and Marty Miller and Stu, and what's Stu's last name?
Stu Gibson.
Okay. Was Michelle Martinko with anybody?
Not that I recall. As I remember, I think she'd just been on the telephone and when we met with her.
Okay. Do you
Mr.
recall?
Harris, I'm so sorry for interrupting, but we've just had some really loud noise from next door, and I'm going to see if I can put a stop to that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So I apologize for the interruption, Mr. Harris. Go ahead.
Not a problem, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Bergen, I believe I just asked you, was Michelle Martinko with anyone when you saw her?
Yeah, correct, not that I recall.
Okay. Do you recall what Michelle was wearing that night?
She was dressed up, we were all dressed up because we had been to the banquet and it was more formal. Not precisely.
Okay. But she was in nice clothes that evening?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you speak with Michelle that night?
We did. We stopped and spoke with her, I think, right after she was on the telephone.
Okay. Do you recall what you talked with her about?
Small talk to begin with. Why was she at the mall? And she was there to pick up a coat. She told us that her mother, I believe, had put on layaway. And we were going to the movie, so we invited her to the movie. And she said, no, she had to get this coat. She had a large wad of cash that she was going to use to pick up the coat. So she told us she couldn't join us.
How long did this conversation last?
Just a few minutes, just 2 or 3 minutes, I suppose.
Okay, and do you recall how the conversation ended?
That she was on the phone, couldn't reach her mother. I believe she was still trying to reach her mother, so she was going to be on the phone again. And so we left and just kept walking around the mall.
Okay. Now, in your time talking with Michelle, did anything seem out of the ordinary?
No, well, other than the large amount of money that she was holding, that was surprising. But no, otherwise, nothing I can remember.
And that was just surprising to see a high school student with a considerable sum of money?
Yeah, exactly.
And she explained that she was going to use that for this coat that she was looking for a Christmas present?
Correct. Said that her mother had put it somewhere and she had to go pick it up.
Okay. But other than that, nothing seemed out of the ordinary with Michelle?
No.
Did she seem upset at all?
No.
Did she seem concerned for her safety?
No.
Was she scared at all as you talked to her?
Not at all.
So it was otherwise just a normal interaction between teenagers at a mall?
Correct, yep.
Now, after you parted ways with Michelle, did you see her again at Westdale Mall?
I think we may have seen her as we were walking around, but we didn't stop and talk or anything. I think it was just seeing her.
So no more conversations with her that night?
No, sir.
And do you recall what time you left the mall?
I don't know exactly, but it was probably just prior to 9 o'clock.
Because you had to get to your movie?
Correct, but it was very close.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Bergen, I have no further questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. Just a few questions. Good afternoon, Mr. Bergen.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bergen, in the time that you saw Ms. Martinko at the Westdale Mall, and this, as you described for the men and women of the jury, this would be in the lower level of the mall.
That's correct. Mhm.
And the mall consisted of mainly 2 levels.
A total of 2 levels, yes. Mhm.
And there were anchor stores at either end of the mall. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
And I think, as portrayed in the government's exhibit, there's a Yonkers at one end, Penny's at another end.
Correct.
There were eating establishments interspersed within the mall itself. Yes?
Yes. Mhm.
And while you and your companions were there at the mall, did you stop and have anything to eat?
No.
Just walked around, killed some time, and then got ready to depart for the movie?
Correct.
In the time that you saw Ms. Martinko in the mall, did you notice anything in her hands other than this wad of money that she showed to you?
No, and if I may, the wad of money was in her pocket.
I
And she
see.
pulled it out and put it back in her pocket, yeah.
Other than that, did you see anything else in her hands?
No.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Further examination, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Merlin Winkler.
Good afternoon. Before you take your seat, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. When we're in the courtroom, Mr. Winkler, we have to be especially careful not to interrupt the person if you're being asked questions, as you will be, to make sure that those questions are completed, and then pause, take a deep breath, and then begin your answer. I want to make sure that there's some space between the two speakers so that we have a clear record. All right? We tend to walk all over one another when we're in conversation, and we can't do that in here. All right?
All right.
Okay. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
First name is Merlin, M-E-R-L-I-N. Last name is Winkler, W-I-N-C-K-L-E-R.
Thank you. You may examine the witness, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Winkler, where do you live?
I'm currently residing at 741 Colonial Drive, Collinsville, Virginia. I've been there a little over 27 years.
And what do you do?
Currently, I'm unemployed, but I have done various jobs, everything from construction to bartending to a guide fishing and hunting service.
Okay. Sounds like you've kept busy over the years.
I've tried to stay occupied.
Mr. Winkler, I want to take you back in time a little ways to the year 1979. Is it okay if I ask you some questions about that time
Yes, sir.
period? In 1979, did you live in Cedar Rapids, Iowa?
Yes, I did.
And how old were you in 1979?
In 79, I'd have been approaching 20 years old. I graduated from high school in 1977.
And where did you go to high school?
Tyndall Tabor High School, and that's in Tyndall, Tyndall, South Dakota.
So you're not a native of Cedar Rapids, are you?
No, sir.
Okay. When was it that you moved to Cedar Rapids?
I moved there in 79. I want to say it was in May of
And
79.
What was it that brought you to Cedar Rapids?
A friend of mine, a high school friend, best friend, actually he was my best man at my wedding, he had moved to Cedar Rapids. He was a meat cutter and a meat manager, and he had moved there to take over managing the meat department at a new Barlow's food store. And I was in South Dakota in a factory job, wasn't happy, and he called me and said, there's a lot of work in Cedar Rapids. If you want to come here, I already got an apartment, you can move in with me, and so that's what I did.
So you moved there in May of 79?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you stay in Cedar Rapids?
Not long, sir, approximately 7 months.
So what month would it, or I guess what month and year would it have been when you moved from Cedar Rapids?
It would have been in December of 79. I actually stayed in Cedar Rapids over Christmas, but after Christmas, I moved back to South Dakota to enter college.
Now, when you lived in Cedar Rapids, where did you live?
I lived in a little apartment, and it's been 40 years, so if you could look at my previous testimony, you could probably tell me the address, and I could affirm what it is, but...
Well, how about this? Who did you live with at the time?
I lived with my friend Larry Zenick.
Okay, and this was the friend who had told you about all the work in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Winkler, while you lived in Cedar Rapids, did you know Michelle Martinko?
I didn't know her. I met her through a friend of mine, Andy Seidel.
Okay, so the name Michelle Martinko is familiar to you.
The name is familiar,
And-
and I have met her. I had met her twice.
Okay, so you wouldn't say you were friends with Michelle, you knew her through somebody else.
Correct.
And I believe you said you knew her through your friend Andy Seidel.
Correct.
How is it that you knew Andy Seidel?
Andy worked at Barlow's grocery store with my friend Larry Zenick, and they were good friends, and so being as I moved in with Larry, I eventually met Andy, and we became good friends.
So in '79, when you were in Cedar Rapids, you were hanging out with Andy on a regular basis?
Yes, because he eventually quit working at the Barlow's grocery store, and he took a job at the same place I did, D&B Enterprises, selling vacuum cleaners door to door.
How does that work?
It didn't work well.
I believe you may have already said this, Mr. Winkler, but how many times did you see or meet Michelle Martinko?
I met her twice in the whole time I was in Cedar Rapids.
Was one of those times December 19th of 1979?
Yes, sir.
And I'll just ask you generally at first, what were you doing kind of in the evening of December 19th, 1979?
Andy wanted to get a Christmas present for Michelle, and he had asked me if I wanted to go to the mall, helping him pick out a gift for Michelle. He already knew the gift he wanted to get her, a fiber optic light, and so I went to the mall with him because I'd never been there. I was new to town, I didn't have any money, so shopping wasn't a big thing on my agenda at that time.
Was this Westdale Mall that you were going to go to that evening?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall what time in the evening that you would have gone to Westdale Mall?
Andy picked me up at my house about roughly 6:30 in the evening. We had both run some calls that afternoon, and he asked me if I would go to the mall and help him pick out a gift for Michelle. And we left my apartment approximately at 6:30. Andy came over and picked me up with his vehicle to go to the mall.
Now, once you were at Westdale Mall, did you happen to run into Michelle Martinko?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And did you expect to see her there that evening?
No, we didn't.
Okay. And is that because Andy was there to buy a present for her?
Correct.
So he obviously didn't want her there if he was purchasing a gift for her.
Correct.
Where in the Westdale Mall did you see Michelle Martinko?
It would have been the main level of the mall, approximately in the middle of the mall. There were like a food court there, and we stopped there to get a soda, and we were drinking that soda, and all of a sudden Andy saw Michelle coming up down, and he said, "Hey, there's Michelle. Let me introduce you to her again," because the only other time I'd met her was he brought her over to our apartment one time, and they stayed 10 to 15 minutes. So I really, I didn't know her, and so he was going to reintroduce me to her. He was really fond of her, and
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Mr. Winkler, I'm going to have you step down off the witness stand. And I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A. If you want to take a second and familiarize yourself with it. Now, as you look at State's Exhibit 1A, does this appear to be an overhead picture of Westdale Mall?
I'm assuming that's what it is, yes, sir.
Okay. Well, as you look at it, does it appear to be Westdale Mall?
It's 40 years, I'm sure it is.
Okay. If you were to look at some of the stores that are listed on there, there's a J.C. Penney, there's some other stores. Were those stores that were at Westdale Mall in 1979?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, Mr. Winkler, as you look at Exhibit 1A, could you show us where it was that you came across Michelle Martinko?
I would say it was in this general area of the mall, right in here, in the main court.
Okay. And Mr. Winkler, is it fair to say you're pointing to a spot where kind of the main walkways intersect?
Correct.
Okay, and did you just, how did you describe that area when you testified earlier?
It was the main part of the mall where people walk, and there was a food court there, and we met her in the main part of the mall. We got up from our seats from the food court and walked out to the main part of the mall to meet her.
Okay, thank you, sir. You can retake the stand. Mr. Winkler, do you recall if Ms. Martinko was with anyone when you saw her?
Yes, she was.
Okay. Did you know any of the people she was with?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Generally speaking, can you describe them?
There were 3 guys, and for some reason I thought there was another girl with them, but they were all dressed up like they had been at an event or some kind of function, and they were all together.
Okay. Did they appear to be the same age?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what Michelle was wearing?
Yes, she was wearing a black dress.
Okay. Did she have any type of jacket on?
I don't remember.
Okay, but you do recall her wearing a black dress that evening?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you and Andy went up to talk to Michelle, do you recall what you talked about?
Oh, just small talk in general. Andy mentioned that we were there at the mall shopping for a gift for her, a Christmas gift, and he made the comment about that he brought me along as a lookout to make sure if by some accident we ran into her at the mall, that I could watch and make sure where she was at so she wouldn't see what store he went in to buy her a gift.
And how long did this conversation last?
I would say maybe 5 minutes.
And where did you go after you were finished talking with Michelle?
We went to a gift shop on the 2nd level of the mall to buy a gift for her.
Okay, and do you recall what that gift shop was called?
Not right offhand. It's in my testimony. It was a small gift shop, sold black lights, odds and end gifts, things of that nature.
If I told you it could be Spencer's Gifts, does that ring a bell?
That does ring a bell. Yes, sir.
Now, after you had left Michelle to go to Spencer's Gift, did you see her again that night?
No, sir.
Okay, did you see her anywhere else in the mall?
No, sir.
Okay. When you were speaking with her for that brief period of time, did anything seem out of the ordinary with Michelle?
No, the people she was with, they looked like they were having a good time. The conversation was friendly, just average young people small talk.
And once you were, or maybe once Andy was done shopping, did the two of you leave the mall?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, sir.
Questions for the witness, Mr.
Thank you
Spies?
briefly. Good afternoon, Mr. Winkler.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Winkler, when you and Mr. Seidel went to the Westdale Mall, Mr. Seidel wasn't expecting to see Michelle there, was he?
You're correct. He was not expecting to see her.
I mean, the whole purpose, as you've explained for us, is that he went there to buy her a Christmas present, and I guess to make it a surprise, didn't want to run into her there.
Correct.
So when Mr. Seidel saw Michelle Martinko at the mall with these 3 men and maybe another young woman, was he upset by seeing her out there?
No, he wasn't.
Did he say anything to you later on about being upset that she was there and he wasn't expecting her to be there?
No.
All right, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Redirect, Mr. Harris.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. You may step down. State may call its next witness.
State calls Charles Andrew Seidel.
Good afternoon, Mr. Seidel. You're headed over to the witness chair, the red one. Please mind the step. And before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Just a couple of things before we start with your testimony. It's important in the courtroom that only one voice speak at a time, so I'd ask you to pay close attention to allow the attorneys to finish their questions before you begin your answer. All right? Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My name is Charles Andrew Seidel. Charles, C-H-A-R-L-E-S. Last name Seidel, S-E-I-D-E-L.
Thank you. You may examine the witness, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Seidel. And can you tell us how old you are?
I just turned 60 last month.
Where do you currently live?
I'm sorry?
Where do you currently live?
I live just south of Washington, D.C. in a little town called Leonardtown on the Maryland side.
Okay, what's your current occupation?
I'm a DOD contractor in support of Marine Corps Aviation.
How long have you held that position?
About 10 years.
Just want to ask a little bit about your background then. Can you tell us what you did before that? Just kind of lead us back a little bit.
Sure. So the 30 years before that was I served on active duty with the U.S. Navy. So I'm retired active duty Navy.
And what locations were you assigned to during that 30 years with the Navy?
There was a lot. Mostly Florida and various locations in California. I did do an overseas tour for about 3.5 years in Sicily.
When did you join the Navy?
May of 1980.
And where did you go to boot camp?
Orlando, Florida.
Right. So after boot camp, then you had those various assignments up until you retired?
I did.
And been a DOD contractor for the last 10 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Seidel, I'm going to take you back in time a little bit here, okay? I want to ask you about December of 1979. Where were you living at that time?
I was actually attending school and living at home with my folks in Marion.
And where is Marion? Whereabouts?
It's a suburb, I guess you would call it, of Cedar Rapids, so they share a joint border together.
So it's in Lynn County as well?
It is in Lynn County, yes.
Okay. I don't know if they'd like being called a suburb of Cedar Rapids. You said you were a student. Where'd you go to school?
This was at Coe College, small school in Cedar Rapids.
How long had you been there as of December of '79, if you can give us a guesstimate?
Oh, that was my first year, so I guess September-ish when I started, so just a few months in.
So were you just getting involved in the general studies of college at that time?
Initially, yes, so it was all just kind of a basic liberal arts. Wasn't really sure where I was going to go at that point.
Okay. Were you working, too?
I was working in the produce department at a supermarket called Barlow Foods.
And where was Barlow's located?
It actually was on the line between Marion and Cedar Rapids. I think it was properly on the Marion side of the line.
Did you do any other odd jobs at that time or have any other occupation?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Where did you attend high school?
Linn-Mar.
And since we are in a different county than Lynn County, can you tell us where Linn-Mar is generally?
I think it actually sits outside of the city limits of Marion, as I remember. But it more or less encompassed the rural areas surrounding Marion, not including the Cedar Rapids area.
Okay. Approximately how old were you in December of 1979?
I would have been 19.
And so in December of 1979, you told us you were living at home with your folks, working at Barlow's, and going to Coe College. Anything else going on in your life then?
I think that was about it. That was a lot.
Seems like it. Did you know an individual by the name of Michelle Martinko at that time?
I did.
How did you know Michelle?
I mean, we met a couple of years before, and we dated, and then I guess we're just close friends.
As of December of '79, you mean?
Yes.
All right. Was there a point when you were boyfriend and girlfriend with Michelle?
I would say, yeah, in the traditional sense, we were kind of boyfriend, girlfriend at one point. And then I think as we grew older, we kind of understood that our paths were not going in the same direction, but it didn't mean that we couldn't still remain good friends.
As of December of 1979, how long would you say that you had known Michelle?
Oh, probably 3 years.
I'm going to test your memory here now. Do you remember how you met her?
I do, because it's something I do very badly, and that's roller skate.
Okay.
So we actually met, there was a roller rink, I don't know if it's still there or not, but just right on the kind of the Marion Cedar Rapids line.
Super skate?
I think that was exactly the place.
Yeah, I don't think it's changed since then. Tell us about that experience, what you recall.
Well, I went there with a couple of my guy friends, and I was struggling very hard trying to stand on these 8 wheels and just was being very unsuccessful at doing so. And then this young girl came up and asked if she could help me overcome my obstacle of these 8 wheels and kind of get me going. So, and that's kind of how we met.
So she felt sorry for you?
I think that's exactly what it was.
Okay. How long after that first meeting did you guys, you think, start dating or just become an item, if you can recall?
I mean, initially it was kind of just meeting at the roller skating rink and refining my skills and talking, and then when we both realized we had a passion for pizza, I think is when the dating actually started, when we discovered that we both like Shakey's a lot.
Great. And so did things just kind of evolve from there?
They did.
Tell us, if you would, about Michelle. Start with, what do you remember about her personality?
Oh, she was very outgoing. She was the kind of person that would never afraid to talk to a stranger. She was always willing to help anyone that needed help. I mean, it's hard to characterize someone as good and as pure as she was in terms of how she would treat others.
Did she have a sense of humor?
She did.
Okay. Did you guys joke around a lot with each other?
Oh, we joked around all the time.
And it sounds, based on what you've already said, but was she pretty fun to be around?
Oh, yeah, yeah. I don't know of anybody that ever met her didn't enjoy the time they spent with her.
Was she intelligent?
Very.
Religious, if you remember?
She was, yeah. I mean, that's one of the things she liked to do, was read me passages from the Bible, and we'd talk about it, what it really meant in today's terms. And she enjoyed poetry. So those were a couple of things that we continue to share up until the end.
It's pretty deep for 18 and 19-year-olds.
It is. But it was, I don't know that was something she shared openly with others, but something that kind of we had.
What do you remember about her physical appearance?
I mean, she was physically fit, I mean, healthy. I guess I don't really understand how to answer that question completely. I mean, she was in good health, physically fit.
Yeah, I guess I meant kind of more like, what did she like to wear? What, those type of things.
All right, that's a different question in my mind.
It is.
Okay, so, yeah, I mean, she had a very keen fashion sense for trends that were going on at the time. She spent lots of time with hair and makeup and and having a very nice fashion sense, was always dressed very nice. And she liked shiny stuff. I mean, she liked jewelry and things that sparkled. But she never dressed inappropriately, right? I mean, so everything was very, I guess, timely is the word I want to say.
Mr. Seidel, I want to show you a photograph that's already been previously accepted into evidence. It states Exhibit 2F, which will shortly be appearing above you. Mr. Seidel, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it?
We were at I don't remember where it was at. Can I have a second?
Sure.
I don't remember if it was a dance at her school or mine. I think it had something to do with a school thing. You know, proms are typically done in the spring, so it probably wasn't that. I really don't remember where the photograph was taken.
Did you guys go to some school dances together while you were boyfriend and girlfriend?
We did.
Do you think this picture was taken while the two of you were then actively dating and in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
I would say so, yes.
Mr. Seidel, I want to take you up to the night of December 19th, 1979, but I'd like you to give us an idea, and I know this is reaching back a ways, but to the best of your recollection, about what was the status of your relationship with Michelle by that point in time?
I would say I would just categorize it as close friends. We both knew that we had reached that crossroads in our lives where one of us was going to go one way and the other one was going to go the other way. And I think out of mutual respect and care for each other, we didn't want to compromise the other's path. But yet, there was no reason for us to part ways in a bad way, right? We could still remain good friends. We did share common interests, and that's just kind of the way it went. We just kind of grew apart as we evolved, growing into adulthood.
So, would you say then you weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, but you were still close?
I would say that is true. We still went to Shakey's Pizza on occasion.
Okay, all right. Do you remember the night of December 19th, 1979?
I do.
What were you doing that night?
Well, I had an opportunity to go to the mall and hopefully get in and out and purchase her Christmas gift without her seeing me or knowing what I got.
What mall are you talking about?
It was the Westdale Mall in Cedar Rapids.
It's our understanding that it was new at that point in time, that
I
mall.
believe it's like its first year.
So you decided to go to Westdale Mall to get her a gift.
Yes.
Did you know what she was doing that night?
It had something to do with some kind of awards banquet or some kind of choir thing that she had going on. So therefore, that presented me with the opportunity to get in and out of the mall unseen by her.
So did you expect to run into her at the mall?
I did not expect to run into her at the mall.
Did you know what kind of gift you were going to get her?
I did. She wanted, I guess back in the late 70s, these lights that had the fiber optic things on the end that changed color. That's what she wanted.
I mean, that's not like a lava lamp or something, right?
No. It was kind of new stuff that was out.
All right.
Because she was kind of a trendy person, and that was kind of a trendy thing to have, was this light.
Okay, so you had in mind the light.
Yeah.
Did you know where you were going to get it?
The only place that I knew I could get it was at the mall at a place called Spencer Gifts. They carried a lot of novelty items like that.
It's a good way to describe Spencer Gifts. Okay, who'd you go to the mall with? Anybody?
Murray Winkler.
And how did you know Murray?
I knew him jointly through a friend I worked with at Barlow's.
How long had you known Murray, if you recall?
It wasn't that long, a few months.
And so whose idea was it for you guys to go together? Did you call him up? Were you just hanging out? Do you
No,
remember?
I called him up. I mean, we talked before, and he mentioned that he still had a couple of things to pick up for the holidays. So I said, hey, I'm going to the mall. You want to ride along?
So you and Murray went to the mall with the idea of going to Spencer Gifts to pick up this fiber optic light. Is that right?
Yes.
When you got to the mall, do you have any guesstimation at all as to approximately what time you got there?
I would say anywhere between maybe 7:15 at the latest. So right around the 7:00 p.m. timeline.
Now, when you got to the mall, did you have an opportunity to run into Michelle?
I did.
Can you tell us about the circumstances under which you saw her or ran into her?
Well, I mean, Murray and I, as I remember, entered to there's like an upper level and a lower level. And we kind of entered in and out of the corner of my eye, I saw her. I mean, she was fairly easily recognizable with the blonde hair, and she had on a white rabbit coat that I recognized. So, I mean, it was immediately apparent, to me that she was down there. And I'm like, holy cow.
And so was that on the lower level then?
That was on the lower level.
All right. I'm going to get out an exhibit here really quick, Your Honor. Can I approach the exhibit and
You
try to
may.
get it set up? Mr. Harris does this alone pretty well. So. Okay, Mr. Seidel, if you don't mind coming down here for us, I'm going to put you to the test now. So am I. Mr. Seidel, so this is a photograph that's been previously accepted into evidence as State's Exhibit 1A. It's been described as the Westdale Mall, approximately how it appeared in 1979. So if you would, to the best of your ability, now looking at this, is the lower level of Westdale Mall. Tell us where you think that you first saw Michelle.
This is the lower level.
Yes.
It was a large open area, I remember that.
Up here is JCPenney's on the top, and then to the left and the cross there is Von Mauer. The right is Montgomery Ward's.
I would have to say it's probably right in the center section, as I remember, because there was some plants and a bunch of other stuff down there too. Some tables and places to sit.
Okay, sure, you bet. And so, is this also have some restaurants and whatnot down there?
It did, there was some places to eat down there, the Orange Juice Place, and a couple of those other mall venues were down in that area.
Were you eating when you saw Michelle, or were you
No,
just...
I was walking in with Murray.
Okay.
There was no eating, this was a mission, to get the lamp and get out.
Okay, all right, and you got caught right away. Okay, so, you saw Michelle, where did you end up talking to her?
I did.
Okay, can you tell us where you and Murray then ended up talking to her?
It was right in the same place.
Okay, great.
So we came to her.
For the record, down here, you pointed to the area surrounded by Endicott shoes, but it has the great hot dog experience, World's Nut House, things like that. That's what you're talking about?
Yeah, that area, yeah.
Okay. Well, perfect. Now we're in the mindset, so you can go ahead and have a seat there, Mr. Seidel, and ask you some more questions. Well, so tell us why you decided to approach her instead of trying to go get the fiber optic and leave, I guess.
I was spotted.
Okay, all right. Well, what happened when you saw her then? Did you just go make contact or
Well,
what?
Murray and I went down, I don't know if we remember if we went down on the stairs. I think there was an escalator there. I don't remember which route we took, but just went down to her and said, hey, wasn't expecting to see you here. I'm going to go back up and go get your gift. Please don't follow me.
Okay. All right. Did she seem agreeable to that?
She seemed agreeable to that.
All right. When you saw her, do you recall if she was talking to anybody or with somebody?
As I remember, I think there might have been a couple of people down there that she might have been talking with. And they were kind of dressed up too, so they may have been people from the choir thing. They were younger people. But by the time Murray and I actually arrived where she was at, they were gone.
I see. So did you see her talking with them? By the time you showed up to talk to her, they had parted ways, basically?
Yeah.
Based upon your conversation with her, did she make any indication to you as to her then existing state of mind to meet you later or talk to you later, or I guess give an indication of what she was going to do that night?
Not really. I mean, she mentioned to me that would it be okay if she gave me a phone call, right? And I said, sure, why not?
Okay.
But there was nothing that triggered any alarm bells in my mind in terms of her behavior or state of mind at the time.
Okay, and I think you anticipated my next question here. What do you remember about her demeanor that night?
I mean, she was just kind of happy, glad to be at the mall because she loved the mall.
Okay. How did she look? What was she wearing or whatnot?
I mean, the only thing I can definitively remember is the rabbit coat, right? I mean, the rest of it is gone from my memory. I can't remember anything else.
So, you said that she didn't seem like she was bothered or otherwise anxious about anything?
No.
How long did you talk to her, you think?
I would say less than 2 minutes. It was very brief.
And after you parted ways with Michelle, then now if I remember Westdale Mall, you have to go up the stairs to get to Spencer, right?
That's correct. I had to go back upstairs.
So you went up the stairs. Did you look back, see what Michelle did, or
Nope.
did you indeed purchase this fiber optic light?
I think I did, yes.
Okay, all right. After that, what'd you do?
Went home.
Did you and Murray do anything, or that you can recall, or?
Yeah, I want to say, okay, because, I mean, I was a college guy, Murray was a single guy, and I want to say there was a place that had some exotic dancers or something, and Murray wanted to swing through there and see what that was all about. And I think that was a very disappointing thing for us, and we left.
Okay.
And then I'm pretty sure we either went straight to his house or there was a little neighborhood tavern right close to his house. We might have stopped and had a beer because we both like to throw darts as well. So we might have popped in there real quick, and then I took him home, and then I went home.
All right, so you went back to your folks' place in Marion after that, then?
Yep.
All right. Sounds not like it was an atypical night for a couple guys that are 20 years old. So it wasn't an atypical night for a couple 20-year-old guys?
I would say no.
Andy, so after you went home for the night, did you have any contact with Michelle's parents later that night that you recall?
Yeah, at some point in the evening, Michelle's mom called my parents home and wanted to know if I had heard anything from her. And that's when I said, no, I hadn't heard anything. And this had now kind of exceeded that threshold timeline. And when she said she was going to call, but I mean, she isn't going to call, she isn't going to call. I had no concern at that point until her mom called me.
Okay, that was going to be my question. So, because she said she might call you, but she didn't, and you weren't particularly concerned about that, at least at the time?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So her mom called your house, and, I mean, you weren't able to report where she was?
Right.
Right, okay. So what happened next then? What did you do, if anything, at that point?
I don't think we really did anything at that point.
And what happened later that night, if anything?
There was another phone call, as I remember.
Okay.
And now I could tell her mom was very upset and very worried that something wasn't right.
Was she still looking for Michelle?
Yes.
And were you able to report any more updates on her?
No, I still hadn't had any contact with her. She hadn't tried to contact me.
So at that point in time, Andy, what did you do, if anything?
Well, I asked her if she wanted me to maybe get in the car and drive around and see if I could maybe possibly locate her. And she was agreeable to that, and this was getting pretty late. I mean, this was probably close to midnight maybe, right? It was pretty late. And I knew that some of the young kids went to a local bar called Gatsby's. So I said, well, maybe I'll get in the car and go. And my mom was up, and she was still she was now kind of concerned about it. She goes, well, let me ride along, and I can be a second set of eyes to help spot the car, because she knew the car as well.
Okay.
So I said, sure, come on along.
So where was Gatsby's then in relation to, I guess, Marion, the east side of town, those type of things?
Okay, so it was, I want to say it was on the west side of town. Marion is kind of situated east of the Cedar Rapids line. And then the mall was clear on the far west end of town. And then Gatsby's, kind of the dividing line in Cedar Rapids is the Cedar River, right? So you got the east side, east of the river, west side, west of the river. So this Gatsby's place was not too far from the river. So it might have been about halfway between the river and the mall. I'm guessing maybe from my mom's house, maybe 7 miles, 8 miles maybe.
Okay.
I mean, it wasn't that far.
All right, so did you drive by that location?
We did.
All right. And what were you looking for?
I was looking for the Buick.
Okay. And we've seen some pictures of that. And did you see the Buick?
No.
All right. Did you look anywhere else?
The only thing I could possibly think of was just to kind of keep an eyes open on First Avenue, which is kind of the main boulevard in Cedar Rapids, just to see if I could see anything on the way back. I couldn't think of any place else that I would have thought to look.
We're going to show you a photograph here really quick, Mr. Seidel. I think this has been received as State's Exhibit 4D or C. Mr. Seidel, do you recognize this?
Yes, that's the car.
Okay. Was that the car that Michelle was known to drive back then?
It was.
Were you looking for this car on First Avenue as well?
I was.
Did you ever see it?
Did not ever see it.
How long do you think you looked for Michelle's car?
It wasn't very long. It might have been an hour, maybe. I mean, because at that hour of the night, almost every business that I could think of that she would possibly go to, they were closed. So where my head was at is that she had to be driving somewhere.
So were you able to find the car at all that night?
No.
Did you end up going back home?
Went back home.
And at some point in time, after you went back home, did you go to sleep for the night or stay up?
No, I went to sleep for the night.
And the next day, did you find out what had happened to Michelle?
Yes, I was contacted by the Cedar Rapids police.
Mr. Seidel, do you know, or did you know of any person in December of 1979 with whom Michelle was having some kind of conflict or from whom she feared violence?
No, no one.
Your Honor, that's all I have for now.
We are going to break. We're going to break for about 15 minutes. And I remind ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the admonition, don't make up your mind, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. We will stand in recess for 15 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right. While we're on a break there, I'm going to just do a brief little recap. So let's see. We just heard from Charles Andy Seidel, and before that was Merlin Winkler, or Murray, and then before that was Todd Bergen. So let's run through their testimony. So Todd Bergen, he lives in Cedar Rapids. He's a VP of real estate, and he graduated in '81. He was a year younger than Michelle, and he knew Michelle in passing and from the choir. He said she was very beautiful. Well, not very. He said she was beautiful, outgoing, and she talked to everyone. She was very polite and kind with her time. He did not see Michelle at the banquet. And then he was going to go to the movie, which was The Jerk, with Tracy, Marty, who ended up being Murray and Stewart. He said they had time to kill, so they went to the mall, and they got to the mall around 8:30-ish. He said he saw Michelle at the stairs in the middle of the mall. Michelle was alone, and she was wearing the same clothes as they had seen her at the banquet, which was the black dress and the calico rabbit fur jacket. He spoke to her about the coat that she was going to buy from her mom. They invited her to the movie, and that's when she showed them a large wad of cash. They said it was about a 2 to 3 minute conversation, and that she was on the phone talking to her mom because she's trying to figure out, hey, Mom, where's this store that I'm supposed to pick up this coat for you? And then Cross came in, and he said there was nothing else in her hands, and he clarified that the money was in her pocket. It's not like she was walking around like with this big wad of cash. She had it in her coat pocket. So, let me, if you guys have any, yeah, lovely Beth. She is gorgeous. First time seeing a picture of her. She was a very outgoing young woman. So if you guys have any questions, tag me so I can see them. All right, so next up was state witness number 6, Merlin Winkler. He lives in Virginia. He's unemployed, but he's been a bartender. He's been in construction. So he graduated high school in South Dakota, 1977. So he's a little bit older. He moved to Cedar Rapids in May of '79, but he left in December, right after Christmas. And he knows, the reason that he's up on the stand is he knows Larry Zenick. He lived with him, and Larry's the one that brought him over from South Dakota. And he met Andy, and Andy is an ex-boyfriend of Michelle's from working in the meat department at Barlow's, which was a food store. He said he spoke to Michelle twice. He said they all went to the mall around 6:30-ish, and they saw Michelle because Andy was going to purchase a gift for Michelle. They saw her in the middle area. He said that he saw Michelle with some people, but he didn't know who those people were. He said maybe 3 guys and maybe a girl, and they were all dressed up as if they were at a very nice function. Michelle had on the black dress, but he doesn't remember the coat. He said they went to have some small talk, and Andy said he was shopping for her, and Merlin was the lookout. He was the side man. They said the conversation lasted about 5 minutes, and then they went to the second level to buy a gift, which we found out they ended up going to Spencer's. And then they left the mall. Cross was Andy was not expecting to see Michelle because he was going to buy a gift for her, and Andy was not upset about seeing Michelle with the 3 guys. And then next came Andy Seidel, Charles Andy Seidel. Now this guy, as he got to talking, I'm like, there's no way that this guy would ever harm anybody. He was let alone Michelle. So his testimony was, she was on a payphone, not a cell phone. Kids, but a payphone. Back, probably a probably touch tone. Maybe it was rotary. So Andy Seidel, he was ex-boyfriend. He's a defense contractor. He's a retired active duty Navy. He attended Coe College as a freshman. He worked at Barlow's Food in the meat department. He attended a different high school. He was 19 years old in December of 1979, and he dated Michelle. But as they grew older, he said their paths were going in a different direction. And he met, and this one was close to home, and I'm sure a lot of you guys, they met at a roller rink. They were roller skating, and how many of us have stories about roller skating? He said he was very awkward, and he didn't say awkward, but he said he was having a hard time, and that Michelle came up to help him because she felt sorry for him. He discovered that they had a passion for pizza. So they would go to this pizza joint often. He said she was very outgoing. She was never afraid to talk to a stranger. She was very helpful. He said it's hard to characterize somebody as good and pure as her. He said she had a sense of humor, and they joked around all the time. He said everyone that met her enjoyed the time that they spent with her. He said she was very intelligent, and he said a lot of people didn't realize this, but she was religious, and they read Bible passages a lot, and they were trying to figure out how that conformed to 1979. He said that she enjoyed poetry. He said she was physically fit and healthy, but she had a keen fashion sense. She spent lots of time with her hair and makeup. She liked shiny stuff, which he ended up saying jewelry. He said she did not dress inappropriately. So again, the defense is trying to go down that she was wearing this, maybe slinky dress, and she was provocative. She was a good looker. And I hope the defense doesn't go there with that, meaning she asked for it, but we'll wait and see about that. And then he was shown the picture of the two, and he got a little choked up, a little emotional. And I think he didn't know what it was, if it was prom or homecoming. But they were dressed up, and he had like the corsage, yeah, and she had the boutonniere on. He said they attended school functions as boyfriend and girlfriend, but as the status of the relationship in December of 1979, they were just close friends. He said they wanted to remain friends, but as they grew apart, they just realized that their paths were taking different routes. But they still went to Shakey's Pizza on occasion. It's so nice that they could connect on pizza. They have a passion for pizza. He went shopping for Michelle's Christmas gift, but he didn't he knew that she was at this banquet, so that's why he wanted to go there and, quickly get in and out before she showed up without being seen. And he ended up going to get a fiber optics lamp at Spencer's, because Spencer's was one of those stores, if you all remember. It was pretty cool, lots of really cool nicks and knacks, and just fun, fun, trendy things. I love Spencer's. So a fiber optics lamp, which was had these long, thin fibers, and at the ends were these lights. So it was kind of like this thing. And I think if you blew on it, it would kind of do this. It was pretty cool. He went there with Marie Winkler. They got there around 7:15-ish. They were on the second floor, and they saw Michelle on the lower floor. They made their way to her because they got spotted. He said they did. He saw that she was talking to a few people, and he was dressed up. But the friends were gone by the time Andy got down to her, and he said she seemed to be okay. Nothing triggered him to think that she was upset. She seemed happy and to be glad that she was at the mall. He just remembered she had on a fur coat, not the dress underneath. He said they spoke for just a few minutes. And then he said that Murray wanted to go to an exotic dancer's place, but it was disappointing. And then he says he thinks that they went to a bar to grab a beer and throw some darts, but he wasn't 100% sure about that. And basically what 20-year-old men do, on a whatever weekend night. He then went back to his parents, and then he got called. Michelle's mom called later that evening, so it must have been maybe around 10 or 11. And mom was very worried. And so then he got in his car to drive around. He said it was around midnight when they drove around, and he went to check out Gadsby's bar. Thought maybe she might be there. Andy's mom came along because he knew what car it was. It was a Buick. He said they drove around for about an hour, and he said most of the businesses were closed, so there was really nowhere to look. So he thought she must be driving, so he couldn't find her. So he went back home and went to sleep, and then he found out the next morning from the Cedar Rapids police. So that's where we are right now. So if you guys have any questions, drop them in the chat, and we're going to pick up on the next chunk here. This is going to conclude day one. So this is going to conclude day one. This also has closed captioning. So I shall play the finale of day one.
The record should reflect that the jury, as well as counsel and Mr. Burns, have returned to the courtroom. Mr. Seidel has resumed his seat on the witness chair, and we are ready to hear cross-examination. Mr. Spies, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Seidel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Seidel, you've given us a kind of a broad picture of your relationship with Ms. Martinko. In December of 1979, were you and she kind of comfortable with the status of your relationship, that is, you were going your separate ways?
Yes.
And you still continue to communicate, though, as friends? Is that a fair characterization of it?
I'd say that's accurate, yes.
You weren't upset with her, or she wasn't upset with you?
No.
Okay. So what I'd like to direct your attention to is the week before December 19th, okay? And I don't know if that rings any bells with you at this point, but I'm going to try to help you remember, okay? Were you feeling sick the week before December 19th?
There's no way I can recall that.
Okay. You remember back in 1981, at the early stages of this investigation, being interviewed by the then Lynn County Attorney, an assistant Lynn County Attorney, and a couple of investigators for the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
I vaguely remember that, yes.
Eugene Kopecky, Denver Diller, do those names ring a bell?
No.
All right. So if I were to show you what's called a transcript of your interview, would that help you remember?
Sure.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just take a minute to look at the cover sheet of this and see if that helps you remember what you may have been doing in this investigation back in March of 1981.
Well, I would have been in the Navy at that time.
All right? And do you remember being interviewed at the Lynn County Courthouse in Cedar Rapids?
I think so, yes.
All right. And before you came into court here today, did you have a chance to look through this transcript?
I did.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you just a few questions about some of the things that you were asked back in 1981 and see if that helps you remember, all right?
Okay.
So in the course of being investigated and being questioned in 1981, were you asked about how you were feeling the week before December 19th? December 18th?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Did you tell the investigators at that time, in 1981, that you'd been suffering from the flu?
Is it in the document?
I can say that it is, yes.
I don't, I got to tell you, I don't remember. That's something that just is not sticking in my mind.
All right. So importantly, were you feeling well enough, though, on December 18th to go to the mall to do some Christmas shopping?
Yes.
And in fact, you went to the mall and you encountered Ms. Martinko there, just as you've told the men and women of the jury?
Yes.
All right. And in the week before that, did Ms. Martinko tell you that she said that someone had been watching her, following her out of the store that she was working in, and that she was worried about that?
I don't recall that.
Do you remember reading it in your preparation for your testimony today, reading the transcript?
I might have. Again, I didn't scrutinize the material that closely.
Let me show you page 38 of that transcript and the highlighted areas there. Take a minute to familiarize yourself with that and see if that helps you remember.
Yeah, maybe this is true.
So having looked at page 38 of the transcript of your interview in March of 1981, does it help you remember that Ms. Martinko was concerned about someone who had been watching her at Brooks, the store that she worked at?
I mean, this is what it alludes to, but again, I don't remember that this particular thing might have been said in passing, and it didn't appear to really bother her in any way, maybe past an initial statement, right? Again, that there was no alarm bells going off in my mind that she was under any threat.
So let me ask you this then, Mr. Seidel. Having read what you've read that's highlighted on page 38 of that transcript, are you saying that doesn't help you remember, or the statements that you gave under oath in March of 1981 was not accurate?
I guess it doesn't help me remember that much.
Having been recorded under oath in March of 1981, is that an accurate recollection of what you said back then?
I would say yes.
Okay. And tell us what you said back then about the concern that Ms. Martinko had that she told you, starting with the question and your answer starting at line 5.
Line 5. Did she ever tell you that anyone was ever watching her or following her out of Brooks where she was working? Yes, as a matter of fact, she did. She mentioned that there was someone that had been watching her out there. Did she describe the person? She said, yes, it was, the guy was
Excuse
protesting.
me, sorry, I just want to interpose an objection for anything further than what the question that Mr. Spees asked is hearsay at this time.
Is past recollection recorded, Your Honor?
The objection will be overruled. You can proceed.
Okay, I'm at line.
She said what?
The guy was grotesquely ugly.
And did she seem intensely bothered by this?
She did seem intensely bothered during that week because she was quiet, really quiet, and did not have a whole lot to say to me during the week before her death.
Thank you. And she reported this as concern to you about 4 days before she died?
That's what the document says.
That's what you said, right?
Yes.
And in the 4 days leading up to when you saw her at the Westdale Mall the day of her death, was she quiet during that week?
We didn't spend a lot of time together, so that's very difficult for me to say one way or the other, simply because the opportunities we had to actually get together were few and far between.
During that week beforehand?
During that week beforehand.
Was she still concerned enough about what she had told you that she didn't seem very happy when you saw her at the mall?
I don't understand the question.
Sure. I apologize for wording it awkwardly. When you saw her on the day that you went, on the night that you went shopping for a Christmas present, did she seem that she was still apprehensive or quiet about this concern that she had told you about 3 or 4 days earlier?
The idea behind the concern she had never surfaced, right? It was not a topic of discussion that occurred between us. So therefore, I can't assess what it is you're asking me in terms of, was it affecting her state of mind at the time?
Were you asked in March of 1981, Mr. Seidel, whether she seemed glad to see you at the mall when you went shopping for the Christmas present?
I don't remember that.
Would looking at the transcript of that interview help you remember?
Yes.
Page 43. I'm going to show you page 43 of your interview. And let's start with question line 23. Just read it to yourself, please.
Did she seem happy?
No, just read it to yourself. All right. And then following up on the bottom of the page, where you ask if she seemed worried. And then finally, where you ask whether she seemed happier than she'd been during the week before that you described, meaning the week that you described when she was concerned about this guy that had been watching her. And what did you tell the questioner in response to that?
Am I to respond now?
Yes.
I said no,
That she didn't seem happier.
that she didn't seem happier.
So we know that after Ms. Martinko's mother called you and asked if you had seen her or could, and eventually helped find her, when you were looking for Ms. Martinko and you said you went to Gatsby's, did this concern that she had told you about the week before enter into your mind when you were looking for her?
No, I could not make any correlation between the two.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Redirect.
Just a couple things. Mr. Seidel, here in court today, did you remember what you had said in 1981 about what Michelle had said in 1979 before being shown as transferred?
No.
And then, I'm in the same area of the transcript that Mr. Spies showed you. Sorry, my microphone wasn't on. You were also asked back in 1981 if Michelle seemed to be worried about anything. Do you remember what you said in response to that? Or do you remember at the time if she seemed to be worried about anything?
I don't remember.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I were to show you the transcript where you were asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Page 43, line 25. So back in 1981, you were asked, seemed to be worried about anything in reference to Michelle. If you could just read this to yourself first. Do you remember what you said now, or does this help refresh your recollection?
It does.
And what it did? What was your answer at that time?
No, not in particular.
So when you were asked in 1981 whether she seemed to be worried about anything, is it your recollection at least, and consistent with your testimony, that she didn't seem to be worried about anything in particular back then?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any additional cross-examination?
Sure. Mr. Seidel, just further on, as you told the men and women of the jury and us, you were asked if she seemed happier than she had during the week before, and you said no. And then did you, were you also asked at page 44, you said that she acted like something was wrong, and your answer was she did, but that evening I was not really in much of a mood to talk, and I just didn't want to have that great of a recollection of how she actually was that evening because I wasn't really too talkative. Is that a fair summary of what you said in 1981 as well?
I'd say fair.
Thanks. Nothing else.
Anything further with Mr. Seidel, Mr. Maybanks?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Seidel. You may step down.
Thank you.
The state may call its next witness.
The state calls Kurt Thomas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. You're headed right over here to the witness chair. Mind the step. Before you sit, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. Just a couple of rules that we have in the courtroom. We can't speak over one another, so please wait for the lawyers, to finish their questions before you begin your answer. And make sure that you focus on that microphone a little bit so that we can all hear your testimony. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
My full name is Curtis Todd Thomas, Curtis.
And your last name, please.
Thomas, Thomas.
Thank you, sir. You may begin your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas. I'm Nick Maybanks. We've talked over Skype before, but never in person. Thanks for being here today. Can you tell us, first of all, how old you are?
I'm 57 years old.
And where do you currently live?
In Bartlesville, Oklahoma.
What do you do in Bartlesville, Oklahoma?
I own 2 companies.
All right.
I have a fencing company and a dry ice blasting company.
And how long have you been a business owner?
Since 9/11, I was in aviation, and 9/11 kind of killed that industry, and I went into construction. I've just kind of been there.
Okay.
Governor, may we encourage the witness to move the microphone closer?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry to talk over you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, tell us a little bit about yourself. First, where were you born and raised?
Newton, Iowa. And my dad graduated Ames very shortly after my birth, and we moved to Bettendorf. And I lived in Bettendorf till I was 6. Then we went to Peru. That's when the economy kind of took a turn. Then we moved to Galesburg, was there for a very short time, and I went to Cedar Rapids when I was in 6th grade.
Okay. And why did your family come to Cedar Rapids, if you recall, in 6th grade?
My dad got a job for Bush Hog Cross.
Did you start school then when you came to Cedar Rapids?
Yes, sir. I went to Franklin Middle School.
All right. Where were you living then on or about December of 1979, if you remember?
1516 Sierra Drive in Cedar Rapids.
And in Cedar Rapids, we always put the quadrant after our address, don't we? The side of town, right?
Yes, northeast.
Northeast, right. And being on the northeast side, in that area, is that why you ended up going to Franklin?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In the area where you live then, does that mean that you go to Kennedy High School or Washington High School?
I literally lived on the other side of the boundary.
Okay.
The kids on the across the street went to Washington, and I was the only kid that went to Kennedy. So all of my friends that I had grown up with were going to Washington, and I found myself at Kennedy.
Oh, you had to go to Kennedy. So you had to make all new friends. And
yeah, I didn't know anybody.
Was that difficult?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Well, I want to ask you a little bit about that time period here. We're already talking about it. In December of 1979, so to the best of your recollection, how old were you?
I was 16.
Right. And what class were you in, or what grade level were you in?
I was had just started my junior year at Washington High School. I had just transferred.
So you went to Kennedy for a couple years, and
Yes,
then okay, then you ended up going to Washington. All right. Were you working too?
Yes, sir.
Where were you working?
I was working at a store called the Chess King as Christmas help at the new mall.
And I remember Chess King, but can you tell us a little bit about what Chess King does, what their specialty is?
Specifically young men's clothes, jeans, shirts, and jackets. No shoes. It was young males, no more than 25, 30 years old would be out of there.
And I want to talk a little bit more about that time period, but just to fill in the gaps for us, you said you're out in Bartlesville. I'm having problems saying that. I'm sorry. What did you do in the interim period there between Cedar Rapids and Bartlesville? Did you move away?
I joined the Marines,
Okay.
and it took them almost 8 or 9 months to get me in because they were pretty full at the time.
Okay.
So I had joined and was just waiting, and spent a full tour in the Marines, got out. Then I worked for General Dynamics Electronics Corporation in San Diego, and then I went back into the Marines. They called, so I must honorably discharged twice.
Oh, great. Okay.
And I stayed out there. I owned Ambassador Limousine Company. Came to Oklahoma to learn how to fly a specific airplane. You have to get what's called a type certificate once a plane gets big enough, fast enough, heavy enough. And met my wife and wound up staying.
Okay. All right. Well, good. We filled in the gaps there.
Yeah.
So now that we know about you, I want to take you back to that 16-year-old Mr. Thomas, or maybe you went by Kurt at the time.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about Kurt. At 16, did you know a person named Michelle Martinko then?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about how you got to know her?
I got in some very, very minor trouble at school, I think being late or something, and I was going to have to go to detention. And a teacher named Mr. Irby that ran the theatrics, he gave me the option of going to be in the play. And so they put me in a technical aspect, was where I would go instead of going to detention.
Okay. You were punished by being put in the play?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just to clarify, is this when you're still at Kennedy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you're a sophomore at Kennedy, and you got assigned to do some technical stuff in the play, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So tell us more then. Is that how you got to know Michelle?
Yes, sir. I was told what to do and taught what to do, and then it came rehearsal time. And so I was doing what I had done several times before, but all of a sudden it's the first rehearsal, and I'm standing just off stage in between curtains. So there's a curtain to the left and a curtain to the right, and I'm standing there waiting to do my thing, and boom, Michelle shows up.
Oh, really?
And she's standing right next to me, and it's just us, you know, and it was 5, 6, 10 minutes, you know, just standing there. And she had this incredible smile, and she just started talking to me. I think she could tell. I mean, she was a big girl. I was a sophomore. So she started chit-chatting with me and stuff like that. And that occurred 3 rehearsals and then probably 2 productions of the play. I remember standing there the first time she came out for dress rehearsal in the costume that she was going to wear, and her going out on stage, and then I can't remember what I did. It had something to do with changing over the set.
So after that encounter then, you became friendly with Michelle then?
No, I mean, I knew her. I would see her around at school, and then I saw her once out in Cedar Rapids. We were somewhere on the main strip. I can't remember what that street's called, First Avenue or whatever. And I believe I was at a pizza place. And I had switched schools.
Okay. So this is after the sophomore year, maybe into the summer or
So I
something?
didn't see Michelle after the play unless I saw her, but we didn't talk.
Did you talk to her like during the play then? Or like while you guys were?
Yeah, when we're waiting, I mean, we got more and more friendly every time. And then I switched schools over the summer to Washington. And when I ran into Michelle, she was like, "Where'd you go?"
Okay.
It was like I disappeared. And she invited me to a party.
Okay. And just to clarify, we heard a little bit about this alleged play. Is this Pippin?
Pippin.
Okay.
Yes, the play was called Pippin.
All right. So you ran into her and you said you guys talked about a party?
Yes, sir. She invited me to a party. She was leaving the restaurant. I was coming in. Saw each other, and she just was like, "Hey, by the way, there's a party." Gave me the address. I had a hard time finding it. It was on a part of town I didn't know, more towards the northwest end of town.
Okay. All right. And so you ended up going out to that party that
Yes,
night?
I did, with a friend.
And you see her there?
Huh?
Did you see her there?
Yes, I did.
All right. I want to ask you just a little bit more about Michelle. When you saw her, I mean, did she always talk to you?
Yes, I mean, she always starts out with a big smile and a very friendly welcome. When I showed up at the party, I asked for her. And she came up smiling and greeted me.
Was that party sometime in the summer months then, or do you recall?
It was not a summer party.
Okay, all right, I didn't mean to put.
Because I had a coat on.
Was that during the school year then, after you had changed?
It was, yes. I was currently at Washington when I went. Because the person I was with, I don't remember who was from Washington.
So after that party, did you have a chance to run into her again at another occasion?
I ran into her on December 19th.
Okay. Let's talk about
1979.
Let's talk about December 19th, 1979. What were you doing that night?
I was working at the Chess King, and our store didn't have that much foot traffic. The boss had just let, her name was Kim, she let some people go early because standing around. And that's what I was doing. I was standing 6 inches out into the lane of the mall, just standing there waiting for a customer to come along. And Michelle walked up from the center of the mall, and I saw her at the time she saw me, but I didn't recognize her. I just saw a pretty girl walking, and then I got the smile.
Okay.
And when I could tell she was smiling and looking at me, it hit me, and I thought, oh, wow. And she was really dressed up.
What do you mean? What was she wearing? Do you remember?
She was wearing a calico rabbit fur coat and a high heels and a black dress, all decked out, hair done up. Her hair was always done up, though.
Okay. Did you interact with her then?
Oh, yes. She was smiling as she was walking up. She was like 2 stores down when she saw me, smiling the whole way, walking up. Then I started smiling, and I was like, hey. And, I really don't think I knew her last name at that point. I mean, I knew her first name. It was like, Michelle, and it was all smiles and everything, but then somebody walked into the store. And I said, just a minute, and she's like, oh, okay. And I took care of the person briefly in the store, and she waited.
I want to show you a picture really quick here, Mr. Thomas, and see if you recognize the photograph. This is State's Exhibit 2G again. Mr. Thomas, is this a pretty good depiction of the way Michelle looked that night?
Yes.
And when you talked to Michelle, you said you asked for a break so you could...
I told her to wait a minute because I wanted to talk to her. I dealt with the customer, which didn't take very long. They weren't buying anything. And then I went back and I talked to her very briefly. And I said I was going to ask for a break. Would she wait for me? And she said yes.
Okay. What happened after that?
I walked into the back. My boss was doing some kind of admin thing with a bunch of papers. You remember the old green printer sheets with the tear-off sides?
Yeah.
She's going through all that. And I asked if I could take a break, that there was nothing going on, and she said, okay. She picked up her stuff and came out into the store. There was a island in the center of the store where the cash register was. And a customer came into the store right at that time, and Michelle had walked over to the right side of the store, and she was standing there waiting for me. And I walked up, I dealt with that customer real quick. I was worried that I hadn't locked up the coats. There was a coat rack there that had leather coats on it, and there was a cable that went through them, and I had waited on somebody, and the entire time I'm standing there thinking, I didn't lock the coats up.
Okay.
Or did I lock the coats up? And I remember at one point Michelle thought I was looking at her. Okay. And I'm thinking, is this guy standing there going to run off with one of the coats?
Okay.
And so I walked up to the guy, told my manager I was going to take a break, walked up to the guy, realized he wasn't doing anything. I realized that the coats were unlocked, locked them real quick, and then Michelle and I turned. When I say to the right, if you're in the store looking out to the front, the right would be your right hand. And we walked off that side, and I took a break with her.
Okay. Where'd you guys go?
We walked to whatever the big department store was on that side of the mall. We went up, and on the other side from where the Chess King was, we walked across that side. We went to the center of the mall, and I got something to eat.
You remember where you got something to eat?
I want to say it was an Orange Julius.
If you could give us an idea of approximately what time you think this was where you took your break.
I don't know. And the reason I don't know is because I think of it in blocks of what happened over the night. I spent approximately 40 to 50 minutes with Michelle from the time I saw her to the time we said goodnight. And I want to say there was time enough for me to wait on 2 or 3 people before the mall closed.
And what time did the mall close back then, if you remember? Was it 10 o'clock close because of the holiday season?
I don't know that I can answer that question. It was the holidays, and I was a 16-year-old kid, and I knew what time I had to be at work, and they let me off work when they let me off work. And, I mean, I just didn't think about things in that frame of mind.
But it was toward the time of closing, you think?
I closed the mall.
Okay.
Yeah, I closed up with my manager and locked up the store and did the cash register, and then we left.
And that was after the 40 to 50-minute break you took with Michelle?
Yes. So I was there was some amount of time for me to wait on 3 or 4 people and then close the store. And I remember helping my manager pull down the thing that goes in front of the store, the wire mesh deal, and helping her lock that because I had to stand on it so she could turn the key.
Let's talk about what happened on the break with Michelle there while you're at the Orange Julius. Did she spend the whole time with you there on the break?
Yes.
Okay.
100% of the time.
And during that break, what observations, if any, did you make of her demeanor that night? How she was acting, basically?
Very friendly at first. Then I was asking her questions about the party that she'd invited me to, and she was just answering them. And then we talked about where I had gone, that I was at Washington. She said she was looking forward to graduating and going to Iowa State. And I told her, I said I was born in Ames, and my dad went there, and he's a little disappointed that I'm joining the Marines. Or at the time I was considering it. And she laughed about that and said she was looking forward to going there.
You said friendly at first. Did her demeanor change towards the end of your conversation? Or?
Well, our conversation started out chit-chatty. When we sat down with the food, the first thing I asked her was, what happened with that guy at the party?
Oh. Okay.
So it was a pretty pointed question, and she answered and said she wasn't dating him anymore and that she had dated another guy and he wasn't much better.
Oh, okay. So she was talking about boy issues?
Yeah, not boy issues. It's just like I dated that guy, it didn't work out, and I dated another guy, and that really wasn't working out. And I couldn't figure out whether or not she was talking past, present, or whatever, but it wasn't enthusiastic.
Did she seem particularly bothered or concerned about either of these gentlemen?
No, dismissive.
Okay. What was her demeanor other than that? Did you detect anything else from her?
Well, I mean, when we started talking about the reason why I transferred and where I had gone and what I had been going on and doing, she was more uplifted then. I mean, now we were talking about something that was more pleasant than an ex-boyfriend.
Okay. Did you see anybody else you knew while you were talking to Michelle?
When shortly after we sat down and I was eating, I saw Blair Gaunt, and he was on the opposite side of the upper level of the mall. And Blair was black tie. I mean, he was really dressed up like he was going to an opera.
Okay.
And I noticed that, and I said, "Oh, there's Blair." And she immediately said, yeah, he was at the banquet, the choir banquet that she had said she had ditched from.
Okay. All right. So you saw at least one person that was dressed up at the mall that night?
That was the first one, sir.
And there were more people that you saw that were coming from the banquet?
We talked for some amount of time, and as we were sitting there, she was sitting to my left, her legs were crossed, and she was just sitting there, and then all of a sudden, a group of guys were walking on the upper level, and they too were dressed up and young, and I didn't know them, but they were all standing out. They were all overdressed for the mall because of what they had been at, and I looked, and as I was looking at them, Michelle just popped up and said, "Oh, it looks like it's either over or everybody's ditching."
Okay. So these are all people that have been at the concert choir banquet with her?
Yes.
Okay.
And she acknowledged that, that they were people that were over there too. And that's why she said they're either all ditching or it's over.
Now, what did you do then after the break with her at the Orange Julius? What did you guys do?
We were having a good, friendly conversation, but then I realized I was going to be late getting back from break. And so I told her that I had to go. We got up and went immediately downstairs from wherever we were upstairs. I don't remember walking anywhere. I just remember going downstairs. And that was at the center of the mall. And then we walked over to the side of the mall where the Chess King was, and we walked back to the store. And we were really engaged in conversation. And as I walked up to the mall, I expected to see nothing in my store because there was nothing when I left, and that was not the case.
Oh.
My manager was checking somebody out. There was 2 or 3 people waiting to be checked out, and there was 2 or 3 other sets of customers in the store looking at stuff. And my manager is just trying to check people out. So I instantly am thinking, oh, I got to get back into the store.
And were you late from your break too?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
And, but Michelle said she was going to leave. And so we walked past the store, and we kept walking, and we turned to the first exit past my store, and we walked up to the door. And she said she was going to go, and I said I had to go, but we were talking like, don't be a stranger, And she started bundling up to go outside. And I turned to go into the back. There's a service hallway that runs behind all the stores. And when I would come into the mall, I would immediately go in that service thing, because that time card that we punched to go in and out of break and whatever, it was at that back end of the store. Okay. So I said goodbye to Michelle, and I turned and went in that door, and Michelle left the mall.
If we could here, Mr. Thomas, I have a map here, and I'd like you to just kind of retrace that for us so we have an idea of where you and Michelle were that night.
Okay.
Your Honor, can I do that really quick with the map?
You may.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, come on down here and join us, if you would. This is State's Exhibit 1A. It's been previously described as the Westdale Mall, approximately what it looked like in the year 1979 in December, as far as the interior layout. This is the lower level here. So can you first give us an idea where the chess king is? Should be marked.
Somewhere in this area.
And so in the white image here, you're down on kind of the beneath the T in the lower area here, right?
Somewhere in this area, just here. Over here, it was one of these stores in the middle.
And we have one marked here, Chess King. Does that seem about right, or is that maybe off of the store?
No, that could be it.
Yeah. Well, good, we got it right.
It was in the middle of that run. I don't remember exactly where, but it was in the middle of that run.
And so, Chess King, is that where you were working then?
Yes, sir.
And is that where you first encountered Michelle?
Yes, she was walking from the center of the mall, and I was standing, if that's the Chess King, then I was standing in front of it to the left side. And she started walking up.
And then on your break, you said you went to the Orange Julius. So what direction would you have went for that?
We walked this way, and we went up, and then came down this side, and we were sitting on the upper level somewhere in this way, looking out over this center part of the mall.
This is 1B here. So right about in the middle there, is that Orange Julius was?
I don't remember exactly where Orange Julius was. I just know where we sat.
Okay, was it in that middle area there where you sat?
It was right here.
Okay, all right.
Very specific about that. I remember it like it was yesterday.
Okay, and is that where you took your break with Michelle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and after your break, can you kind of show us which direction you went with her?
Somehow we went immediately from here down.
We've heard prior testimony there were some steps there, or maybe an escalator.
I don't remember. We just went down.
You jumped.
No. Somehow we went down. We were walking and talking. And at that point I didn't feel pressure to like get back. And so we were just walking and chit-chatting and talking and walked back towards the store. Now she at that point was telling me she was going to leave the mall. And that's why we walked past my store, and that's why I continued with her past my store.
Hey, let's go back downstairs. So you're with Michelle, and you said you're walking past your store. So which direction are you going?
We're going this way. We walked past the store from left to right. Again, as you look out of it, and we went past it to the first exit, wherever that exit is, over here. So we walked over and went to the exit. There's only one exit there, because this is the way I came to work, and that's where I parked.
And so when you walk down here to this bottom area here it says Hans Jewelers. Does that sound familiar?
I seem to remember a jewelry store. I don't remember it being Hans, but yeah, there was stores to the right of the Chess King.
And is that where you said your goodbyes to Michelle?
No, sir. I said my goodbyes at the door.
And show me where the door is.
Wherever the door is that exits the mall.
All right.
Wasn't a tiny exit, it was a mall exit with several doors, double doors. And we were the only people. We walked right up to the door.
And she was preparing to leave at that time?
I was convinced she was leaving, thoroughly convinced.
What did you do as she was preparing to leave?
I was saying my goodbyes and like stay in touch and good to see you again. But at that point, the only thing that was on my mind was my manager was swamped back at the store and I needed to get back. So I'm trying to be polite and she's standing there smiling and she's getting ready to go out the door. And then I turned and went in the service store, which was immediately behind me.
So can you say for sure you actually watched her leave, or just looked like she was leaving?
I did not see her put her hand on the door, but I was turning to go into the door, and I'm thoroughly confident that that's what she was going to do. Just, I mean, I can see it in my mind. She's smiling, she's going to leave, and I'm like, I gotta go, I gotta go.
And you went back to work?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and have a seat, Mr. Thomas. Thank you. And as you said earlier, this final interaction took place right before you went back to work. Right before you went back to work, and then you finished up some business and closed.
Waited on several customers. Not, I mean, there was 3, 4 people. I think I also did a return. And that may have been a few minutes past whatever the mall closing time was, because some of the other stores were closing up, but we were still dealing with business. And when the last person left, we locked up the store, audited the register, and my boss started asking me about Michelle.
Oh, and she asked if that was a friend of yours, or?
She asked if she was my girlfriend.
And she wasn't your girlfriend, just a friend, right?
No, but my boss was like, who is that girl?
Okay.
And it was one of those, who is that girl?
Okay.
Like, and I said, that's a friend from school. I don't think I elaborated, and that just brought on more inquiry.
Okay.
She's cute, you know. And I was like, she's just a friend from school. And my boss, who's a female, was just like, she should be your girlfriend. She's pretty cute.
Okay, Mr. Thomas. I guess my last question for you is, you know, you've given us a lot of detail here today about your interaction with Michelle, and when you saw her, you believed she was leaving. How is it that you remember these events so clearly?
There's things in your life that happen that you just don't forget. And the next day, I didn't know what happened. And I was at school at Washington, and the principal walked in with 2 guys wearing suits, which immediately caught everybody in the class's attention. They asked my teacher something, and she pointed to me, and she called me up, the principal called me up front, and asked me to go out into the hallway with the 2 guys in the suits. And they identified themselves as detectives from the Cedar Rapids Police Department, and they said they wanted to talk to me about what I did last night. That they weren't any more specific than that. And I'm a kid talking to 2 guys in a suit. And so I'm just like, what? They asked me if I worked at the mall, when I worked at the mall, and they said, we need to talk to you down at the police department. And at that point, you're just like, whoa. But I still didn't know why.
And because of that experience, is that why you remember this so clearly?
Well, I went down to the police department, and they asked me a lot of questions about that night, and that tends to cement in your mind what you did. I remember it like it's all somewhat, there's huge blocks of it that I see so clearly in my mind, and it hasn't been colored, it hasn't been exaggerated at all. I remember that night. I remember Michelle, her smile. The goodbye smile. I mean, it's affected my entire life. You know, when they're talking to you about what happened, and you're focused on that, and then at some point, and I don't actually remember when, I realized it was about Michelle. And it just sucks the breath out of your lungs. And you're standing there and just everything's going on. And I was at the police department. There was moments that they talked to me and then long moments that they didn't. I just sat there. And surreal wasn't a word I knew back then, but, you know, you're just, wow. And I didn't feel stressed. You know, Michelle was not somebody that I knew really, really well. So for me, it's facts. Facts about what happened. I mean, I was getting ready for a job interview when the Space Challenger blew up. I remember it. You know, it's just something that you remember, certain things.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas. That's all I have for now.
Okay.
Mr. Spies, do you have cross-examination for Mr.
I
Thomas?
do, Your Honor. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Thomas.
Good afternoon, sir.
Mr. Thomas, we appreciate your recollections of especially the evening leading up to your being spoken with by detectives the next day. You were interviewed by detectives that following day, and then about almost a year and a couple of months after that, you were interviewed again at the Lynn County Courthouse. Do you remember that interview as well?
Not at all.
Were you interviewed by a county attorney who at the time was Eugene Kopecky?
I don't remember that meeting, sir.
Okay.
Honestly, I really don't.
If I were to show you a cover page of a transcribed interview under oath, would that help you remember?
It might, but I wouldn't deny it either. I'm not denying it didn't happen. I just don't remember that.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Just take a moment to look at this cover sheet and see if by identifying the date, place, your name, the appearances, if that rings a bell.
No, sir, but I'm not going to deny it didn't happen. This was not something that was a pointed memory of me.
Okay. And a copy of this transcribed interview wasn't furnished to you in your preparation for your testimony today?
Not involving that. I got some stuff about the things that I said in 1986, and there were some notes that the detective took about that. I got a map of the mall.
So you were interviewed in 1996 as well?
1986.
Yeah, 1986. And did that occur at the Lynn County Courthouse, as you recall?
No, it occurred at Topaz Electronics in San Diego, California.
Okay. So going back to the time when you were working at the Chess King, is it your memory that during that Christmas holiday season that the mall closed at about 10 o'clock?
I wouldn't argue that, but I would not say whether it closed at 8, 9, or 10, or 11. It was dark. I was working late. It was towards the end of the night.
Sure. Well, again, in respect to the interview that I just asked you about in 1981, on page 12 of that interview, the subject came up, and I don't know if this will help you remember, but you were asked about the time that the mall closed, and if you look at that and see if that helps you remember about the mall closing time at the Christmas season.
I mean, it makes sense.
That it closed at 10?
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay. And when you saw Ms. Martinko leaving or getting ready to leave the mall, would that have been about 15 minutes before mall closing?
I'd say that's a little shy. I'd say more like a half hour or more. Just in thinking about what I did after I saw Michelle to the time we closed the store.
So, but it was close to closing time?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And she was close to the door, as you've just described for us, and this is the door that would have been close to this jewelry store?
I don't remember it being close to any store. I just remember it being an exit. And the stores were behind us.
Okay.
I don't remember there being a store to the left or the right as you proceed to the exit.
Did she specifically tell you that she'd been at this banquet beforehand?
Yes, sir. She told me she ditched from it.
And what do you mean by ditched?
That would be a term that we use to leave early or sneak out.
Did she tell you why she had left early?
Boring.
That the banquet was boring?
Very boring.
Did it?
She specifically said it.
I beg your pardon?
She specifically said it was boring.
Did she tell you that she was just killing time walking around the mall, or did she?
Yes, she did. When I first said, hey, what are you doing during that very initial part, she said, I ditched out of the banquet. There was something else said, and then she said, I just decided to come to the mall.
You closed the store, or did your manager close your store?
We closed the store.
And then what exit did you take to get out of the store?
The same exit I've been trying to tell everybody about.
All right. Did you have a car?
Yes, sir.
And when you went out to the car, was there frost in the car?
Oh, yes. It was a cold night.
Cold night?
Mm-hmm.
Was it a school night?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Redirect to Mr. Maybanks.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. You may step down. You're excused. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sheryl Anders.
Good afternoon, Ms. Anders. You're headed over here to the chair with the red seat. Careful of the steps. Before you sit down, will you please pause and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, go ahead and be seated. Couple of rules I want to give you when you're in the courtroom and speaking. It's important that you allow the attorneys to finish the question before you begin your answer. I've asked them to give you the same courtesy to make sure that you're finished speaking before they begin asking their next question. All right?
Yes.
Okay. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Sheryl, Sheryl, Anders, Anders.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sheryl.
Hi.
Okay, the first question I have for you is how old are you?
56.
All right. And where do you currently live? Excuse me.
Cedar Rapids.
And where are you working?
TLC.
What's that?
It's a telemarketing company.
How long you been there?
Almost 3 years.
Are you from the Cedar Rapids area
Yes.
originally?
Yes.
All right. Have you spent most of your life there?
Yes.
Where'd you go to high school?
Kennedy.
What year did you graduate from Kennedy?
82.
All right. So I want to take you back in time to December, specifically December 19th of 1979. You with me?
Yes.
Okay. So you said you graduated in 82. Could you tell us what grade you would have been in school at that time?
Senior.
Now, if you graduated in 82 and it's December of 79, would you have been younger than that?
Oh, you're talking about in December.
Yeah, December of 79.
I was a sophomore.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. Sorry I asked a bad question. And how old were you?
15, about to be 16.
Did you have a job at that time?
Yeah, I worked at Leonardo's Pizza.
Did you know a fellow Kennedy student by the name of Michelle Martinko at that time?
Yes.
How did you know her?
Just from choir. We weren't friends or anything, just from choir.
What do you remember about her?
Real pretty, blonde hair, and she had a rabbit fur coat that I wanted so bad.
Okay. And so you were in the choir with her? Did you do any other activities with her?
No.
Did you know Michelle well enough to recognize her by sight when you saw her?
Oh, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to be at the Westdale Mall on December 19th, 1979?
Yes.
Why were you there, if you recall?
I was just there hanging. I was getting ready to go buy some presents, and then I was standing outside smoking a cigarette, but
All right. So you weren't in the mall yet, but you were having a
Outside.
smoke. Okay. Do you remember about what time in the evening it was when you got there? Was it pretty late, or?
yeah, it was pretty late. I'd say be between 9 and 10, close to the closing time.
And we did hear just a little bit ago that closing time was around 10. So is that
Yeah.
what you recall?
Yeah.
And when you went to Westdale Mall on that night, what entrance did you prepare to go into?
I was by the catalog department.
For which store?
JCPenney's.
Okay. And so when you say catalog department, is that part of the entrance into JCPenney's?
Yes.
Is that an entrance that you usually used when you went to the Westdale Mall? or-
Yes.
Okay. And is that the entrance you were planning on using that night?
Yes.
After you finished your smoke?
Yes.
I'm going to have you come down to our map here and help us. I'm going to get it out here in a second. You can stay there for now. Can I go get that again, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, come on down, Sheryl. This is State's Exhibit 1A we've used during this trial during today so far that has a diagram of Westdale Mall as it appeared in 1979. You'll see at the top here is JCPenney area, and then the other department stores are Ward's, Von Maur, Yonkers. Now, with respect to JCPenney, can you give us your best estimate of approximately where the catalog area was? Where you were, I guess. Start with that.
Sorry, I didn't look this way. So I think the catalog department is like right over in this area.
Okay. And over in this area over here, we've got kind of a, it looks like a driveway or maybe a place where the trucks pull in and whatnot. All right. And we're to the right of the JCPenney. And then you pointed, I think, to this area here, top right of the square part of JCPenney, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that approximately where the JCPenney catalog entrance is?
Yes.
And is that where you were having your smoke?
Yes.
And so while you were having your cigarette there in that area, do you recall seeing anybody you knew?
Yeah, when I was looking towards the entranceway, because you know this guy's standing there smoking, and there's lights all in there, and I seen Michelle coming out. There's a bunch of people with her, like, you know, because it's winter time, so, and people are coming out the mall, but she was coming out. I believe this is isn't this, I think this is right, this is the catalog, this is the whatchamacallit, and I think right in this area is where the main doors are.
And so you're between JCPenney and Montgomery Ward's at this time, pointing to some doors here. Is it your understanding this was an exit door to the mall?
Yes, like a main entrance, like the main double door entrance.
And so did you see Michelle coming out of that area or in that area?
I seen her coming out the door and then walking towards the parking lot underneath all the lights there, but then I didn't see where she went after that. I went and put my cigarette out and went in.
Okay, so you mentioned before that there were several people. Did you see Michelle walking with people?
No, I don't know if they were with her or not, because you know everybody was coming out the mall because it was getting ready to close, so I don't know, you know, if anybody was with her per se.
When you saw her, could you associate her with anybody, or was she just walking as other people were leaving?
She was walking as other people were leaving. I didn't really associate anybody else standing there with her or walking with her.
How were you able to recognize it was her?
Because that fur coat, I'll tell you, I really like that fur coat, and I wouldn't like it, and then her blonde hair, it's just, she just had a look about herself.
So you knew it was Michelle?
Yeah.
And she's coming out of this exit, like you said. Can you give us an idea, just generally, which direction you saw her walk before you finished your cigarette?
Towards this way. Towards this way.
Could you tell just by looking at her what she was doing?
And she looked like she was walking fast. I don't know if it's because of the winter time or it's cold outside. I don't know. She looked like she was walking kind of like in a trot.
Okay. So she was heading out into the parking lot area? Did you see anything else about her at that time?
I didn't see anything else, but that's when I went inside.
Did you say hi to her or wave or
I
anything?
didn't do any of that. I just went on into the store.
Okay, go ahead and have a seat, Ms. Smith. Oh, yeah. So after you saw Michelle walking in that direction, then out of the Westdale Mall to the parking lot area, was that the last you saw of her that night?
Yes, sir.
As you were getting ready to go in the mall that night, did you see anything that indicated the mall was getting ready to be closed down for the night?
Yes, there was a couple stores in there that had their chains or whatever you call them, the little gates closing.
All right, so you could tell the mall was getting ready to close?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Sheryl. That's all I have for now.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
Ms. Anders, you remember the concert choir, but you did not go to that concert banquet at the
No,
Sheraton
sir.
that night?
No, sir.
Okay. You went to the mall close to closing time, and I didn't quite hear, what were you intending to do at the mall that night?
I was going to buy some presents,
Okay.
Christmas presents.
And you went to the Penny's end of the mall,
Yes, sir.
there by the catalog entrance or by the catalog department?
Yes, sir.
All right. You saw Ms. Martinko coming out where you've described the men and women of the jury. It's your recollection that she was carrying a package or packages.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And was she carrying these packages like up against her chest or carrying under her arm? What do you remember?
I don't recall exactly how she was carrying them.
Do you know if they were in bags or?
They were in bags.
Okay. And it looked like she was in a hurry, as you said, kind of in a trot?
Yes, sir.
Cold that night, wasn't it?
Yes, sir. I'm sure it was. I mean, it's December.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Redirect for Ms. Anders, Mr. Maybanks.
Sheryl, when you saw these bags, could you tell if it was bags or a purse or, I mean, could you tell
It
anything
looked
about?
it looked like a shopping bag.
Okay, all right. Did you remember anything else specific about it?
No.
All right, thank you.
Anything further for Ms. Anders?
No, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anders. You're excused. You may step down. The state may call its next witness.
State calls Phoebe Smith, Your Honor.
You're headed right over to the red chair, Ms. Smith. Be careful of the stairs. Before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. Just a couple of rules I tell each of our witnesses. When you come into the courtroom, we have to speak a little bit differently.
Okay.
Namely, we have to be very careful not to speak on top of one another. When the attorneys ask you questions, you may know exactly where that question is going to end up, but I would ask you to allow them to stop speaking, take a deep breath, and then begin your answer.
All right.
Okay? Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Okay. Phoebe D. Smith Porter. First name P as in Peter, Hoebe. Last name Porter, Porter.
Thank you, Ms. Porter. I called you Ms. Smith. I apologize
That's
for
all right.
getting your name wrong. All right. Mr. Maybanks, you may proceed with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Is it Miss Smith Porter then?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you tell us first, how old are you?
60.
And where do you currently live?
Jackson, Mississippi.
How long have you lived there?
28 years.
What do you do for a living?
I have just retired recently. I was working for a friend of mine who owned a collection agency, and I'm not needed anymore.
Okay.
So I'm at home.
All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, maybe we encourage the witness to bring the microphone closer to her?
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Ms. Smith Porter.
Certainly.
All right. What did you do before that?
Before that, I was Director of Development for the Mississippi Symphony Orchestra for just over 11 years.
Right. Where are you from originally, Miss Smith Porter?
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
And were you living in Cedar Rapids, Iowa in December of 1979?
Yes.
How old would you have been in December of 1979? I'm putting you to the test.
Okay, I think I would have been maybe 19 or 20 years old.
And if you remember at that time, were you in school or were you working?
I was out of school for the time being, and I was working.
Okay. Where were you working?
Pier 1 Imports at Westdale Mall.
Great. And we understand Westdale Mall was pretty new at that time.
Yes.
All right. And so how long had you been at Pier Imports since it opened?
Shortly after it opened.
All right.
Yes.
Did you have a position of responsibility there, or?
Yes, I was assistant manager for the store.
And as assistant manager for the store, did that require you at times to be the person that closed the store?
Yes, most definitely.
All right. What were some of the duties that went along with closing the Pier 1 store?
You counted the till, closed out all of the books, made sure that all of the merchandise was restocked and put away and that sort of thing. Verified all the time cards, and you also took out the garbage. And you closed down the store, so you put the gate that was across the front of the store that led out into the mall area. That had to come down and be locked, and then you would exit through a service store.
Okay. All right. And so we heard some testimony earlier in this case that around December 19th of 1979, the date in question in this case, that the mall was closing around 10 o'clock for the Christmas season. Does that sound?
That sounds right.
All right. And this process that you just described involving closing down the store, how long does that take?
If I remember correctly, I was typically leaving there between 10:30 and 11, somewhere in that area.
Okay. On or about December 19th in 1979, did you know a person by the name of Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I did.
How did you know Michelle?
Michelle attended Kennedy High School and Harding Junior High with my younger sister, Catherine.
And did you know Michelle personally or just through your sister?
Mainly through my sister, not really a personal relationship. But I knew her to speak to her and wave and that sort of thing.
So you recognized her then if you'd seen her?
She was very recognizable.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, were you familiar with the vehicle that she drove at that time?
Yes. In fact, that was the one thing that really stood out in my mind about Michelle when I would when I learned of this issue,
Yeah.
that's what I remembered.
Okay, all right. And so we're going to show you a photograph that's been previously introduced and received into evidence as states Exhibit 4C. It's going to appear on that TV right behind you here in a moment. And do you recognize what's contained in this photograph?
Yes.
Does that look like the car that Michelle Martinko was known to drive on or about December 19th, 1979?
Yes, it does.
So were you closing the Pier 1 imports on that night?
Yes, I was.
All right. And you explained the process and how long that usually takes. Was it approximately the same process that you took that night, if you recall?
Pretty much. After you close down everything inside and you exit the building, I typically parked in the same place every time because I just kind of for safety purposes, and drop off the garbage, and then I would drive my car around to the, I believe it was the People's Bank that's in the perimeter of the mall. They had a building, and that's where I would drop off the money till.
And is that what you did on that night?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, can I get out the diagram one more time for today?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Smith-Porter, we have quite a large diagram here that's been received into evidence in State's Exhibit 1A. This is Westdale Mall in 1979. Do you mind coming down here for us for a moment? And have you had an opportunity to view something like this then?
Yes.
Okay. And so what we'd like for you to do for us is show us kind of on this map your routine or what you did on the night of December 19th, 1979 when you left the mall.
Okay. I exited, this is like a service area.
Okay, so
Just speak up, just like-
yeah, and I'll have you speak up. I'm sorry, it's hard when there's,
Okay.
yeah. But down here is a service exit then, and that's
Right.
between Montgomery Wards and like the Osco area, is that right?
Yes, I could never tell what was on the back side of it, but when I exited, there was a dumpster right there in that little alcove, drop off the trash, and then I proceeded out this way.
Okay, so were you driving in your vehicle proceeding out this way?
No, I walked out there.
Okay.
I parked right in that area.
All right, so then where do you think you parked generally?
This is kind of upside down from what I looked at before. But,
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I want to say that I was right over in this area right here.
Okay,
I think that's about right.
and so when you walked, did you walk to your vehicle then?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is that yes?
Yes.
Okay, that's okay. And then what route would you take then for the next step in your routine?
Okay, then there was I would drive out, and usually I would come along this way or go out that drive alongside and go to the bank and go to the drop box. And the drop box wasn't really you drove up, but you really actually had to get out of the car, unlock it, drop in your bag, and then get back in the car. And that was out there.
Okay. So when you were driving to make the bank deposit, do you remember seeing Michelle's car? Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously we have a big marking here, but can you give us kind of an idea where you remember seeing her vehicle?
I just remember it was extremely cold, and I don't like the cold, so that is something I keep in my mind. But it was just kind of out there by itself, and judging by the time that I was leaving and knowing the few cars that were there in the parking lot, it just seemed out of place.
So Was it in the vicinity here that's marked Michelle Martinko's parking spot where you saw it? Okay. And you said that stuck out to you because it seemed out of place for the time?
Because anyone that actually worked in this area of the mall, or like myself, we all kind of parked, in close proximity to the buildings because we didn't leave at home.
And when you saw that vehicle, did that stand out to you as, oh, that's Michelle's?
I just remember that it looked like Michelle's car, Michelle's parents' car. But then I didn't think anything more about it until the next day.
And when you thought about the next day, did you decide to tell somebody that what you had seen?
Yes, I did.
Based upon your description of the amount of time it took to close and the mall closing at 10 o'clock, approximately what time do you think you would have seen Michelle's car?
I'm thinking this would have been, it would have had to have been sometime after 10:30, 11 o'clock. And I would say closer to 11.
Okay. All right, you can have a seat, Ms. Smith Porter. Thank you. And when you realized at a later date that you had, when you realized that you had seen what you knew as Michelle's parents' car, did you report that to the police?
Yes, I did.
Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Spees, do you have cross-examination for
Very
Ms.
briefly. Good
Porter
afternoon,
Smith?
ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, when you saw the car that you just described for the men and women of the jury and for us, did you see anybody walking around that area?
No, I did not.
No other activity in that vicinity?
No.
You didn't see Michelle Martinko in the mall that night, though, did you?
I honestly don't remember that. I could have, but I don't recall it specifically, no.
Had you seen her around town before?
Oh, definitely.
And where had you seen her before?
She had been to our home. Are you speaking about that time frame or at any time?
In that close time frame, sure.
I had seen her at the mall before. I had seen her just around town. Cedar Rapids is not that large, so.
Okay. Were there restaurants or nightclubs that she liked to frequent that you had seen her at?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And what were some of those?
I don't recall names of them, but let's see. There's one, I think it's Oscars.
Oscars?
I'm pretty sure that's it, yes.
And was Oscars a nightclub?
Yes, dancing and that sort of thing.
Had you ever seen her at a place called the Gin Mill?
I probably could have.
Or the Gatsby's?
Yes, probably there too.
Maid-Right?
I don't think I went to the Maid-Right much.
Okay.
Or at all.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No other questions.
Okay.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Porter Smith. You are excused. You may step down.
All right.
I would suggest at this time we recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Yes, we don't have any other witnesses here either.
Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, we will recess for today. I once again will remind you of the admonition to please keep an open mind, avoid any media coverage, and don't discuss this case amongst yourselves or with any of your loved ones who may be dying to know what you're doing during the day. You can't talk with them yet. So please keep that in mind. We will keep your notepads safe and secure if you leave them on your chairs tonight, but we'll plan to see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on the chairs.
All right, chat. That is end of day one. I'm going to recap before we get into day 2. I don't like the way the defense is going with, I can just see it, but we'll get there. All right, so after that recess, we heard from Kurt Thomas, Sheryl Anders, and Phoebe Smith. So let's get into them. Let's recap. This is day 1 recapping, and then I'm going to start day 2. And I got to get some lunch in me at some point, but I'll do that after I start day 2. All right, so we heard from Curtis Thomas. He was in aviation, but then he went into construction after 9/11. He went to Franklin Middle School, but he did go to Kennedy High School. So he worked at Chess King during Christmas, which was young men, like people in their early 20s. So they sold clothes and jeans and shirts, stuff like that. He joined the Marines. He got into minor trouble at school, and the theater teacher gave him the option of either detention or dealing with the curtains in the play called Pippin. So he decided to choose the play. Smart choice. He said he didn't really speak with Michelle, but she was in the play, but they eventually became friendly over time, but then he switched schools. He said Michelle always started a conversation with a big smile, and he was asked to a party while he was at a different school. So if you guys have any questions, let me know. I see you talking about Godsmack and Nickelback. So if you have any questions about this trial, let me know. So he went to this party. Then he was talking to Michelle. So he was at the mall working that night, and he saw Michelle a couple stores down, and she came up to him and bubbly smile, very outgoing, as we're knowing that Michelle was just a fantastic person. He said that she was dressed in a rabbit coat, high heels, black dress. She was all decked out. Her hair was done, but her hair was always done up. He said she was smiling as she was walking up to him, and then somebody came into the door or the store, so he had to go deal with them. Oh, here comes this radiant, beautiful, 18-year-old coming towards you, and he has to go deal with this schlub of a customer. So afterwards, they did connect, whatever, talked, and then he went to Orange Julius to grab some food, and he closed the store with his manager all the time. So we'll get to how he closed the store again. He said Michelle was very friendly at first, but then they talked about the party. He said she was very looking forward to attending Iowa State, but then she said, what happened with that guy at the party? So I'm like, oh, what happened with this guy at the party? She said she wasn't dating him anymore, and the next guy around wasn't much better. But then she quickly changed back to being in a good mood. So I'm not sure which guy was at the party. Even Cross we have no idea who that guy was at the party. I thought that was pretty significant, but we don't find out who that was. So then this guy Blair he knew something about Blair. He was wearing a black tie, and he looked like he was going to an opera. They didn't really follow up with him. He did say he saw a bunch of young people walking around who were all dressed up. Clearly they were because you don't just dress up like that going to the mall. He said when the break was over, Michelle was ready to go outside. So basically, the mall is closing. So he walked past his store basically to walk her out of the mall. He said they said goodbye at the mall exit, and there are these large double doors. And he said he was convinced that Michelle was going to leave, and he didn't see her actually leave, but he said, I guess they said goodbye, and then he turned to leave, and then he went back to his store. He said the next day detectives came and pulled him out of class, and he says he'll always remember Michelle's goodbye smile. He choked up, which I'm sure anybody would if you're remembering that. That's a sad moment. Let me know if you guys have any questions. And so then the Cross was, they talked about his interview in 1986. That didn't really go anywhere, so I don't have any notes on that. So then Sheryl Anders came up. She works at a telemarketing agency. She graduated Kennedy High School, which is where Michelle went, in 1982. She was a sophomore, she says, in 1979, which to me doesn't add up. I would think she would have been a freshman. But anyway, she said she knew Michelle from choir, and she remembers that fur coat because she wanted it so bad. She said Michelle was very pretty, and she had beautiful blonde hair. She was at the mall on December 19th. She entered the JCPenney's, which was her common way of entering, and she was having a cigarette, and she saw Michelle coming out. So it's really, really weird. She's trying to get in to go shopping, but the mall is closing while Michelle's coming out, so maybe that didn't quite jive. But anyway, she said she also saw a bunch of other people coming out at the same time, but she wasn't sure if those people were with Michelle. She said she recognized Michelle from a distance because of her blonde hair and the coat. She did not wave or say hello. Sheryl did not attend the banquet. She went to the mall close to closing. She was going to go buy a present. She said Michelle was carrying a bunch of packages and she was in a hurry, or she was trotting, probably because it was chilly. It was cold. Then the last witness for day one was Phoebe Smith Porter. She had worked, she was 19 or 20 in 1979. She worked at the Pier 1 Imports at the mall, and she was the assistant manager. So she said she knew Michelle from Phoebe's younger sister. Her name was Catherine. And she said she would speak to her, and she waved hello to her. She said she was very, very recognizable, and she was familiar with her vehicle, the Buick. That's what stood out in her mind. So she went through the process of closing the Pier 1. So she would close the Pier 1. It took this whole process. You know, she would audit the till, basically the money cash register, and she would take that money and drive around to the People's Bank to drop the money off. And then she said she saw Michelle's car just parked kind of wherever it was parked, and it seemed out of place because there were no other cars around. So she told the police the next day. So she actually found Michelle's car, and Michelle was found passed away in that car. So who knows if Michelle was in that car at that point or not. So, but if Phoebe had just gone to the car at that point, she would have found Michelle there. So that's kind of sobering. And then the Cross came in, and they asked, had you seen her at nightclubs and restaurants? And she said, yes, she had seen her at Oscar's, which was a nightclub, and there was dancing, the Gin Mill, and Gatsby's. So I can see where the defense is going with this. Michelle is, is she loose? She's, hanging out at these bars and these nightclubs, and she's wearing provocative clothing, and I can totally see where they're going with this. And I was hoping that they wouldn't, and that's why prosecution, the state is going hard on. She was a wonderful, happy, go-lucky, outgoing individual. She loved everybody. She talked to everybody. She was not one to give her love away. So I'm the state's countering that, and I can see the defense going with, oh, she hooked up with some guy and things went bad. So I can see this. I can see the state. I can see where they're going with it. All right, so we're going to pick up on now day 2. This is about 2, 3, it's about 4 hours. So we'll be done around 6 or so, 6:30, just so you guys know. And I am letting you know we're dedicating this stream to Jeff from Legal Vices, who passed away suddenly the other day. And if you missed the beginning, he was a friend of our channel. He was a friend of our friend Jules. She was on his show often. We were supposed to connect during the Sarah Boone trial, and we were going to go on his show. Jules and I were going to go on Jeff's show, and Jeff was going to come on our show, and we were going to kind of recap stuff. But that never worked out, so I never had a chance to actually meet him or talk to him directly. But I did talk to him via chat, and he would rate us. And if you guys, I think they're trying to get to 100,000 subscribers, so if you guys have not subscribed to Legal Vices, please go over and do so. 105 of us. I know a lot of you have already done that, so every little bit does help and count, I guess, for him and his family. Well, really his family. It'd be nice to get him up there. So, all right, so we are going to start day 2, and on the Iowa versus Burns, Forever 18, Michelle Martinko case. So I shall move back here. And I don't want to cover up her because she is so wonderful, but I have to set my feet up here. Nah. That was the state. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the judge. This judge is really nice. I like this judge. All right, here we go, day 2.
Nothing that we need to take up before we have the jury join us?
Not that I'm aware of, Your Honor.
I don't believe so, thank
Nothing
you.
on behalf of Mr. Burns? Okay, very good. Bring our jury in, please.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Good morning, jury. We will resume testimony. Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, the state may call its next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Mike Wyrick.
Mr. Wyrick, good morning. You're headed to the jury, or the witness chair, excuse me. Mind your step there. And before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of rules that we have when we're in the courtroom speaking. Because we have a formal record being made, it's important that we not speak over one another. So please wait for the lawyers to finish any question before you begin answering. And I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy, not to cut you off. Also, there's obviously a microphone in front of you, so I would ask you to just be mindful of that and speak into the microphone. Okay?
Will do.
Thank you, sir. Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Michael Dean Wyrick, and it's Michael. Last name is Wyrick.
Thank you. You may begin your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Wyrick.
Good morning.
Do you go by Mike?
I do.
Mike, we're going to have you tell us a little bit about yourself first. How old are you?
I am 59 years old.
Where do you currently live?
Cedar Rapids.
And what do you do for a living, Mike?
I run my own advertising agency, which I have since 2000. Before that, I worked for KCRG, which is the ABC affiliate in Cedar Rapids, for 10 years.
And were you born and raised in Cedar Rapids?
I was actually born in Illinois. My family's from mid-Missouri, and very shortly after I was born, I spent until I was about 3 in the Lake of the Ozarks area, and then we moved up here. My dad had got a job at Rockwell, or Collins back then.
And that's a pretty big employer in the Cedar Rapids area, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you spend your entire childhood then and into adulthood in Cedar Rapids?
Yes, I did.
Where did you go to high school?
Kennedy High School.
And what year did you graduate?
79.
Speaking of 1979, we're going to bring you back there for a moment. We had several witnesses testify yesterday that knew Michelle Martinko. You're kind of the last in that group of those witnesses. And so my question for you first is, what were you doing, in your life on or about December of 1979?
Well, I was a student at Iowa State University.
Did you know a person by the name of Michelle Martinko?
I did.
Okay. And how did you know Michelle?
We met, we were both doing a play called Pippin, which was the spring play at Kennedy High School in the spring of '79.
We heard a little bit about Pippin. What was your role in that play?
Space filler, mostly, I think. I was part of the choir and sort of an extra more than that I had any real useful role in it.
And so you met Michelle then while you were both in the play together?
Yes.
Tell us how you got to know her in that scenario.
Well, it's been a very long time, and I'm a little fuzzy on. We all were just spending time around each other doing this play, and I had gotten to know her a little bit, but how I got to know her better, really, is she had one of her friends, somebody that was in her class of 80, and I don't really remember who it was, tell me that if I hadn't asked anybody to prom, I should probably ask her to prom, that would probably go pretty well for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Was that something that you felt to you like would be a good idea?
I felt it would be an excellent idea.
All right. Did you ask her?
I did. I didn't do a very good job. I stumbled around a lot. I was pretty shy and, not very socially mature at that point, but I finally got it done, and she said yes.
Oh, so despite your shyness and awkwardness, she said yes. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you a photograph, Mike, here. It's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit, I believe, 2H. It's going to come up over the TV here.
That is us.
Okay, is that the famous prom?
Yeah, that's the prom picture. I had a lot more hair back then.
Okay, didn't we all? Mike, when do you think that was taken then?
Well, April of '79, I suppose.
So, was it during the play Pippin then when you first met and started talking to Michelle?
Yes. I mean, I'd seen her around. You couldn't go to Kennedy and not have seen her, really. That would have been hard. So I'd seen her around, and she was on the sort of choir band end of the building more than the sports end, and so was I. And so, I knew her to see her, but I didn't really get to know her until we were in that play together because she was a year behind me, and I was mostly hanging out with people in my own class.
Okay. Well, after you guys went to prom, did your relationship continue?
Yeah, and actually, once I'd asked her, we started dating even before that. We'd gone out a couple times before prom then, in groups and by ourselves and just whatever. But yeah, we pretty much started seeing each other right away after I was able to clear that first hurdle.
So for how long do you think you continued to regularly date Michelle?
Well, throughout the whole summer, and then at the end of summer, of course, I left to go to Iowa State, and, it was different than today at that point where it's expensive phone calls and very, very slow snail mail letters were your only real means of communication, and so we were writing each other and talking on the phone when we could, but we were both broke all the time, and so it was not as much as maybe we would have liked.
I think saying it's different from today is an understatement.
Yeah, right.
When you went away to college then, what happened to your relationship with Michelle gradually and over time?
Well, yeah, I mean, she'd come to see me one weekend. There was a concert in Ames. It was the band Kansas, and she had come over and spent the weekend, and we hung out all weekend. That was in early October, I believe we had decided, and but then after that, it's like the long distance thing was getting to be harder and harder over time. And I had come back at some point probably in mid-November to Cedar Rapids. I'd been able to catch a ride back with somebody, and I wasn't able to get together with her that whole weekend, and I just couldn't get her on the phone, or just nothing worked out. And so I'd talked to her after that and just realized that we were kind of drifting apart a little bit, that the long distance thing was too hard. And so, I had a Christmas present for her. It wasn't much. I'd bought her an album. Again, it's different than today, but I bought her an album and had a note for her and was ready to give her that. When I came back, I was hoping to see her at least, but I would think that we were not a couple anymore. We were just, I think, going to be friends more.
In fact, when you became aware that you might become a witness in this case, did you find something that you crafted for her?
Yeah, it's funny. I was not actually looking for stuff for this. I was looking for my Social Security card to get my Gold Star driver's license that you need to update to now. And in digging through some papers, I found a note that I had written her and clearly had never given her since I still had it, that just basically said, it said, "I love you" at the beginning, but the middle of it was like, we can't be a couple anymore. We should just try to be friends and see each other, and then love Mike at the end.
And obviously, that was a note you never gave to her.
Right, or I wouldn't have it.
Right, well, yeah, of course. Mike, generally speaking, what kind of person was Michelle?
Well, she was, again, it was hard to miss her, but I don't want people to misunderstand. You see the big blonde hair, and I don't want people to think that she was a dumb blonde. She was definitely more mature and more sort of common-sensey smart than I was. And as I've thought more and more about this trial, I thought I was pretty smart back in the day, but I honestly think that just on smarts, she was smarter than me, too. So she was sharp, she was kind, she was emotional, she was generally happy and light, but there were some things that could bother her, and if those things happened, then she was mercurial and would, be pouty or sad or whatever it was.
Okay. Mike, we can tell you grew up because you just admitted that a woman is smarter than you.
Yeah, well, most of them are, I think, right?
I agree. Do you remember then, around the time of December 19th, 1979?
Yeah.
And for the record, where were you on that day into the night into the next day?
Yeah, I had classes that day, and then although this wasn't always the case, I do remember I was doing homework in the early part of the evening, and then, it was almost midterms, and so there were probably assignments that were due for the middle of that semester. And later I was hanging out with my roommate and some other friends from our dorm floor, listening to music and just hanging out.
And is that when you received word then about what had occurred?
Well, I didn't find out, of course, until the next morning, and a mutual friend of Michelle's and mine that had also gone to Iowa State, her name is Jerry Burns, had heard on the radio that Michelle had been stabbed and didn't want me to hear it on the radio or whatever, and so she called to tell me, but she didn't actually say that she'd been killed. So I, of course, knew the Martinko's landline by heart, and so I just hung up the phone with Sherry, called the landline, got Mr. Martinko on the phone, asked him if Michelle was okay, and he told me that she was not okay.
Mike, did you talk to law enforcement at some point in time around then?
Yes, I can't remember if it was the very next day, but I was getting ready to go back to Cedar Rapids for Christmas, and so as I could, I got my stuff packed up, went back to my folks', and the next day then we went down to the police station, and I just said, you're probably going to want to talk to me, because I was her boyfriend, and so I went down and had a chat with him.
And did you tell him that you were obviously away at college when this happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Mike, through our conversations, were you informed that there was a hair that was found in the vehicle that was traced to you?
Well, I didn't know until very recently, but yes, I do know that that's the case.
And does that surprise you at all?
It doesn't surprise me at all. We spent a lot more time in my car than in her car, but we spent a lot of time in cars.
Do you remember her car?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
This is your recollection. It's the kind of big sort of light green Buick.
It's huge, and mine. What I was driving then was a similar boat-shaped vehicle. It was a Dodge Monaco, and so we both had these huge, oversized cars from the 70s. Yeah.
Mike, I think that's all the questions I have for now. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Wyrick.
Morning.
Mr. Wyrick, on the subject of cars, you mentioned that had you been in her car, of course, the boat Buick?
Yes, many times.
And had you, on those occasions, driven the car yourself, or was Michelle Martinko driving the car?
I don't ever remember driving it. I could have, but I don't remember ever doing that. And again, like I said, we were much more likely to be in my car with me driving, but occasionally it would go the other way. I don't remember driving it.
How would you characterize her driving?
My driving?
Her driving.
Oh, gosh. normal. I don't remember anything about it.
Yeah,
I don't remember, there's some people you ride with and it makes you nervous. I don't remember anything like that.
And the reason I ask you that is no surprise. You were interviewed about this investigation back in 1981, and as I read the interview, you described her as a terrible driver. Really bad.
That could be true. It's been 40 years. There's a lot of time to forget a lot of things.
Okay. So would you acknowledge that at least back then you characterized her as a really bad or terrible driver?
Okay, yeah, I mean, if I said that, I'm sure I meant it back then. I just don't remember.
Okay. Things weren't always peaches and cream between the two of you, were they?
No.
I mean, there was conflicts about other men, who she was seeing, created some confrontations between you and her.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrick. Those are all the questions I have for you.
You're welcome.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, Your Honor. Mike, based upon your knowledge of Michelle around that time, were you aware of anyone in her life that would wish harm upon her or want to hurt her in any way?
No, not really.
Okay. All right. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further, Mr. Spees?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrick. You may step down. Yeah. State may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls James Kinkead.
You're headed right over here to the witness chair. Watch those stairs. Before you take your seat, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of rules that we have when we are speaking in the courtroom. We can't interrupt one another because we do have a formal record here, so I would ask that you listen for the end of the question before you begin your answer, even if you know where the lawyers are going with those questions. I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish speaking before they ask their next question. All right?
All right.
Please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
James Kinkead, Kinkead.
And I assume James is James?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, sir. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Kinkead.
Good morning.
There's a microphone in front of you. I'm going to have you maybe pull that a little closer just so everybody can hear you. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right.
Fine for me.
How are you doing today, sir?
Good.
Okay. Do you go by Jim?
Jim, yes.
Thank you. Jim, how old are you?
73.
And are you currently retired?
Yes.
What was your occupation or occupations prior to retirement?
I was a Cedar Rapids police officer for 32 years.
And when did you retire as a Cedar Rapids police officer?
02.
So you would have joined the force in 1970?
Yes.
Okay. After retiring as a police officer, did you take up a second career?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
Janitorial.
And where were you a janitor at?
At the police department.
So you couldn't get away from it even in retirement?
Yeah, I'd still be there if I could.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Harris. Maybe we have a witness closer to the microphone, please.
If you could, I don't think your chair will move, sir. There you go.
Oh, how's that?
And maybe bring it up closer to your mouth, just tilt it up. I bet that'll work. Thank you.
Now, going back to when you were a police officer, what positions did you hold?
I was a patrol officer on the midnight shift.
And starting in 1970, can you walk us through the shifts you worked, if any of those changed?
Well, in the beginning, it was midnight to 8 in the morning. And then as I got a little more seniority, there was an overlapping shift that was 10:30 to 6:30 in the morning. And that's the one I was working.
And were you also a patrol officer in December of 1979?
Yes.
Right. What were your job duties as a patrol officer?
Well, just to handle calls. If you were assigned to a beat, then you had certain duties, check buildings and...
Were you assigned to a certain beat?
That night I was Wild West, I think. Covered the west side, the whole west side.
Okay. Was that a common term for?
Yes, that was the beat.
Okay. Were you the only officer covering the Wild West?
Yes. And then there was a Wild East car, and then there was actually I think I was at a Wild City that night.
Now, Jim, did you work the case involving the murder of Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And were you on duty on the night of December 19th, 1979?
Yes.
What time would your shift have started that night?
10:30 p.m. 10:30 p.m.
Were you working alone?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever work with a partner?
Yes.
Okay, but at that time, you were riding by yourself?
That night I was alone.
Okay. Now, at some point during your shift, did dispatch send you to the Westdale Mall parking lot?
Yes.
And do you recall what time that was?
It was just a few minutes after 4 a.m.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about that night prior to 4 a.m., just what you recall from your shift?
Well, it was a busy night. Cold. Windy.
Had there been any prior calls earlier in the night involving this call that sent you to Westdale Mall at 4 a.m.?
I vaguely remember the attempt to locate going out, I think it was around 2 o'clock. And at that time, I was on a fight call at the Sheraton, so I didn't, I wasn't able to pay much attention to it at the time.
Now, when dispatch asked you to go to the Westdale Mall parking lot shortly after 4 o'clock in the morning, what reason did they give you?
They gave me a description of a vehicle to see if it was possibly out there.
Okay. Did you know why you were going out there at that point?
No, I wasn't.
Now, when you arrived at the Westdale Mall parking lot, did you observe the car in the parking lot?
Eventually, I believe I came into the mall parking lot from Highway 149, which is kind of on the northwest side of the mall. And that's where I started my search. And I saw a couple of vehicles up there that didn't match the description. And then I noticed one in the lower lot that did match the description, so I went down there.
Okay. And what was that description of the vehicle that you'd been given?
There was a gold 72 Buick four-door. And I had the license number, but I don't remember what that was right now.
Okay. If I showed you a picture of the vehicle, do you think you'd be able to recognize it?
Oh, yes.
There's going to be an image that pops up on the screen above your shoulder there, Mr. Kinkead. I'm showing you what's previously been admitted as State's Exhibit 4C. Is this the vehicle that you observed on the night of December 19th, 1979?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Now, you mentioned coming into the parking lot in a certain area and not initially finding the vehicle. What area of the parking lot at Westdale Mall did you locate the vehicle?
It was in the parking lot just west of Edgewood Road. I think I forget the name of the bank now, American Federal. The bank that was in the mall parking lot was just north of where I found the car. And the car was probably about halfway in between the bank and Penny's.
I'm going to show you a diagram of the parking lot at the time, if that's okay.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I set up an exhibit?
You may.
Now, Jim, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1A. If you could step down for a minute. If you'd like to take a moment to familiarize yourself with it.
I'm good.
Okay. You mentioned a few landmarks when you were talking about where the car was parked, a bank and a store. Could you show us on this exhibit where those would be located?
I think the bank is located right about here.
Okay. So you're pointing kind of the top right corner of the parking lot in the lower parking area?
Right. And then, of course, Penny's is right here. When I found the vehicle, it's right here where it's marked.
Okay, and you're pointing to the parking spot that's marked on Exhibit 1A as Michelle Martinko's parking spot?
Yes.
And that's where you recall finding your vehicle?
Yes.
Thank you. You can take a stand. Now, I believe you mentioned you saw some other vehicles in the parking lot when you got there. Is that correct?
I believe there was a couple of vehicles in the upper lot when I got there. Neither one of them matched the description.
Okay. Did you see any people in the parking lot?
Not that I remember.
What were your initial observations when you located Michelle's vehicle?
Well, when I first found it, I noticed that it was frosted over. I radioed in that I had found the vehicle, and they asked, was it unlocked? So I drove around the vehicle to see if I could see into it. No, it appeared that the vehicle was locked except for the driver's side rear door. That appeared to be, the knob was up. It appeared that it was unlocked.
After you discovered that the driver's side rear door was unlocked, what did you do?
I got out and went over to check it, and I opened that back door, and I saw there was someone partially laying or slouched down in the front passenger side seat.
So from your vantage point, you're looking in through the back door over the front seat.
Right.
And you can see somebody slouched over in the area of the front passenger seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Could you tell what had happened to this person or
No.
what was going on at that point?
No, my first impression was it appeared like it was an older woman, and my first thought was that somebody's intoxicated and passed out in their car.
So what did you do next?
I walked around the car to the passenger side front door, and I looked in and saw Michelle there.
Okay. Can you go ahead?
With covered in blood.
Okay. Can you describe to us what you saw?
Well, she was slouched down. It appeared that there were several stab wounds on her chest. And I remember seeing a laceration on her chin. And there were no signs of life. She was obviously dead. Her dress was pulled up. She appeared to be fully clothed, but her dress was pulled up around her waist.
Describe the clothing that she was wearing.
She had I think it was a dress on, pantyhose, and she was wearing a rabbit fur coat.
Now, I believe you stated that it was obvious that she was deceased at that point, and pardon maybe a poor question, but what about it was obvious that she was no longer alive?
Oh, there's no movement. Absolutely no movement. Her eyes were open.
Did you observe blood?
A lot of blood.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Jim, I've handed you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3A, 3B, and 3C. Have you had a chance to review those pictures?
Yes.
Yeah. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit State's Exhibit 3A, 3B, and 3C.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review the proposed exhibits?
I have, Your Honor. No objection.
Hearing no objection, the court will receive and make part of the record State's Exhibits 3A, B, and C.
Now, Jim, can you describe to us what you're seeing in State's Exhibit 3A?
Well, this was the victim slouched down in the seat, covered in blood.
Is that photo consistent with how you saw Michelle when you looked in through the passenger window?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, request to publish State's Exhibit 3A.
You may.
And Jim, as you look at that picture, it's a fairly graphic picture, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, as you observed Michelle on December 19th, 1979, is this what you saw when you looked inside the passenger door window?
Yes, it is.
Looking next at State's Exhibit 3B, can you tell us what you're looking at in 3B?
Well, it appears that it's the rabbit fur coat that she was wearing that night.
And as you look at this photo, can you describe to us how she's positioned?
Well, it's hard to tell from this photo.
Towards the top of the photo, you see the rabbit fur coat, and it appears to be her hand.
And her left hand.
Okay. Is that laying across the seat of the vehicle?
Yes, I believe it is.
And finally, looking at State's Exhibit 3C, can you tell us what we're looking at in this picture?
Well, that's her, from her waist down, shows her skirt or dress pulled up around her waist and her pantyhose.
Okay. And when you saw her dress was in a similar position, is that correct?
Yes.
But she was also at that time wearing her pantyhose.
Yes.
And she appeared to you to be fully clothed.
Yes.
After you discovered Michelle in the vehicle, what did you do next?
I called for backup.
Okay. How did you call for backup?
On the radio.
On the radio? And I take it backup arrived?
Yes, Houston and Clark arrived shortly.
That'd be Officer Houston and Officer Clark?
Yes.
Okay. Once they arrived, what did you do at the scene?
Well, I also called for a commander and identification and detectives. And dispatch was getting curious to what was going on, so they had me go to a payphone and call in.
Okay. And why is it that you called in on a payphone?
We didn't have cell phones back then.
Were you concerned about people listening in on the radio?
On the radio, yes, of course.
And did you stay on scene until those various personnel arrived?
Yes, I came back after the phone call, secured the scene.
Okay. Now, while you were at the scene, with the exception of when you opened up the rear passenger door, did you touch anything else on the outside of the car?
No.
Okay. Did you touch the driver's side front door at all?
I don't think I did.
Okay. Were you ever inside the vehicle?
No.
Okay. Did you ever touch the gear shifter
No.
next to the steering wheel? Okay. Do you recall if you were wearing gloves that night?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I doubt that I was.
Okay. It would have been...
It was a cold night, but, you know, when I got out of the car and was out of the car for a while, I probably put my gloves on, but...
Okay.
I think when I tried the door the first time, the back door, I don't think I had my gloves on then.
Okay. But you never touched the front door, correct?
No.
Okay. And the front door handle specifically?
No.
Do you recall how long it was that you stayed on scene with the vehicle?
It was probably an hour and a half, totally.
Okay. And what did you do after that?
Well, I turned everything over to Lieutenant Miller when he arrived, and then shortly after him, then Millsap arrived, Detective Millsap.
These are other members of the Cedar Rapids Police Department at the time?
Yes. And I think ultimately it was turned over to Millsap, who conducted the investigation.
And did you have any other involvement in the investigation of Michelle Martinko's death?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Kinkead.
Morning.
Sir, when you arrived at the scene and were looking around the car, did you notice if there was any, let me ask you this, did you do a close inspection of the car yourself?
Eventually, yes.
And did you do that there on the scene, or did you do it after the car was removed to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
At the scene.
Did you notice any body damage to the car?
No, I don't remember that.
Or any scuff marks or scratches on the body of the car?
No, I don't remember that. And I didn't make any notes to that effect in my report.
And I guess that brings forth my next question. In preparation for your appearing here today, did you have an opportunity to look at any of your old reports or the
Yes.
interviews that were done of you back in 1981?
Yes.
Okay. So if I refer to those, you'll be able to reacquaint your memory with those reports?
Yes.
You mentioned, was it investigator Detective Millsap that arrived at the scene?
Yes.
Was he a detective?
Detective.
Do you know if Detective Millsap might have entered the car?
I don't know. I never saw him in the car.
Okay. Was it Detective Millsap who made arrangements to have the car towed from the scene to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
Yeah. And that would have been done by a commercial towing operator?
Yes.
In the hour or so that you spent there at the scene, did you look around the car to see if there was any evidence?
Yes.
Did you find anything of evidential
I
value?
didn't find anything. I believe Clark found some fur or hair behind the car.
More importantly, did you see any blood spots or blood trails around the car?
No.
And you've told us that aside from touching the driver's side rear door to open that, it's your recollection that you wouldn't have touched any other part of the car with the possible exception of the driver's side door?
That's correct.
You mentioned the weather as being cold and windy.
Yes.
Once the scene had been turned over to the investigators and the command staff, did you have any involvement in accompanying the car from the scene back to the Cedar Rapids Police Department? That is when it was towed.
I followed it back in.
All right. Did anyone watch the tow car operator unhook the car or move the car into the storage area?
I don't remember doing that, but I'm sure I did.
I guess
I would have stayed with the car until it was securely in the garage.
Sure. And then, knowing how cars are towed, it would have been, was it lifted onto a trailer or simply towed front end lifted up?
I don't recall.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kinkead. Those are all the questions I have for you.
Redirect Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly. Now, Jim, you mentioned having gone to a payphone to make a phone call.
Yes.
When you did that, were there officers who remained with the vehicle?
Clark and Houston were there.
Okay, so it wasn't left unattended when you made this call. Now, when you observed the vehicle being loaded up to be towed and then towed back to the station, did you have any concerns about how that was done?
Not that I recall.
Okay, and if you would have had any concerns, you would have noted that or let somebody know?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Anything further, Mr. Spees?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kinkead. You may sit down. State may call its next witness. You may. Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to recess for about 10 minutes. There just as a quick item that the attorneys and I need to take up. So don't wander too far, but we'll see you back in 10 minutes. During the recess, please bear in mind that admonition I referred to each time we part ways. Don't make up your mind. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. And we'll see you back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, chat. Looks like they're taking a little break, which is fine. We can move on to the next. But before we do, I'm going to. So that we heard from 2 witnesses, and we're just starting day 2. So don't want to cover her up. Okay, 2 witnesses. Mike Wyrick, who graduated from Kennedy High School in 1979, and they met during the spring play of Pippin. And he's the one that asked Michelle to go to the prom, and she said yes. So they dated this was in April of 1979. He said they dated all through summer. He said you couldn't go to Kennedy and not have seen Michelle around. So he was in the choir band section of school. He wasn't in the sports end. They had dated a few times before prom, which was in the springtime. He said they dated all summer, but then he left to go to Iowa State. So Michelle was a junior at that time. So he was a year older. He said they kept in touch, but gradually drifted apart. He said that she came out to spend the weekend, and they went to a Kansas show, the band Kansas. Dust in the Wind was their hit. Then he found out the next day what had happened, but he was away at college. So I think Chat was asking if he was a suspect or whatever, but I think his alibi was he was away at college. Yes, he could have done it, but I think he had a pretty good alibi. There was hair that was found in her car, but he said, we spend a lot of times in cars. Read between the lines. They could have just been driving to go to the movies and get malt liquor. No, to get soda pops. Cross was, how was her driving? And he's like, ugh. And he said, so he described in an interview, I guess, a year in 1981, I think, in one of the interviews, he described Michelle as a terrible driver. And that there were conflicts about other men, that they had conflicts about other men that Michelle was seeing. So we know that Michelle has dated at least 2 people, Andy and Mike. So let's see. Next up was James Kinkead. He was the police officer. He was the poor guy who found Michelle. So he was dispatched at 4 a.m. to go, go to the mall. He said he saw a vehicle that fit the description. We don't know who called that in, so we'll have to figure out who made that call. He said the car was locked except for the driver's side seat, driver's side back door. Driver's side back door. He said he saw a body in the front passenger seat from the driver's window. I guess, trial junkies, I guess they weren't driving. That is why her driving was good, yeah. Yeah, exactly. No, her driving was terrible, he said. Excuse me, I just had some food. My bad, guys. Unfortunately, when he walked around, at first he thought it was an older woman who had just passed out, but then he walked around and he saw it was a younger woman, and she was covered in blood, and she had stab wounds all over, and her eyes were open. He said she was clearly she was not alive. He did see she had a dress and pantyhose. There was a lot of blood. They showed an exhibit of Michelle, and he said the skirt and pantyhose were pulled up. So we'll find out about that. He did not enter the car. He said during cross there were no scratches or body damage to the car. Not quite sure why that would matter, but they talked about Detective Millsap, that he did not go in the car, and there was no blood found around the car. So whatever happened in the car. How far from the mall, Esmeralda? In the parking lot. And the woman, Phoebe Smith, said that she saw the car when she was driving to drop off the money. So they keep showing a diagram of where she was found, where the car was found. And I don't think it's far. I think it's in the mall, or very part of it. It's not like far away. It's part of in the mall. So. All right, so we shall go further into day 2. Okay, we're going to hear, it sounds like we're going to hear from some more officers. Okay, I'll see you on the other end of this.
Please rise for the jury.
Please be seated, everyone. The record will show that parties and counsel have returned to the courtroom after a brief recess. The state may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Richard White.
Good morning, sir. You're headed over here to the witness chair. Careful of the stairs. Before you sit down, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Go ahead and be seated, sir. There are just a couple of rules in the courtroom. I would ask you to please wait for the attorneys to finish their question, then take a deep breath before you begin your answer. I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to make sure that you're finished speaking before they ask their next question. Also, I'd ask you to be aware of that microphone in front of your person there, and position that in a way so that it picks up your voice and we can hear you. And if you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
Richard White, R-I-C-H-A-R-D, White, W-H-I-T-E. H-I-T-E.
Thank you. You may examine the witness, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. White, do you go by Dick?
Yes.
Would it be okay if that's what I address you as?
Fine.
Okay. Dick, how old are you?
80.
Okay. And I might have you turn a little bit towards me and pull that microphone as close as possible, just so we don't lose your voice. Yeah. Are you currently retired?
Yes.
And when did you retire?
95.
What was your occupation prior to retirement?
Identification officer, Cedar Rapids Police. Identification officer.
And did you say that was for the Cedar Rapids Police?
Yes.
Okay. What year did you become a police officer?
1970.
Okay. Can you kind of walk us through your career as a police officer, what divisions or departments you worked in?
Officer White, I apologize for interrupting you. Could you pull that microphone as close to you as we can get it without pulling it off onto your lap? Perfect. Thank you.
I started in 70 as a patrol officer, worked that job for 4.5 years, took the test for promotion to ID officer, more commonly known today as crime scene investigation. Did that for the next 20 years.
So from 1975 to 1995, you worked as an identification officer?
Yes.
In December of 1979, were you an identification officer?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what an identification officer does?
Crime scene investigation regarding collection of any physical evidence, fingerprinting, photographs, any trace evidence might be.
So on a day-to-day basis, your primary responsibility was to process crime scenes and collect evidence?
Right.
During your years as identification officer, were there protocols and procedures in place in order to collect such evidence?
Yes.
Are those protocols and procedures that you followed at all times?
As far as I know.
Now, Dick, could you walk us through the training that you went through to become an identification officer?
The photography, I received training with the Iowa National Guard in photography. I went to classes for 12 weeks at Quantico, Virginia. Fingerprinting, I took a correspondence course through the Institute of Applied Science out of Chicago, and then followed that up with additional training, 3 sessions at FBI Academy for crime scene investigation, certified as the expert in fingerprinting and additional photography, and the 1 class on gunshot residue.
Do you recall working on the case involving the murder of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And that was a case that began on December 19th, 1979, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Is there any specific reason why you remember this case?
It was my birthday.
So has that caused this case to stick in your head even more so because it happened on your birthday?
That and the local news stations reminded us every December 19th for 40 years and talked about advances in the case, possible more evidence. It's just a reminder each year.
Certainly. Can you please tell us how you were notified about this case and what you did after you were notified?
I was at home, received a call from the station to come in and go to the scene of the crime. I proceeded to the station, met Lieutenant Kidwell, the head of ID, and we took the van, proceeded to Westdale Mall.
Do you recall what time you were contacted?
Approximately 4 o'clock in the morning.
Were you given a description of Michelle's vehicle before you arrived at Westdale Mall?
No, Officer Kinkead was the one that found the car, Michelle's body in the car, and we drove there and could plainly see the car out in the parking lot. It was the only car in the area.
Was there anyone with the vehicle when you arrived?
Officer Kinkead, his partner, Officer Tim Houston, there were a couple other people that I can't recall at the moment.
Was their purpose to secure the crime scene at that point?
Yes.
In 1979, were there procedures and protocols in place to secure a crime scene before the identification team arrived?
It was standard procedure for officers that called for ID work, would stand by, make sure nothing was touched or disturbed.
Okay. And to your knowledge, had this crime scene been preserved until you arrived on scene?
Yes.
As part of the procedure and protocol, are officers not supposed to enter a vehicle?
Right.
Okay. Do you know if any officers had entered this vehicle?
I was sure that none had been in the car.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Dick, I've placed in front of you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 4A through 4V. Have you had a chance to review all of those exhibits?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the State would move to admit State's Exhibits 4A through 4V.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review the proposed exhibits?
I have, Your Honor. Government's counsel has furnished them to me, and we have no objection.
Hearing no objection, the court will receive and make part of the record States Exhibits 4A and B.
Dick, if you could please refer to State's Exhibit 4A, which I believe is the one on top. And could you please tell us what we're looking at in that photo?
It's the aerial view of Westdale Mall as it was at that year. Since it's changed considerably.
Okay. And Your Honor, permission to publish 4A through 4V as we work through them?
You may.
Now, Dick, on the television screen above you, there should be a copy of State's Exhibit 4A. And there next to you is a wooden pointer. Using that, can you show us on the screen where Michelle's vehicle was located?
Approximately this area here.
Okay, and you're pointing to an area outside of JCPenney?
Right.
And would that be in what was known at the time as the lower parking area of Westdale Mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you first observed the vehicle, can you describe how it was parked?
It was parked in a slight angle away from normal position. Lines on the pavement had areas marked wide enough for a car. This car was over the line in the rear, as if someone had swung into the parking, making a left-hand turn and came to stop in that place like someone that hurriedly parked rather than made sure that in the parking stall.
Okay. I'm showing you now on the television screen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4B. Is this a picture of the vehicle as it was parked that night?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now, it appears to me that the photograph's a little cut off on either side. Can you explain to us why that is?
It was rookie problem for myself. The camera I used was one that the station supplied. Someone had used the camera for daylight photography and had not switched to the synchronization position for flash photography. In that situation, you're only exposing approximately half to a third of the film.
So due to that, some of the photographs you took only showed a kind of a narrow portion of the object you were trying to photograph?
Correct.
And this would be an example of that?
Yes.
Okay. I believe you described how you had seen the vehicle parked. If you could show us on the picture what you were talking about with the parking lines.
These lines were positioned across the parking lot for normal parking. And then, like I say, this was done without other cars being in the area.
What were some of your initial observations when you first got to the scene?
Well, the weather was extremely cold. Everything was covered with a thin frost. The car was covered windshield. I'd been there for quite some time, so the whole car was covered with frost.
Were the doors locked or unlocked?
The front doors and the rear right-hand door were locked. The left rear door was unlocked.
Okay. Now, as an identification officer, it's part of your job to process a crime scene for evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, the crime scene would have been Michelle Martinko's vehicle, correct?
Right.
So, did you examine the interior and exterior of the vehicle for evidence?
I looked for any place possible for fingerprint. However, if I had seen anything, I wouldn't have been able to process it normally. I used a flashlight looking at the doors and windows. Couldn't make out anything that was possibly processed at the scene because of the weather conditions.
Okay, so you did an initial investigation or processing at the scene, but then was the car later moved for further processing?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were looking for some fingerprints. What other type of evidence would you be looking for or collecting at the scene?
Any signs of forced entry of the vehicle, checking doorknobs, basically just the condition of the car and the fact that Michelle's body was in the front seat on the floor on the right-hand passenger side.
Okay. So now that we are inside the car, could you just describe to us what you saw when you started looking inside the car?
Initially, got in the back seat, took photographs over the back of the front seat, showing the position of the body, conditions in the car.
So you initially entered the vehicle through the rear door?
Right.
Would that be the rear door on the driver's side that was unlocked?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you find anything in the back seat of the vehicle?
There was a brown paper bag with a few items in it in the back seat on the floor. Didn't make any particular significance to that.
Would this be the type of brown paper bag you might get at a store or might be called a shopping bag?
Right.
Did you discover if there was a body in the car?
Yes.
And was that body later determined to be that of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
Was anyone else in the car besides Michelle?
No.
Okay. Please describe to us where Michelle was positioned in the vehicle.
Her body was in the sitting position on the floor on the passenger side of the front seat. Her buttocks would have been on the floor, her legs facing towards the steering wheel, her knees up underneath the dash, her upper torso leaning back over the seating part of the front seat. Her head was against the door on the right hand side.
What was Michelle wearing?
She had on a rabbit fur coat, a black dress, high heels, and pantyhose.
Okay, Dick, the TV is going to be coming on here in just a second again. I'm going to be showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 4P. And if you'd like to just look up at the screen, can you tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
This is a fur coat. This is a leg. The dash of the car.
Is this photo being taken from the vantage point of the passenger, from the passenger side door?
Yes, at that time it's open, looking in.
And would this be the position that you found Michelle's body?
Right.
I'm now showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4O. Could you please describe to us what we're looking at in this photo?
This is the fur coat, black scarf, black dress, her hand, chest area showing stab wounds to the chest.
And next I'll be showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4U. Could you please tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
Again, the side of her face, the rabbit fur coat, the driver's passenger door armrest.
Now this photo, where were you when you took this photo?
That'd be looking out from the back seat over the seat facing her.
Okay, so in the bottom right-hand corner of that photo, that would be the back of the front seat.
Right.
Would this have been the view that you had of Michelle when you initially looked in the vehicle through the back seat?
Right.
Dick, in examining and processing the vehicle, did you find if Michelle had a purse with her?
It was on the seat. Her upper body was on top of it.
So you weren't initially able to see this purse?
I could see it, just part of it,
Okay, because her body was positioned over.
more or less on top of it, yes.
Was the purse collected?
Yes.
And do you recall examining the purse?
I don't know exactly how it was turned over to Tim Houston. However, when he brought it to the ID Bureau after we transported the car, and he brought it up to the ID Bureau. We looked at it. It seemed to be in normal condition, hadn't been opened as far as we could tell.
So you examined the contents inside the purse?
Yes.
You didn't find any blood or anything inside the purse?
No.
So the conclusion you drew was that the purse had not been opened prior to maybe you taking a look at it?
Right.
Okay. Now, in examining the interior of the vehicle, did you observe blood?
Quite a bit of it.
Okay, can you describe to us where the blood was positioned?
Basically, all over the front of the seat of the car, the dash, the windshield, the visors, a little bit in the headliner, spatters of blood all over the inside.
Okay. Dick, I'm going to be showing you on the screen what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4D. Could you describe to us what we're looking at here?
The interior of the car showing the door handle, the front seat, the back of the front seat. Her head would have been in this area.
And is this photo representative of the amount of blood that you found throughout the front seat of the vehicle?
Right.
I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4E. Can you please describe to us what we're seeing here?
This is the front seat of the car, the steering wheel, the dash. It's not real plain, but there are spatters of blood all through the area.
Okay. Okay, now I'll be showing you Exhibit 4J. Okay, can you please tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
Here again, the blood splatter on the dash, some up on the window.
So this is the blood spatter on the dash that you were referring to, maybe a
Right.
better photograph of it? In examining the vehicle, Dick, did you look at the area around the steering wheel, the turn signal, the gear shifter?
Yes.
Okay. I'm showing you Exhibit 4K. Can you please describe what we're looking at in this photo?
This is the steering column, steering wheel, the right side of the passenger seat. This is blood on the wheel.
Okay. So you found blood on the steering wheel?
Yes.
Okay, and you were just pointing to a couple areas of that, kind of in the middle there, the bright red spots?
Right.
Okay. Did you find anything mixed in with the blood or anything else on the steering wheel?
There were fibers from the rabbit's fur coat in certain areas.
And did you find those in other places inside the vehicle besides just the steering wheel?
Yes.
And do you recall where else you found those fibers?
In almost all of the controls, the shift lever, turn signals, the lights, the steering wheel.
Next, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's admitted as Exhibit 4L. Can you please tell us what we're looking at in this photo?
Here again, fibers on the steering wheel, blood, shift letter.
Okay, next will be State's Exhibit 4M. I'm going to focus in on a certain area here. Oops. Okay. What are we looking at in this portion of the picture?
This is gear shift lever with blood, some of the fibers.
Okay. And did you collect a sample of the blood that you found on the gear shift?
Yes.
How did you go about collecting that blood sample?
Some of the blood was scraped with the razor blade, and then lifting tape used for fingerprinting was wrapped around, lifted the blood from the wheel, or from the shift lever.
And I'm sorry to interrupt. Would that have been standard practice for you to use a razor blade to take blood scrapings?
Yes.
Okay. Is the razor blade included with those blood scrapings in in how you package it?
Yes.
Would it have been standard practice at the time to place the scrapings and the razor blade into an envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Would that envelope have been sealed?
Right.
Okay. What's the purpose for packaging it in that manner?
Well, if it's going to be sent to a lab to be analyzed, to make sure that the razor blade was included in case there were any material transfer, that's the way the lab wanted them sent to them.
And by sealing the envelope, you're preserving the integrity of the sample, correct?
Right.
And that's something that you did when you were processing this crime scene?
Yes.
Now, once you had this item, the scrapings and the razor blade packaged, were those submitted into evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that you did I think you said a tape lift or something to that effect of the gear shift?
Yes.
Would that have been included in the sample, the packaging of the sample as well?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Dick, next I'm going to be showing you Exhibit 4N. It's up on the screen now. Again, could you just describe what we're looking at in this picture?
It's steering wheel in with shift lever, the fibers, there's the blood.
Okay. Now, in addition to collecting the sample of the blood from the gear shift, did you examine the car for fingerprints?
Well, I determined by this time that this subject is wearing some sort of glove, and that pattern from the glove would have been where I would normally look for fingerprints.
Okay. How did you determine that the suspect had been wearing some type of glove?
Well, due to the fact there were no fingerprints in the areas that were touched, had a pattern which was on the operating parts of the car, shift lever, the steering wheel, the door handles, including the keys, light switch. There's obviously not going to be regular fingerprints.
So you're telling us that you found a pattern on these areas of the car that could be operated, the steering wheel, the gear shift, other places, and you believe that pattern came from a glove?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe what that pattern looked like?
It was a zigzag or a chevron type pad. I talked to a couple of detectives, and they agreed it looked like a glove print. Later in the day, I went to the store, purchased a pair of rubber gloves that had the similar pattern, took that back to the station, inked it like it was a fingerprint, and it matched the prints I was finding in the car.
Okay. And we'll get to those exhibits shortly. Referring back up to 4N, as I zoom in on the gear shift, can you point to the pattern that you observed that you believe came from a glove?
It was in this area here.
And you mentioned earlier that you took some type of tape lift of this?
Yes.
Can you describe what you did for that?
Well, fingerprint tape is normally used to lift powder after you've touched it for prints. In this case, I used the same tape, pressed it on the surface that had the pattern on it, lifted it, and applied it to a card or a paper.
And I'm showing you what's been admitted as State's Exhibit 4V. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are the lefts of the tape.
Sorry, I'm moving it as you're looking at it. There you go. Now you're looking at it the right way.
These were the patterns, different areas were actually blood sticking to the tape and then applied to paper.
So it looks like next to each of those patterns on that, on Exhibit 4V, you wrote where the patterns were taken.
Yes.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, there was one taken from the shift selector.
Right.
Can you tell us where the other patterns were taken from?
This is from left front door handle. This is the push button on the door handle. On the bottom of the steering wheel.
And now, Dick White, when you took the print of the glove, in those locations inside the vehicle, was there also blood?
Yes.
Okay. Would there have been blood on the gear shift selector where you took that sample?
Yes.
And where you did the tape lift?
Right.
So that blood would have came through also on the tape lift?
Right.
And all that was packaged and submitted into evidence?
Right.
Okay. Now, you mentioned earlier you attempted to determine what type of gloves or what could have left these impressions. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and can you walk us through how you did that?
Simply put the glove on like I was taking a fingerprint from an individual, press the glove on the ink pad, and transfer that to paper.
Okay. What type of glove were you looking at?
These were rubber gloves, normal household dishwashing gloves, or typical found in the kitchen.
Okay. And where did you obtain a pair of gloves like this?
I bought those from a grocery store.
Okay. Okay, this is Exhibit 4S. Can you please describe to us what we're looking at here?
Well, it's showing the pattern that I found on the interior of the car.
And this would have been an impression of the glove that you made?
Right.
And this is a true and accurate copy of what that impression looked like?
Right.
Okay, as I zoom in, can you show us the zigzag pattern that you also observed on the inside of the vehicle?
All of this area, the fingers, the palm.
Is this a second impression that you took of the gloves? I'm now showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 4T.
Yes.
And again, if you could just point it to us, the zigzag pattern that you observed that was similar to that that you found in the vehicle.
The whole palm area, the fingers of the glove.
Now, Dick, you mentioned that there was blood present on the zigzag pattern of the gear shift. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you draw any conclusions after seeing this blood present on the gear shift and in the with the impression of the glove?
It would appear that the vehicle was driven.
Okay. Did you make any determinations or conclusions about when the suspect or the perpetrator would have been wearing the gloves during the course of events?
To the amount of blood, it would appear that the vehicle, when driving the vehicle, the driver's door, the handle of the outside, had the same pattern, not in blood, but in dust that was on the surface of the door handle.
Do you believe that the person who murdered Michelle Martinko was wearing the gloves when it occurred?
Yes.
I'm going to be showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 4F up on the screen. Can you tell us what we are looking at here?
This is the door handle. The pattern was on the handle there and on the push button. This was in dust rather than blood.
Okay. Yeah. And as I zoom in on this exhibit, is this the area where you were able to observe that zigzag pattern?
Yes.
And you described this as being left in dust, is that correct?
Or film, road film on the door handle.
Just kind of what ends up on a car from driving it around?
Right.
Did you observe any blood on this door handle?
No.
And again, this would be the driver's side front door handle?
Right.
So what, if any, conclusions were you able to determine from the fact that there were glove prints on this door handle, but that it did not, those glove prints that were not left in blood?
Well, that the glove was used prior to the assault, and with the fact that there wasn't any blood, that it was before the assault.
So the person who killed Michelle Martinko would have been wearing the gloves before they opened the door?
Right.
Okay. Can you tell us what we're looking at now? This is Exhibit 4G.
It's a different angle of the door, again, with the pattern.
Okay. And next I'll be showing you 4H.
This is the door handle with the pattern on the edge. This area here might be mistaken blood, but that was rust on the door handle.
So you noted that at the time and determined that it was not blood, that it was rust?
Right.
Okay. Now I'm going to zoom in again on this exhibit, 4H. And again, could you show us the zigzag pattern that you observed on the door handle?
This area here and the cross top.
And one last photo, again, this is Exhibit 4I. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, the zigzag pattern, the first area mentioned.
And just to look at it closer, would that be the zigzag pattern that you observed?
Right.
Okay, and then over here where my cursor is, and over here where my cursor is circling, that would be the area that you determined to be rust, not blood.
Yes.
And I believe I cut you off. You were going to point to one more area if you'd like to do so, sir.
Some little bit of pattern in here.
Okay. And that would again be the zigzag pattern from the gloves?
Right.
Were you able to determine at all if the car had been driven after Michelle Martinko had been attacked?
Again, the fact that the pattern was in blood on the steering wheel, the shifter, the lights, the key in the ignition had the blood pattern on it.
Where was the seat positioned in the vehicle?
It apparently was in a position for a shorter person, probably Michelle, because it was close enough that when I moved after processing the car, I moved it from the garage to the evidence building, and it was uncomfortable for me to drive it. Apparently it hadn't been moved from where she had left the seat.
And did you investigate or look within the vehicle to see if the seat had been moved? Do you recall examining the lever or the handle that would have moved the seat?
I looked at it and saw nothing.
Okay, you didn't see any blood or you didn't see any rabbit fur stuck to the handle?
No.
Given that you found those items in so many other places in the car, did that lead you to believe that whoever was wearing the gloves that had blood and rabbit fur on them had not handled the lever to maneuver the seat?
No.
Were you present when Michelle's body was removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay, can you describe to us how that process took place?
The area ambulance had been standing by. I instructed them I had opened the door, told them to move the body through that door, not to touch anything other than her person. The one ambulance attendant crossed her arms over her chest, reached under her arms, and lifted her out of the car.
Okay. Do you believe that care was taken so as not to disturb Michelle's body any more than was necessary to remove her from the vehicle?
Right.
Okay. And the vehicle was eventually removed from the crime scene as well, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, where was it transported to?
To the station's garage.
Okay. And how was it transported to the station's garage?
A wrecker hooked up to the front of the car. I personally reached in, put the car in neutral, turn the key so they would roll free, and it was stowed from the front position.
Were any of the tow truck operators inside the vehicle?
No.
Okay, so no one but you went inside the vehicle to get it ready to be transported?
That's correct.
Okay. Where was Michelle's body taken after it was removed from the vehicle?
It was taken to Mercy Morgue by ambulance.
Okay. And what was the purpose of taking it to the morgue?
So that the pathologist could do his work.
And the pathologist would be conducting an autopsy of Michelle Martinko?
That's great.
Okay. Were you present for the autopsy of Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
If you could refer up to the screen, I'll be showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 4Q. Could you describe to us what we are looking at in 4Q?
It'd be the chest area, a black scarf, the black dress showing stab wounds, exposed flesh.
I'll get there. Dick, now I'm showing you what's been admitted as Exhibit 4R. Again, could you describe to us what we were looking at in this picture?
This is Michelle's chin area, the scarf, the black dress, the stab wounds.
Sorry, that last part, were you pointing to the, did you say stab wounds at the top?
Yes, in the face area.
Okay. When Michelle's body was removed from the vehicle, was that done through the passenger side door?
Yes.
Okay, so she was not pulled across the driver's side?
Right.
She was just taken, the passenger door was open and she was taken out that way?
Yes.
And when the vehicle was prepared to be towed to the station, you mentioned that you had placed the car into neutral for the tow truck to move it. Did you take precautions not to disturb any of the scene when you handled the gear selector?
As much as possible, yes.
Okay. And was this after you had collected the blood scrapings from the gear shift selector?
Oh, that was done at the station after the car had sat for a few hours.
That's when you collected the blood scrapings?
Right.
Okay. Now, at the autopsy of Michelle, did you collect her clothing?
Yes.
Okay. Including in that clothing, did you collect the dress that she was wearing that night?
Yes.
Okay. And did you collect that dress to take it back to the police station?
Yes.
Okay. How did you package the dress to take it from the morgue to the police station?
Paper bags.
Okay. What other items of clothing did you collect from Michelle's body?
Shoes, pantyhose, the dress, the rabbit fur coat.
Okay. And would it have been your practice and procedure at the time to place those in different bags?
Yes.
And is that what you did that night?
Yes.
Can you describe the condition of her dress when you collected it at the morgue?
It had blood on it. Quite a bit of it. Spattered blood. As far as the condition of the dress, it was pretty much intact, but
Due to the blood that was on the dress, did you have to do anything with it once you got back to the station?
it was normal practice anytime we had bloody clothing to deal with, to lay it out and to be dried. In this case, I placed butcher paper in the north cell block and laid the dress out, spread out, so the area could dry.
Now, you mentioned placing it in a cell block. Was this a cell block that also housed people who were in custody?
No.
Okay.
Hadn't been used for years.
So this was a cell block that was used for this purpose of placing items out to dry?
Yes.
Was this a secure area?
Yes.
Would the dress of Michelle Martinko have been secured while it was drying out?
Right.
And you stated that you placed it on a roll of butcher paper that you had laid out fresh for this dress?
Yes.
Would it have been touching any other items as it was laid out to dry?
No.
Was this standard practice at the Cedar Rapids Police Department to dry out evidence in this manner in 1979?
Yes.
Okay. And you followed all those practices and protocols that were in place?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Dick, if you could step down for a moment. Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7A. Take a minute to look at it. Does this appear to be the dress that Michelle Martinko was wearing the night she was murdered?
Yes.
And this is the dress that you collected and submitted into evidence that night?
Yes.
Okay. Is there anything particular on this dress that you recall that leads you to believe that it is the dress that she was wearing?
Two areas. Here and here are sad wounds in the clothing. Everything else is above and fine. They expose the flesh.
And you're pointing to an area towards the top of the dress on the front side, on the left-hand side of the chest.
Right.
And that's where one of those stab wounds was located.
That's right.
And the other one would be more in the middle of the chest area, again on the front side of the dress. Does it appear to you that this dress has been tampered with at all since you collected it?
The tags have been placed on there during processing.
And did you take care at the time it was collected to make sure it wasn't tampered with?
Right.
Or it's not substituted? Has any other way been altered?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to admit State's Exhibit 7A.
Any objection, Mr. Spees?
Your Honor, we do object at this point until the alterations that have been testified about and appear on the exhibit can be explained.
Very good. At this point, the court will not receive State's Exhibit, I believe it's 7A, until further foundation can be laid.
Thank you. Now, Dick, you mentioned that you retired in 1995, is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, at the time you retired in 1995, was that dress still in evidence at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
To the best of my knowledge.
Thank you. No further questions at this time, sir.
Do you have cross-examination, Mr. Spees?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
All right.
Investigator White, In anticipation of your coming into court today, did you have a chance to review the reports that you had prepared and the testimony that you had given earlier on in this investigation?
Yes.
So if I ask you about things that you may have testified about earlier, you would be familiar in general with that earlier testimony?
Right.
And by earlier testimony, you were interviewed in a county attorney's investigation back in 1981. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And as I'm sure is routine procedure, you probably prepared some reports as well.
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned for us, Mr. White, that you noticed when you looked in the car, the Martinko vehicle, that the clothing appeared to be intact. By that, do you mean that it wasn't removed or torn from your perspective looking in the car?
That's correct.
And you observed in some of your testimony that the dress was pulled up. Did it appear that the dress had been pulled up when Ms. Martinko was either pushed or sat down in the floorboard area of the car?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you some questions about what you saw in the interior of the car, okay?
Right.
You told us that there was blood all over the front seat and that there were blood spatters on the dashboard, on the windows, the door handles. Was there also blood spatters on the headliner of the car?
Yes.
And the sun visor?
Yes.
Would the blood spatters be on the sun visor both on the passenger side and on the driver's side?
I don't recall.
But in any event, at least one of the sun visors had blood spatters on it. And you also observed blood spatters on the windshield, the inside of the windshield?
Yes.
When you examined the front seat of the car, this was a bench seat, is that right?
Right.
And did you notice any patterns of blood on the front seat of the car?
Well, there's blood on the seat where Michelle's head was resting.
Just reposition that microphone. Again, what patterns did you see, if any, on the front seat?
Well, her head was against the door. Her upper torso was on the seating part of the seat. There was blood there. Some blood had run down her face and neck into her hair, and that was on the seat.
Okay, so I apologize if my question was unclear. What I was asking was, I know, or I should ask you, were the seats made out of fabric?
The bottom of the seat was fabric, the forward part of the seat was vinyl, and the upper part, up to the top of the seat, was also vinyl.
And in either the vinyl portions of the seat or the fabric portions of the seat, did you see any patterns of blood? For example, the handprint from the glove, did you see that on any part of the seat?
No.
Or an impression that might have been made by fabric from clothing worn by the assailant?
No.
Now, I think in your earlier observations about the blood spatter that you observed in the car, that you concluded that this blood could have come from spurting from the wounds that Ms. Martinko experienced?
Yes.
And based on your experience and your training as an identification officer in homicide cases, Mr. White, would you have concluded that the assailant would have had blood on his clothing or her clothing?
I would assume so.
I mean, there was blood everywhere in this car, wasn't there?
Right.
Next, I'd like to ask you a few questions about the steps that were taken to remove Ms. Martinko's body from the car, okay?
Yes.
You told us that an ambulance attendant, using the passenger side front door, placed her arms across her and was able to lift her out?
Yes.
Did you actually observe that procedure?
Yes, I did.
And was, as she was removed from the car, did her legs unfold then as she was moved?
Right.
Was she lifted up before she was pulled out, or was she had pulled out across the floor of the car?
She was lifted up.
And as you testified, then placed in an ambulance?
Right.
You told us about how the car was moved to the Cedar Rapids Police Department. I'd like to ask you just a few questions about that, okay?
Yes.
You've told the men and women of the jury and us that this was an automatic transmission car, right?
Right.
And in order to move the shift selector so that the wheels could roll, you had to move the shift selector from park into neutral.
Right.
It was in park when you arrived there.
Right.
And again, to move the shift selector, you have to turn the key to either on or ignition to move the shift selector.
Yes.
Now, was this car trailered, or was it lifted by the rear end or front end and towed?
It was a regular hooked to the front of the car to tow it rolling on back wheels.
Okay. Before the car was moved, we know, of course, that Officer Kinkead was there, right?
Yes.
And you probably did a walk around of the car before the car was moved?
Right.
In your walk around, of course, we know that the car had frost on it. Did you see any disturbances in the frost?
No.
As you looked around the car, did you look around the wheels of the car?
I would have observed them, yes.
Or, for example, did you get down to see if there was anything underneath the car?
I can't say we got down. I had a flashlight and looked around the outside of the car. It was pointed out to me the part of the fur from the coat was found in the parking lot behind the car, probably 20 to 30 feet. I believe one of the officers discovered it to keep it from blowing any further.
I understand that, but I was interested in knowing, did you look underneath the car while it was still there, parked in the parking lot?
Yes.
All right. And did you look around the wheels or the tires of the car?
I would have looked at it.
Beg your pardon?
I would have looked.
Okay. And in looking around the car, did you see any evidence of braking? For example, if the car had slid on the pavement, or that there was any scratch marks or scuff marks in the pavement?
I couldn't tell that.
You told us that when the car was moved, did you actually sit in the seat to move the shifter and move the ignition?
No. Reached in and turned the key and shifted to neutral, standing outside the driver's door.
So you didn't actually sit in the car until you moved it, I think you said, from the storage area to the identification area?
That's correct.
Was that same night?
Would have been later in the morning.
After the car had warmed up and the frost had...
It had been sitting for 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. But as you testified, it was your belief that the car was likely still in the position it would have been in when Ms. Martinko was driving it?
I assumed from where the evidence I collected that someone had driven it after the assault.
I'm sorry, I meant that the car seat was in the same position.
Yes, that would have been more the position Michelle would have had it.
Because I think, as you said, it was awkward for you to drive it because you were positioned so close to the steering wheel.
Right.
And probably not very much leg room for you either.
That's correct.
Okay. In addition to the enormous amount of blood in the car, you said and have identified photographs that show that there was fur throughout the car and fur on a number of features of the car, operating the car, like on the steering wheel, on the gear shift, on the turn signal, on the light switch. You said there was fur on all that stuff?
Yes.
And did you see fur also scattered throughout the car, for example, on the dashboard and the doors?
Not much.
Did you conclude from what you observed and from your examination of the car, the position of Ms. Martinko's body, that there was no evidence of a sexual assault?
That's correct.
And that was quite clear in your mind, wasn't it?
Yes.
Next, Mr. White, I'd like to ask you some questions about the autopsy, okay?
Yes.
You attended the autopsy, which I think was the following day. Is that your recollection?
It was later in the day, yes.
Okay. And as you told the men and women of the jury, in your observation of the knife wounds, there were only 2 areas on the dress that you detected were areas where Ms. Martinko had been stabbed?
Right.
And the other wounds were to exposed flesh?
Right.
When you took the clothing, including the dress, the pantyhose, the scarf, the underpants, to the police department, did you lay out all those items to dry, all the cloth items to dry?
Yes.
And then in the course of your work, did you package or mark those some way for identification?
Due to the fact that it was during the holiday season, it would have been possibly a week to 2 weeks before it was packaged.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. White, I'm showing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit A1. And take a moment to acquaint yourself with that exhibit, then I'm going to ask you some questions about it.
Okay.
Okay. Exhibit A1 is a black and white photograph that has been represented as being part of the packaging in which Ms. Martinko's clothing was enclosed in. And at the very bottom of Exhibit A1 is a tag, or a portion of a tag. Could you tell us what that tag is?
It's an identification tag of evidence the normal filled out. This has my initial, but I did not make out this guy. I signed everything R. White rather than D. White.
Okay. And is this a tag that would be characteristic of the tag that was used at the Cedar Rapids Police Department back then?
Yes.
And it identifies that, well, tell us what the tag shows is contained in the package.
It says dress, pantyhose, panties. I can't make this out.
What is the date on the tag?
12/19/80.
And do you know who D. White is?
like I say, it implies that it's mine, but I did not make out that tag.
Do you know who did?
I'm assuming because of the other information there, this was done by Murphy.
In 1980?
Yes.
And did you make any tags of identification for the dress, pantyhose, and panties worn by the complainant? Did you make out a tag 1979 for those items?
I would have made a tag eventually, yes.
Mr. White, do you know what became of the scarf?
No.
When the car was removed and taken to the Cedar Rapids Police Department so it could dry off so you could examine it more thoroughly at the police department, did you go back to the scene where the car had been originally located by Officer Kinkead?
In days following the initial investigation, I went back to the scene, walked around the parking lot, to make sure there was no sign of the weapon or the gloves. I can't recall the exact time or date, but it was after the initial investigation.
But we had heard earlier this morning that I think Officer Kinkead, or the officers on the scene, examined the perimeter where the car had been. Did you do a search like that yourself, where you kind of walk concentric circles around the car?
Yes, in marking the position of the car, I based off distances to known objects in the parking lot so I could remember in the future if that was the proper position.
And in doing that examination, did you find any blood spots or trails of blood?
No.
Find any discarded bloody rubber gloves?
No.
Or any weapons?
No.
Now there was, in the course of the investigation, there was some blood found up by Penny's. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And tell us, was this a pool of blood, or was it spatters of blood up by Penny's?
It was drops of blood as if someone were walking along up the steps and blood dropping from whatever wound was present. I believe the initial check was done by Officer Kidwell. I don't know who else was involved, but...
And were samples of that blood obtained?
Yes.
And do you believe there's any connection to the blood that was found by Penny's to the killing of Ms. Martinko?
No.
Finally, Officer White, when you had a chance to more closely examine the automobile at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, did you see any evidence of damage to the car exterior?
No.
Or any scuffs or marks in the dust on the car that might have shown that there was a struggle outside the car?
No.
And if so, you would have noted that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
So, based on your training and your experience and what you found at the scene of the crime, Officer White, are you able to say that the assailant, he or she, in leaving that car would have had blood spatters on his or her clothing, and probably rabbit fur?
Yes.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Redirect, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you walk us through, please, the procedures at the time for submitting items into evidence?
Well, there was an officer, the evidence officer was the officer that would receive it, packaged evidence, log it in, place it in storage within the station.
So somebody would have been responsible for transporting, in this case, the dress from the area where it was drying into evidence, correct?
Right.
Okay. And at some point, a tag is made to keep track of the evidence, correct?
Right.
Okay. And you stated that you would have made a tag eventually.
Yes.
Was it uncommon to have somebody else make an evidence tag?
If we were going to the lab, anyone would, to maintain the chain of evidence, they would put their own marks on it.
But the actual evidence card itself, once it's submitted into evidence, it might not be uncommon for somebody else to make that tag?
Right.
Dick, I know that you didn't work in the evidence room, but can you say with certainty that once items were placed into evidence, they were secure at that point?
Yes.
Did you have any concerns that evidence might not be secure once it was placed into evidence?
No.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Additional cross-examination.
Well, Mr. White, do you know what the history of the dress, pantyhose, and panties worn by Ms. Martinko was between December 19, 1979 and December 19, 1980?
No.
Thank you. No other questions.
Anything further, Mr. Harris?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. White, I don't know what title to use. You may step down, sir.
Thank you.
You don't know that.
State may call its next witness.
Right, I just check and see, make sure the witness is available.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna, after they take a break after this witness, I'll come back with some theories I have. I'm pretty sure what happened, but we'll address what. Okay, out. Squeegee out.
Mind the steps, Mr. Kidwell. Before you take your seat, please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of rules when we're in the courtroom. Please wait for the attorneys to finish their questions before you begin your answer. I'm asking them to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish answering before they begin the next question. Also be mindful of that microphone. We're going to ask you to position that right in front of your mouth so that we can hear you. If you'd please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record.
James F. Kidwell. James is James. Last name Kidwell, Kidwell.
Thank you, sir. You may conduct your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. You go by James or Jim?
Jim.
Okay, Jim. First of all, tell us how old you are.
78.
Where do you currently live?
Atkins, Iowa.
Are you currently retired?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work history before you retired?
Starting when, sir?
Just start when you started working. Just kind of guide us through it.
In high school, I worked for the State Conservation Commission. From there, I went in the Army after graduating from high school. Spent 3 years in Ethiopia. Came home, went to work for Pottawatomie County, Iowa, which is Council Bluffs. Sheriff's Department for about a year and a half. Then moved to Cedar Rapids on the Cedar Rapids Police Department as a patrol officer. From there, about five and a half years after that, I was promoted to identification officer. And I'm not sure when I made lieutenant, but I'm thinking 77, 78. And I retired at age 40 due to a heart attack, and I was lieutenant at that time.
And what year was that then when you retired?
1982.
In December of 1979, then, were you assigned as a lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
And what area of the police department were you assigned to?
Well, I'm going to run you through the whole thing. When I got promoted to lieutenant, I was promoted and it was called Lieutenant of ID because we never had a officer in charge other than an ID officer. And somebody at City Hall decided that the table of organization did not have a place for a lieutenant of ID. I then was assigned to work in the Detective Bureau, but instead of the Lieutenant of Detectives, it was Lieutenant of Police. Now, I don't know what the difference is. A lieutenant to lieutenant made the same money.
Okay.
And that's where it went from there.
So in 79, you were a lieutenant. Were you overseeing the ID Bureau?
Basically, yes. But as you say, over in charge, I did the scheduling. If there was scheduling, if one of the ID officers wanted off, I took care of that, or vacation. I did the ordering of supplies and things like that, but yet I also worked in the Detective Bureau.
We've mentioned the term ID a couple of times already here. Can you kind of tell us what that means or what it meant back in 1979?
ID officer is, as most people here would probably get, is like a CSI, your crime scene investigator. You went to crime scenes, you collected any type of evidence involving that crime, whether it be fingerprints, blood stains, photographs. You would take photographs of all this. Just any evidence at all that you could collect and preserve to handle your case and try to find who committed the crime.
Did you take a role then as lieutenant overseeing some of those activities?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of the homicide of Michelle Martinko that took place on December 19th, 1979?
Yes, sir. I received a call roughly 4 o'clock in the morning advising that there was a homicide. I told the party calling me to call Identification Officer White to the station. I would meet him there and we would go to the scene, which we did.
We heard extensive testimony from ID Officer White, or former ID Officer White, this morning. What I want to ask you about right now, Jim, is did you become aware that as part of the investigation that ID Officer Richard White had seized several items of clothing that Michelle Martinko was wearing at the time that she was killed?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review some documentation regarding those items of clothing, and specifically the black dress that was worn by Michelle Martinko and actions that were taken by the Cedar Rapids Police Department related to that black dress after it was seized?
Yes.
Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Be handing the witness what's been previously marked as Exhibits 17A, 17B, and 17C. And I'll ask you, Jim, if you had an opportunity to review that documentation prior to today. If you need to take it out, that's fine, too.
Having a problem getting it out.
I had the same issues.
Let me help you. I don't know if I can get better. I'm getting old. There. Yes, I have.
Does that include the other two exhibits as well?
Yes, sir.
Is it your understanding that Michelle's black dress was sent to the FBI crime lab in Washington, D.C. in approximately January of 1980, based on those letters?
Yes.
And do these records appear to have been made at or near the time that Michelle's black dress was sent to the FBI crime lab?
Yes.
And were these records generated by persons with knowledge of the existence of Michelle's black dress and knowledge that it was sent to the FBI lab?
Yes, sir.
And after reviewing these records, can you say that these are records that were kept in the regular course of business activity at the Cedar Rapids Police Department at that time?
They should have been, and yes, they would have been.
Okay. Was it regular practice to make and keep copies of records such as this to document, for example, correspondence between agencies that coordinated with the Cedar Rapids Police Department in investigating crime?
You're talking about the police department, not me personally.
Yeah, was it regular?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Does your name appear on these documents?
Yes, sir.
And again, these documents refer to items submitted that were evidence by the Cedar Rapids Police Department that included Michelle's black dress?
Yes, sir.
As a lieutenant of the criminal division at that time, or in the role that you described, was it regular practice for you as a lieutenant to be involved in matters pertaining to the transfer of crime scene items or evidence for analysis and testing?
I think I was advised, but I wasn't in charge of doing it personally.
So you were aware of it?
Yes.
Do these appear to be fair and accurate copies of business records pertaining to the black dress worn by Michelle Martinko that was sent to the FBI lab for analysis and then returned to you in March of 1980?
Yes, sir.
And they appear to be fair and accurate copies to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, move to interstates 17A through 17C.
Without objection.
The court will receive and make part of today's record States Exhibits 17A, B, and C.
Jim, if you could, for us, to the best of your recollection, describe the process, as you recall it, that was used to secure and package items of physical evidence at the Cedar Rapids Police Department to make sure that the integrity of the items were preserved.
A lot of it depended on what type of item, but clothing, anything that the weather would contaminate, I guess is the word, would be bagged in either a paper bag or a paper envelope, sealed up. There'd be an evidence tag placed on each item, and everything would have been, my shirt, my trousers, my socks, they'd all be in a separate bag or envelope, depending on the size.
Was that common practice back then?
Yes, sir.
And was that also done to prevent any kind of altering, tampering, or substitution of items?
Yes, so that nothing got contaminated.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So I'm looking at 17A right now.
Yes, sir.
And on the second page and about the middle of the page, it says, on December 1979. Do you see that where I'm referring to that?
Yes, sir.
Does this exhibit indicate then a summary of the Martinko case and items submitted to the FBI lab?
Correct.
And now I'm looking at 17B here. Does this also contain on page 2 I'm looking at now, first paragraph continued under item J, a reference to Michelle's dress?
Yes, sir.
And does that indicate then in this letter that her dress was being sent to the FBI lab?
Yes, sir.
And finally, on State's Exhibit 17C, do you see on the front page here, again, noted with a parentheses J, but a Q9 number assigned by the FBI, reference to Michelle's dress as well?
Yes, sir.
And does this indicate that those items were returned, attention to you, to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, sir.
And pursuant to your practice at that time, are items such as this returned back into evidence using the same procedures?
Yes, sir.
If you would for us, Jim, do you have a reading glasses or anything like that? All right.
This one's almost close enough I can read it.
Go for it if you can.
All righty.
I'm going to have you start on page 2 of 17C with the results of the examination.
No hairs like these. I better use this.
Nice effort, though.
If I can find it here. There we go. No hairs like those comprising specimens K1 found on or in the specimens Q4 through Q11, no hairs. Okay, like those, comprising of K3 specimen were found on the glass microscope slides containing hairs previously removed from specimens Q2 and Q3, in parentheses, FBI Laboratory Report 00107080, S is Sam, U, there's a space between the numbers in that S. There's a space between capital U, capital J, a space, V, I, parentheses, period. No hairs of value for significance comparison purposes were found on the Q12 specimen, period. Do you want me to read? There's 2 more little paragraphs.
If you don't mind.
No problem. Group A, human blood, was identified on specimens Q8, Q9, Q10, and Q11. No blood was found on specimens Q7 and Q12. Submitted items are being returned to your office under a separate cover by registered mail.
Now, in State's Exhibit 17C, which you just read, Jim, had previously identified the dress as Q9. You remember that?
Yes.
And what you just read, did that indicate that Group A or Type A human blood was identified on Q9 as well as other items?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to your knowledge, was that essentially what well, at least one of the requests was that was made to the FBI to try to find a blood type for the blood on the dress?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, like I said before, in cases such as this, I'm talking about a pretty serious homicide case, were efforts made and endeavored by the police department to ensure that items of evidence like this are handled appropriately?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. And at the time, in evidence, items such as this involving Michelle's clothing, were those returned to evidence, properly secured again with all the procedures to make sure that there's no altering, tampering, or substitution that takes place?
Absolutely. They would have been turned over to the evidence officer who would log them back in, I assume, to his log.
And to your knowledge, based upon your experience with the Cedar Rapids Police Department, do items that are turned over into evidence remain there until checked out for further analysis or observation or such?
That or released by the court.
And if there were further events where the dress were to be taken out of evidence and analyzed or handled anyway, would that be documented?
I don't know that it did, but if it were removed, my idea would be yes.
That was the expected procedure?
When I worked there, yes, it would have been.
Okay, all right.
And I'm sorry, but I'm getting, this happened in '79, I retired in '82. I can't say what happened after I left the PD.
Right.
But I cannot believe that they didn't adhere to the strict rules that they always had before.
Okay. All right, thanks, Jim. That's all I have for now.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Good morning, Mr. Kidwell.
Morning.
Good to see you again.
Thank you.
Your brother and I were well acquainted in Iowa City.
I know.
Officer Kidwell, you supervised the investigation of the Michelle Martinko homicide until your retirement, didn't you?
Yes.
And you, in fact, went to the scene the night of the murder, didn't you?
Correct.
Did you do any independent investigation yourself at the scene, or did you simply supervise other officers who were doing that investigation?
I oversaw ID Officer White and observed the scene, made sure that the patrolmen that were there were being careful not to let any onlookers there, which at that time of night we didn't have that many. Yes.
And then after the investigation was initiated, were reports furnished to you so that you were kept abreast of the investigation?
I didn't see all reports from like detectives. Anything to do with the ID Bureau, I'm sure I did. As far as the evidence that Officer White collected, I'm sure I did.
Okay. And you just described for the men and women of the jury some of the procedures that were used at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, including the handling of physical evidence, the handling of specimens that were obtained from physical evidence. Would it, let me ask you this, the events about which we're here occurred in December of 1979, right?
Yes, sir.
And were there tags that were used to tag evidence or containers that contained evidence at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes, we had tags that you wrote the information on.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what earlier was shown to former Detective White, and it's a Exhibit A1. It's a black and white copy that you're about to look at. And I'm directing your attention to the tag, or the photocopy of the tag that shown on the bottom of Exhibit A1. Take a minute to look at that and see if you recognize that tag.
I can't positively say one way or the other.
Do you know?
I'll be honest with you.
Okay. And I appreciate your honesty on that, but it appears to refer to items that were in a container, a bag, and it's signed or has the name D. White at the bottom. Do you know who D. White is?
That's what's kind of throwing me.
Tell us why.
Dick White, as I recall, when he signed evidence tags, it was always R. White. Like mine would be James F. Kidwell. He was either R or Richard White. And I don't recall if he used his middle initial or not. But he's got D, and he could have. Because everybody knows him as Dick. So I don't know. I can't.
That's not your writing on there, is it?
No. At that time, I wrote a lot better.
Okay. And
Not now.
In December of 1980, you were still in the Identification Bureau.
Yes. Well, I was lieutenant of police in the detective bureau. I shouldn't go into that.
I'm not going to ask you to get into it.
Yeah. Yes, I was.
But was there a D. White in the police department in the identification or the section that would be in charge of maintaining the integrity of these exhibits?
Just Richard Dick.
Just Dick.
The one that was here just previous to me, I believe.
This tag appears to be connected to a container holding the dress, pantyhose, and panties of the worn by the complainant. Do you know what happened to the scarf?
No, sir.
You've testified for us, Officer Kidwell, or Lieutenant Kidwell, that it would have been proper police procedures to package items like clothing in paper sacks, right?
Correct.
And not in plastic bags.
No.
That would be poor police procedure to package items of clothing in plastic bags.
Correct.
And it would be even poorer police procedure to package multiple items of clothing in the same container.
Correct.
Would it also be against policy and poor police procedure to leave items of physical evidence unattended in somebody's office not connected to the property section or to the investigation section? Just unattended.
Would you repeat that, please?
Good point. So would it have been poor police procedure to leave items of evidence someplace where they couldn't be accounted for or don't know how long it's been there?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, except for some questions just briefly about the Exhibits 17, A, B, and C that you just testified about.
All right, sir.
Did you direct that the drafts be sent to the FBI laboratory in Washington, D.C.?
No, that would have been James Barnes, the assistant chief.
So even though your name appears on that correspondence, that procedure was initiated by somebody else, Jim Barnes in the police department?
Yes, he was assistant chief of detectives. If I recall correctly, he called me in to tell me they were sending these items in and had me sign it, as you see, my signature on it. I noticed he did not sign it, but...
Understood. So when the items were returned from the FBI laboratory, were they directed to you to maintain a chain of custody?
I'm assuming so, being my signature is on the letter. Now, I don't know if that would have been a copy or he did, in fact, sign the one that was sent with the articles. But my guess would be that mine was the only signature. just like you see there.
Thank you. No other questions.
Redirect.
Okay. Jim, you were asked about whether it was proper procedure to package items of evidence, multiple ones in one package. You remember that?
Correct.
Okay. In your experience, if items are packaged separately, but they're secured, each item, are they sometimes put in a package together if they're packaged separately?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I misunderstood that part of it, I guess.
No, I'm not saying
But
that's
yeah,
a question.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Why send each package separately when you put them in, let's say, a box, as long as they were each separately packaged and evidenced to go in that box to be sent out for testing.
Okay. And next question I have, you were also asked whether it was poor police procedure to not account for items and where they've been. My question is it the expected procedure that if items are checked into evidence, that officers can be confident they'll remain there until checked out and analyzed again?
Correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kidwell. You may step down.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have reached the time where it's appropriate to break for lunch. So I will once again remind you of that admonition. Please keep an open mind. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Avoid any media coverage. And we will be in recess until 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you, folks.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, chat, gonna jump in here. Now we're bantering about the word Dickie. My dad had those. I love those. Those were great because they were like a turtleneck, and then they just covered your chest here and your back. They were great, especially for like skiing or going and playing out in the snow. You didn't have to like bundle up like Randy in Christmas Story, like you were deep sea diving. All right, so let's go through. They're in day 2, and they're taking their lunch break right now. So we heard from Richard or Dick White and James or Jim or Jimmy Kidwell. So they were both considered identification. Here comes my theory. Well, we're going to talk through it, Krista. I'm not quite sure I have a theory, but we're going to talk through it. First, we're going to recap. So they were both identification officers or ID officers. So they were basically CSI before CSI became CSI. And Richard White, who was a dear old man, he retired in 95. It was his birthday. December 19th was his birthday, so he forever remembers this. Yeah, remembers this case. So he got the call at 4 a.m. and his job was to go and collect evidence. So he got the call around 4 a.m. Officer Kinkead and partner and a few other people were already at the crime scene and it had been secured. He said the car looked like it was hurriedly parked because it was off kilter. So they showed a picture and you got the parking lines here and the car was like off kilter. The car was covered in frost. The left rear door was unlocked, so he got in the back seat and he took photographs of Michelle. He said there was a brown paper bag, like a shopping bag, but they didn't really follow up on that. He said that her knees, I have spelled that wrong, knees were up against the dash and her head was against the door. She had her fur coat, black dress, high heels, and pantyhose, and they said there was a purse underneath her. So remember that they were saying, some of her friends / witnesses were saying she had a wad of cash in her hand or in her pocket. She put it in her pocket, but maybe it was in her purse. They didn't say anything about a purse. But of course, that was a bunch of guys, 18, 19-year-olds talking. They're not going to notice a purse, per se. He said there was blood all over, and here I'm thinking, a Dexter crime scene. They were showing photos. He said it was kind of hard to see the blood, but you could see it. And then there was fiber and blood on the gear shift. And he collected it with a razor blade. And I'm like, what were those fibers? And chat said, well, it was probably the fur coat, because apparently those rabbit fur coats shed like crazy. But it was stuck on the gear shift. It wasn't, and then there was a lot of fiber, all over. So I'm just like thinking, this poor girl's just getting stabbed, and there's fur flying all over. Oh, God, that's where my mind goes. He did say it was typical kitchen gloves were used. So chat, you guys were saying shows intent, and I totally agreed. Yeah, this totally showed intent. And it was just regular kitchen gloves. He said there was blood on the key in the ignition, the door handle, the gear shifter. The seat had been moved. And then EMS, he was there when the EMS came, and they lifted Michelle out. They didn't drag her out or pull her out. The car was then towed. He was the only one that was inside the vehicle, Richard White. Michelle was taken to the morgue so the pathologist could do an autopsy, and he was there at the autopsy. And he talked about the blood on the dress, and he got out and he went to the mannequin and unbalanced equation. If you said does prosecution know there's a headless person? So that's the mannequin. I don't know if you were being whimsical there or not, but yes, that was the mannequin. And we briefly saw some of the stab marks, but I'm hoping the ME comes in and does like what they did in Finnegan, because that was really powerful, really impactful. Showed all the stabs. I hope they do that again, because she was stabbed, I believe, 29 times, but she was stabbed all over in her heart. Just a disaster. So then on cross, there was blood on the seat where Michelle's head was resting. The bottom of the seat was fabric. Other parts were vinyl. Michelle was lifted out of the car. I'm not sure what the significance of being lifted out versus, I don't know, how else are you going to take somebody out of the car, dragged out? It was an automatic car, and it was in park. Whimsical, yes, unbalanced. It was the car was in park. He had to turn the key in order to move the shifter. So again, no big, I don't know, the cross isn't really, there's a few things that cross is bringing up, but nothing too spectacular. This could have been one of them. Okay, so there was no disturbance in the frost around the car. So here's kind of where my theories are starting to come into play. I'm like trying to figure out, so this car was parked long enough that there was frost around the car, on the car. There was no footprints leading away from the car. So I'm just trying to work this out. So let's just keep going through the evidence. So they assumed that the car had been driven after the assault. So the assault happened, and then they drove the car. But that line of questioning, I'm like, well, no, the assault happened before the car? Like, who then drove the car? Michelle's dead. She didn't drive the car. So somebody did whatever they did to her. Well, we know what they did to her. They hacked her up. And then they drove her to this spot, and then they left, but there were no car tracks, no tire tracks, no foot tracks. So whenever this happened, it happened, enough time had gone by that the frost, I don't think they said snow had fallen, but the frost had fallen on the ground. So they were called at 4 o'clock. She was seen leaving the mall around 9 or 10 o'clock at the latest. And then her car was seen by Phoebe leaving, and I don't recall what time she said she left. But Phoebe said she saw the car was parked in an odd spot, but she didn't say it was parked askew. So it could have happened between 10 and 11, and then that gives enough time the person leaves. So it happened in the parking lot. So defense is trying to make it, some of the questions they were asking was, was she seen at one of these bars? Was she seen at a bar outside the mall? So I'm thinking, okay, I think defense is trying to say, she left after 10. Okay, so, and she was found at 4. So defense is trying to say, well, she may have gone to a bar. She frequented these bars. I'm thinking they're going, well, maybe she connected with somebody and they did this to her but then they drove her back to the mall. How did they know to drive her back to the mall? And then B, where was their car? Unless somebody drove with them and then they got in the car, or then they walked away. I mean, that I guess is possible. So I'm thinking no, I don't think it happened outside the mall, because that's just too complicated to have it done in some other part of the city. Drive back to the mall. A, how do you know to drive back to the mall? And then B, how do you get out of there other than walking? So I don't think it happened outside of the mall. So I think it happened in the mall or in the parking lot. I think Trial Junkies United said maybe whoever did this. And I think Shirley Roth said she was getting into her car, person pushed her in, and the attack happened then. But this is a very, very violent attack. And if it's closing time, it's not like she left it at 1 o'clock or midnight. It was closing time. A lot of people are leaving at that point. So if it happened in that spot, I mean, that car is going to be flopping all over the place. That car is definitely going to be rocking around. So the mall closed at 9. How is it possible she didn't leave until 10? Yeah, I think that one person's testimony might have been a little sus. Sheryl Anders, that might have been a little sus. I think it was like 9:30. So she's leaving the mall. But again, there's a lot of people leaving the mall, and there's this violent attack is going on. So if he does push her in, holds a knife up against her throat, drives somewhere else. Now here's where they could literally drive somewhere else. Does what he does to her, and then drives back. So that could have happened. So that's kind of my working theory right now. They could have driven, he could have held her at knife point, and they could have driven somewhere. And then he does whatever he does, then drives her back, and then does it soon enough that there's no footprints leading away and the car is frosty. So that's kind of my working theory right now. There was no evidence of SA, which is, I'm glad to hear that. No struggle outside of the car. Oh, red pen, that's what I just said up there. Okay, good. Well, then we're thinking in the same. I think the girl was abducted in her own car. They drove somewhere. He did the deed and brought her back, parked it in the mall lot. Yep. All right, red pen. We're on the same page. That seems to be coming together. There was no struggle outside the car, so again, that fits that theory. Whatever happened in that car. Kerrville, yeah, it just seems odd he would drive back and possibly be spotted, but if he had to get back there to get his vehicle. Yeah, he was parked somewhere, and we're assuming it was a he. This person was parked somewhere, pinned her out. She opened the door. He pushed her in, held her at knife point, drove her somewhere else, maybe even in the mall. Didn't necessarily have to go anywhere. Shirley, I worked at a mall. She parked far away from the entrance. Yeah, I've worked at malls before. So there was blood and rabbit fur would have been found outside the car. Yeah, there was no evidence of any kind of struggle, no dents, no dings, no blood, no fur, no nothing. He had to come back and get his car. So that's why it didn't happen at a bar, and that doesn't make sense. It happened she was abducted at the mall, and then they either stayed relatively close to the mall, because people leave. I mean, people just don't hang out. When you leave the mall, you leave. You're not just going to hang out. So he could have tucked away somewhere. There's lots of places to drive and park your car, and hide, and then park, pull it out again. I don't think it happened anywhere other than that. He abducted her in the mall. He may have driven somewhere else, but he came back. It's not uncommon for a few cars, red pen, to conk out in a mall parking lot. Seeing a few abandoned cars in the mall lot overnight is not unusual. Yeah, I agree. And this was a brand new mall, so I agree. There could have been a few cars. Okay, so that was crossed. Then we got the James Kidwell. He was a lieutenant. Oh, and Richard White did pass away. A therapist who's one of our fantastic mods, said he passed away. This happened in February of 2020, this trial, and he passed away, I believe, in November, of 2020. And her parents also passed away. So thank you, therapist, for dropping that knowledge. Mandy Strong says, do we know about the defendant's life at the time of the crime? He was a family man. He lived in Manchester, which was about 50-minute drive, 45 miles or something like that. He was a family man. I'm not sure what he worked at. I'll have to see if I can find that. So then James Kidwell, he's a lieutenant. He's 78 years old, and he retired in 1982 due to a heart attack. He was only 40 years old. And at the time, December 1979, he was CSI. So he and Richard were the same. Basically, they were identification officers or ID officers, and they were basically CSI before CSI became CSI, and then all they did was just process the scene. They took photographs, they collected evidence, fingerprints, that kind of stuff. Then in 1980, January 1980, Michelle's dress was sent to the FBI crime lab. And then during the cross, Mr. Spies there knew Kidwell's brother. And that he just questioned him about supervising other officers. So that was basically it. All right, so we have about 2 more hours left to go. We're going to get done around 7, so let's soldier on here, folks. We're going to get through day 2. And this is the afternoon of day 2. All right. And we do have closed captioning, so closed captioning goes on. And here we are with day 2. Pipsqueak will go back to the corner where he belongs. Cover up poor Michelle. All right. Here we go, day 2. Iowa versus Burns, Michelle Martinko murder trial.
The record should show that parties and counsel have returned to open court. The jury has joined us. Welcome.
Okay.
Witness, I just want to make it known.
Sorry.
The record should show that parties and counsel have returned to open court. The jury has joined us. Welcome back, folks. We did have a few housekeeping matters we needed to take up. Basically, we needed to move some furniture around for this afternoon, so we got that taken care of. Mr. Maybanks or Mr. Harris, you may call your next witness.
Your Honor, before we call the next witness, I just want to make it known, I think ahead of time, this witness is hard of hearing, and he's been wearing a hearing aid since he was 8, and he does read lips as well. So we're going to do our best with the next witness, but I just wanted to alert the jury ahead of time so they kind of know what to expect.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Mr. Maybanks.
With that, Dr. Richard Fiester.
Hold on, back in there.
Good afternoon, Dr. Fiester.
Good afternoon.
If you'd please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
There are just a couple of rules in the courtroom. It's important that you allow the attorneys to finish any question before you begin answering. And I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to allow you to finish an answer before they start to ask the next question.
Okay.
All right? Okay. And we'd ask you to speak up so that we can all hear you. And Dr. Fiester, will you please state your full name and spell your first and last names for the record?
Okay. My full name is Richard Frederick Fiester, MD. I'm a retired pathologist.
Okay. Can you spell your first and last names?
Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R-D. Fiester, F as in Frank, I-E-S-T-E-R.
Thank you. You may proceed with your examination.
Thank you. Dr. Fiester, how old are you?
How old am I?
Yes.
Okay, this February. I'm 79 now.
All right. And
I just had a birthday.
Well, happy birthday. Great. What you said you're retired, right?
I'm retired. I officially retired in 2003. I did not renew my license in 2015. I had done some local town from the time that I retired until I finally gave up my license. I've been unlicensed since 2015.
What was your profession when you worked?
I was a pathologist.
Who did you work for?
Pardon me?
Who did you work for?
Okay. Basically, I work for myself. I have an MD-PC that I work for. We have contract with Mercy Hospital and with Whelan Laboratories later on.
I'm going to ask you about your experience, but I want to show you a document here. And it's marked CV1. Can you look at that for me?
Okay, this is my CV. For the jury, I need to tell you what a pathologist does. I've had training in what we call clinical pathology and anatomic pathology. Anatomic pathology is blood smears, tissue exams, autopsies. Clinical pathology is that study of blood banking, bacteriology, chemistry, special chemistry, clinical fields in the laboratory. Okay. From this? Okay. I graduated from high school in Ruskin High in Kansas City, Missouri in 1959. 4 years later, I graduated from SMS College in Springfield, Missouri, which is Southwest Missouri State College, which is now Missouri State College, in 63. 4 years later, I graduated from medical school at the University of Missouri in Columbia with an MD degree. Following that, I did a 1-year internship in Wichita, Kansas at St. Francis Hospital. I did a routine internship. I delivered babies, I did pathology, I did surgery. I had a wide experience. After that, I did 1 year clinical anatomic pathology in Wichita, Kansas, St. Francis. Then I transferred my pathology training to Milwaukee, St. Luke's Hospital in Milwaukee. I had 1 year of anatomic pathology there and 2 years of clinical. I might say that in Milwaukee I had an interesting experience that I worked for the medical examiner office in Milwaukee County. And there were 2 of us residents that we did the non-police cases. That was the cases that weren't bound by a felony charge. And basically those cases were unexplained deaths. Then after I finished in Milwaukee, I left my residency and went to Clarksville, West Virginia. I practiced from 72 to 76. I was a full-time pathologist. I had a contractor relationship with the pathologists out there. I did autopsies. I did everything in the laboratory. I used all my experience there. Then in 1976, we relocated to Cedar Rapids, I should say. Cedar Rapids, Iowa, and I practiced from 1976 until 2003.
So what was your job in 1979?
I was a staff pathologist for Mercy Hospital. And one of my rotating was took call. We had autopsy call. We rotated autopsy call. There was 3 pathologists, Dr. Skobeck and Dr. Chuck and I, rehabilitated tried, and in 1979, when I did the autopsy, I was on call.
When you offer an opinion today, will it be done to a reasonable degree of medical certainty? When you offer an opinions today, will it be done based on your expertise?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to request that the court find that Dr. Fiester can offer expert testimony today and that he's an expert in his field.
Any objection to the
No objection.
designation? Okay. The record will reflect Dr. Fiester's expertise, and he may testify as such.
Thank you, Your Honor. On December 20th, 1979, did you have an opportunity to conduct an autopsy of a lady who had died named Michelle Martinko?
I did.
What time was that autopsy performed?
We started the autopsy at 8:30 in the morning.
Where was it done?
It was done in the Mercy Hospital ward.
As a result of the autopsy, did you complete a report? Did you complete a report after doing the autopsy?
Mr. Maybanks, could we mic the witness, please? Could we use I think there's a portable mic.
He can have mine here, Judge.
Oh, Chelsea says we should make sure that that one's working. Doesn't sound like it.
No, it's on mute. Works. Okay. If you want to hold that and then, well, here, let's do this for you. Maybe just talk into that.
Okay, okay, is that better?
Yeah, it's great.
Do you need this?
Yes,
We still, okay.
move to mid-state CV1.
May I have one to hear the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Hello, Doctor.
Hello.
I'm wearing a mustache.
Turn your head back. There you go.
I would shave it off.
Well, my mother took me to lip reading school at age 8, so I'm a very good lip reader, but mustaches really hinder me.
Yeah.
So I may have to help her.
Okay. I would shave it off, but neither my wife nor my dog like strangers.
What was that?
Never mind. So, Doctor, the report that you have has a lot of medical terms in it. Yes?
Yes.
Are these medical terms that men and women of the jury would understand without a medical training?
I try to talk as a layman at times.
In your report?
The report is very specifically scientific, and somebody who was a layman that would have to read it, they probably have to ask me what do I mean.
Yes. Or have a dictionary.
What?
Or have a dictionary?
Okay, it's okay.
All right.
Do you have a dictionary?
Oh, no. Your Honor, I object to the admission of the report on the grounds that it would not be helpful to the jury because it includes medical terminology that the witness testified would not be understandable to the lay members of the jury.
Okay. I don't believe it's been offered yet.
No, I was offering CV1.
See, just the curriculum vitae.
Then I'll reserve my objection. I have no objection to the CV.
Okay, very good. Without objection, CV1 will be received and made part of the record.
Okay.
So when we left off, we were talking about your report.
Right.
And I'm going to hand you a copy of the report with the number 6 on it.
Okay. This is a 8-page report, 4 pages of the anatomic autopsy that I did and all the descriptive terms. Do you want me to elaborate?
I'll ask you some questions about it first, okay? Is this a report that you completed on a regular basis in your job?
Yes.
And does this report involve just the findings that you made in regards to Michelle's autopsy?
Yes.
Okay. And is this something that you kept in the regular course of your business?
Yes.
And does this contain an opinion on the cause and manner of Michelle's death?
Okay. You use 2 terms. The cause of death is an anatomic finding. The manner of death is a forensic thing that's put on the birth certificate. I did not do the manner of death.
Did you find the cause of death in this report?
Yes.
And does this contain terms that explain the reasoning behind your cause of death, behind her cause of death?
Yes.
And would this report help explain your testimony or add to your testimony if the jury would have it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Is that...
Want me to paraphrase the report?
We'll talk about that in a second.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta have a thing.
Yeah, that's right. Is that a fair and accurate copy?
Yes.
Okay.
I've seen copies of it. As far as I can tell, yes.
Okay. And now we move to Admit States Exhibit number 6, Your Honor.
And Mr. Spies, would you like, or have you had an opportunity to review the proposed exhibit?
I have, Your Honor. Based on the witness's testimony about the inclusion of medical terminology that would not be ordinarily understandable to the jurors, under Rule 5.403, I object to its admission.
Any response, Mr. Maybanks?
Your Honor, as Dr. Fiester explained, this report will help the jury better understand his testimony, the context of his testimony, and better help them to be able to refer to when discussing his testimony. It's recorded as a business record. There's no hearsay problems with it. To the extent that there be any kind of findings in there that weren't discussed as part of evidence, the jury is instructed to only consider what's been received in evidence in this courtroom, but it's very customary and typical type of evidence for the jury to be able to review. So that's our position.
Okay. Anything further, Mr. Spies?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. The court does find that this is relevant evidence and that given the contents, what have been purported as the contents of the exhibit, that the jury will be permitted to have that in evidence, and with Dr. Fiester's testimony, it will be useful, and therefore it will be received and made part of the record.
I'll take that back now.
Okay.
No, the report,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah. You'll get it back.
Okay.
Right now, I want you to tell the jury about how you conducted autopsies back in 1979.
Okay. Well, when you do an autopsy as a pathologist, the first thing you have to have is a permit. Somebody has to authorize the autopsy. In this particular case, the medical examiner deputy was Dr. Joe Gallis, and he gave a report, a permit to me. Then when you go, the body is transferred to the autopsy room, to the morgue. I specify that the clothes be left on the body.
that I remove the clothes, not the nurses or the medical. So body comes to the body in the autopsy room, the morgue. At the time, I was taking pictures. I learned this from another forensic pathologist, and I took pictures mainly so that I can look at my pictures when I develop the report, so I can put my findings on the pictures. Those pictures that I have all been turned over to police. After I do an external examination, I have to be sure that the body has been identified. In this particular case, Detectives White and Detective Kidwell identified the body, what had been identified to them by the family members. So you have to have a permit, identification, then you do your external examination. An external examination from the head, just like a regular doctor would do. Head, scars, face, anything. Then you describe the clothing, and then I remove the clothing without cutting it up, and then I give the clothing to the police people, and they put it in their proper bags, and they do their chain of custody. Then, on this particular case, the body was very bloody, and it was covered and soaked with blood. So I had to do a lot of washing down. It's interesting to note that, his mother has probably told you this, that water will hemolyze blood and break it down so you can wash it off. So if you get a stain on your underwear, put water on it and wash it off. So after that, we go to various steps. I wash all the blood off and I get the clothing off. Then I go back and identify all the wounds. There's wounds in the face, the chest, the arms, the legs, and these are all detailed in the report. I can summarize the wounds.
Well,
you want me to summarize the wounds yet?
I think the question, I think the question was explain how you do an autopsy.
Okay,
so that's good.
Let me go back to that.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead.
Then after I do all this, then we do what we call the internal examination. We made a Y-shaped incision over the body, and we take out the heart, the lungs, the liver, the spleen, and describe any wounds on the heart and lungs, bowel, liver, and all this sort of thing. And then we go down and do what we call the pelvis, and we do what we call pelvic sweeps. And we take the vagina and the uterus and the ovaries out. So we take all the internal body organs out. It took me a while, but I got it done.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you back your report.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you a general question. Based on the overall autopsy, what diagnosis did you reach, or what conclusion?
What diagnosis did I make?
Yeah, what diagnosis did you find? What was your overall conclusion?
You mean the description of the wounds and?
Just the overall finding that you made.
Okay, the overall findings, she had multiple sharp edge wounds. I call them incised wounds, but the new terminology today is a sharp edge wound. She had multiple sharp edge wounds over her body, arms, legs, hands. She had one laceration, and the laceration is caused from a blow, and she had a laceration in the left scalp. Lacerations are a result of a blow and not an incised wound.
What did you attribute to her cause of death?
The cause of death was what I call the fatal knife stab wound of the chest. Was number 4, what we call it, the second part of the sternum. The sternum is divided into 3 parts: the mandible, the body, and the xiphoid. And the first wound, which I call number 4 wound, on the left side, penetrated deep into the aorta, and it caused a excised wound of the aorta. And basically, between those wounds of the lungs bilaterally, she had multiple stab wounds over both lungs. She basically bled to death, but I interpret the fatal wound as number 4, which hit the aorta. And the aorta is a major blood carrying organ of the body.
Okay. On page 1 of your report, so on the first page of your report, on the bottom of that page, you have a finding on page 1.
Page 1, okay.
Yeah. You have a finding regarding the interval death. Can you discuss that finding and what you based it on?
Yes. The bodies present in the organ with 2 things. One they have is rigor, which is a muscle contraction. She had a mild form of rigor. She had rigor. She had what they call posterior lividity, which is a pooling of the blood, and she died on her back. The other thing is, when I look at the organs under the microscope, I see a process of what we would call decaying. Autolysis is the word we use, autolysis. Autolysis, it means decaying. And when I see a moderate amount of autolysis, that tells me that it isn't even over 24 hours. And almost 2 organs that will give complete autolysis are the pancreas and the kidneys. And I only saw slight autolysis. So the interval of death, I gave it 6 to 10 hours, which basically part of it was based on what I know of when the body was found and when I did the autopsy. Is that better? Okay. Am I answering your question?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think you're doing great. Okay. So, can we go to page 2? Page 2.
Okay.
You noted the clothing that she was wearing on page 2. Can you tell us what you noted about the clothing she was wearing up until you talk about her underpants? Go ahead and tell us the clothing she was wearing when she arrived at autopsy.
The clothing, right. Okay, is that a paragraph?
Yeah, what did you know?
Well, I think she had a loosely tied black scarf around the neck. There's no reserve. The short black strapless dress over the main portion of the chest area. The lower legs are closed with black fine neck pantyhose. Bikini type underpants are noted over the pelvic area.
Okay. Yep, that's good for now. We just wanted to talk about her clothing for now. Now, you mentioned when you were describing how you do an autopsy that you take pictures sometimes?
I take pictures, yeah.
Okay. I show you these pictures here. And on the bottom we have 5A, and the last one is 5V. Okay? For now, can you just tell me whether you took those?
I took these.
Okay.
The nice thing about it is that I put the number on like A7973. So I know that that picture is the correct picture of it because the photographs can be reversed. But by putting this on here with the ruler, I can measure things with the rulers. So that's why I do it this way.
I forgot one here. It's
okay.
5U.
Okay.
So Dr. Fiester, are these all photographs that you took?
Okay. You'll notice I crossed my sevens. Well. Do I need to explain any of these?
We're going to do that in a second. Are those all photos that you took, Dr. Fiester?
Well. These are all on pictures. Okay. I think they're all there, as far as I can tell.
These are all photos from Michelle's autopsy?
You're right. I take colorochromes, and the police developed those pictures from my slide that I project slides.
Your Honor, move to admit states A through FU.
Is this working better than?
F or 5?
Sorry, 5.
5?
Yeah, you're right.
5A through 5?
Yeah.
V as in Victor or umbrella?
Umbrella.
Umbrella, okay. Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review the proposed exhibits?
I have, Your Honor, and they are received without objection.
Okay. The court will receive states 5A through U.
Try to use the pointer, maybe. Should have got that first. Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. There's a TV up here behind you. We're going to put some photos up there, okay?
Might have to turn around.
Okay, sure.
Is that better? Okay.
Okay, the first one we're going to put up is 5A.
Okay, I can't focus in. Oh, okay.
Right. So, can you tell us what you're showing in 5A?
Right. This is after there's blood all back there. We washed a lot of the blood. There's still blood on the hand, but that's, and if you notice, I crossed my sevens, and that's the first picture.
Okay, great. And what are you showing on her neck area there? What is that?
Well, these are sharp-edged wounds. When I went back to and did the final exam, most of all those wounds are in the anterior part of the neck. They did not hit any of the vital structures such as the carotid or the trachea or the esophagus, but they're in the beefy part of the neck.
Okay. By the way, how many stab wounds overall did you find, or inside wounds?
Actual stab wounds, can I phrase that a little different?
You can phrase it however you want, okay? Yeah.
When I went through my report, I identified 29 wounds, sharp-edged wounds. Some of these wounds are what they would call, are they 1 or 2 or 3 wounds? So basically, I was able to identify 11 stab wounds, 7 over the chest, 4 elsewhere.
So 11 stab wounds on the chest and then more elsewhere, or?
I'd have to see my report. I think there is
Okay, gotcha. All right.
Okay, I have one on the just below the angle of the left jaw. There is a stab wound that generates into the neck structure. So it must be one of those wounds there on the neck.
Okay.
So there was several on the stab, and as I go through the report, there was scattered others.
Okay, that's good.
So, yeah.
Yeah. All right. So
Some of the stab wounds we're going to get in the further discussion.
Okay. We're going to show the next photo now, 5B.
Okay.
Can you tell us what we're looking at there?
Can I see the original picture? The
report?
Yeah.
Oh, the picture. Okay. Picture's over here.
Okay. This is kind of way in it wrong. Okay. This is the neck scarf that we saw. This is the upper part of the chest, and this is the lower dresser coat.
Okay.
There's too much blood on there. I can't really see a wound, but later on when I wash it up, I can.
And now we're going to put 5C.
Oh, okay. That's the MM after Michelle Martinko. This is part of the, there's a zipper there. I think that must be the dress or something, I'm not sure.
Okay, now we'll put up 5D.
Okay. This is a better angle of the all the wounds in the neck. I think one of those was a stab wound. Most of them are just slice wounds. This one under the lip, it cut into her mouth. She had blood inside of her mouth.
Okay. So can you tell us the difference between a stab wound and other wounds, and why you're making a difference there with that?
Some of these are superficial wounds, and it's the depth of a wound that determines a stab wound. And when it penetrates below a certain depth, and I can't tell you exactly what that depth is, but it's usually a result of an in-force as opposed to a slice.
And the next one we have is 5E. And tell us
It's
about.
just more of the same.
Do we see?
And that's all described in my report.
In your report, when you talk about the neck wounds, is
Yes.
5E? That's the neck wound.
But as I mentioned, all the neck wounds do not hit a vital structure such as a carotid, a windpipe, or this sort of thing. In other words, they're in what we call the anterior compartment of the neck.
Okay. The next one is 5F.
More the same.
Looking.
Well, that's what described as a trapdoor. If you look at my report, I call that a trapdoor wound. It's probably the result of a slice as opposed to a stab.
G is going to be the right side of her face, so the other side of her face.
Okay. The question is, there's one stab wound that I talked about over here on the left chest, whether the point came through the anterior compartment and the tip of the knife came out there. That's a wound. It's a sharp edge wound. It's not a stab wound. This part over here would probably be a stab wound.
Are you talking about on her right neck?
Right neck.
Okay.
In other words, I think the blade of the instrument, the knife, if you speak, came through.
Okay. What about right here under her?
Well, that's pretty much what I call the slice. Maybe like a slice, something like that, a slice wound.
The next one is 5H. Looks like you're focusing on her.
Okay. This is another, just a superficial sharp head wound. Doesn't penetrate deep.
And then 5I. Can you tell us what we're looking at in 5I?
It's pretty much just a repeat of what we've already seen.
This shows that wound you described.
That's a wound, the same one that comes, I think, is a result of the stab wound identified in the neck where the point of the knife comes out at the other end.
In your report, do you document the stab wounds from page 2 all the way through to page 4 for the tree? Okay. So when they look at this report, they'll be able to see the location?
A specific location. I think that as we go through more pictures, we'll see different locations.
Yeah, we're not done yet, but yeah,
Okay.
you're right, you're right. Yep.
The answer to your question, yes.
Okay, great.
One second.
So you said it was 29 total wounds and 11 stab wounds. So how would you describe the other wounds then? They were lacerations or?
There were slices, there were on the arms and the hand, there were defense wounds. You see one defense wound on the hand. Classic defense wound is one that's, defense wounds are basically hands and arms. So the slices, in the layman's sense of the word, would be a slice.
We have some pictures.
Okay.
The next one is 5J. Can you tell us what we're looking at in 5J?
This is a, I assume it's a right hand. It's a defense wound. She held a hand up at whatever, and the knife made that wound.
Okay, so what is a defensive wound? What do you mean by that?
Okay, in the pathology circles, wounds of the hand and arms are most commonly appreciated as defense wounds.
Okay.
It's in the papers that I've read.
Is that an indication that Michelle was putting up her hands to defend herself?
Oh, definitely. I think a lot of the wounds are motion, different sizes. She's in a lot of motion.
We have 5K next.
Okay. This is the classic wound described as a defense wound, where they put the hand up and the knife comes in and cuts it. Classic. Textbook.
I think that 5L may be more of that same defense wound. Is that right?
Yeah, that's another shot of that one wound we saw in the other picture.
And then 5M.
Yeah, this is just another picture of where I'm opening the hand of that defense wound.
This appears as if it's your left hand. Or sorry, yeah, left hand.
That would be her left hand, yeah.
And then 5N.
This is another picture of the left hand. Pretty much defense wound.
I'm going to refer to page 6 of your report here.
Okay.
Now. This is going to be under summary of stab wounds and tracks. I just have a few questions for you on that.
Right, it describes it. In this, I try to describe what kind of an instrument would cause the type of track.
What did you note as the measurement of the entrance site?
4 to 5 inches.
I think, now, is that the depth of the wound? Like how far it went down?
It does. Well, you got to remember the chest is flexible. So I tried to estimate the length of the path.
And what was the general path of the wound? What direction?
Front to back.
Were her wounds more horizontal or vertical by nature?
I got most of the tracks are horizontal to the frontal plane and the back horizontal.
Horizontal.
Yeah.
In your report, you noted that the wounds were 2 to 2.5 centimeters in length. Can you tell us about that?
The wounds in the entrance side are 2.5 centimeters. A centimeter is about a half an inch, so we're talking an inch to inch and a half.
We're going to talk about another picture here. It's 5-0. Okay.
This is the scalp wound on the left side, and I think I described it in the report. It's a laceration. She either hit with something or she bumped her head into something. But it's a blow to the head. Either it could be an active blow to the head or it could be a passive blow where she hit her head. I don't know which. And so there's no skull fractures.
So is this different than a stab wound? This is an actual, like, blunt force?
I don't know.
Did you see any kind of stab or slice wound to this? Or was it more of a bruise kind of wound?
Bruise wound, I don't recall.
Okay. Is it documented in your report?
That one is, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the head.
You said earlier that to her neck, was there a wound that went all the way through her body and back out?
Just one in the neck, I think, went through the anterior compartment of the neck. I think we described that.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that the wound went through one side and out the other?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about her fatal wound, the one to her chest.
There's a picture somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and grab it. This will be 5P. Maybe you can guide us through this.
Okay. This instrument we use as disposed. This is the wound that was through the sternum on the left side, and it penetrates through the sternum. I think there's another picture.
Yep. And
Yeah.
next will be 5Q.
Yeah. This picture actually shows how it is penetrated through the sternum.
Was this the most serious wound she had?
Yes.
And again, was this the fatal wound?
I consider it the fatal wound. That's the one that hit the aorta. But you got to remember she had multiple wounds over both lungs. So, but I could put my finger on one thing, that fatal wound. Because the heart is pumping and it pumps a lot of blood.
So did this wound also penetrate her through her rib cage too?
Pardon me?
Did it go through her ribs too?
No, the sternum is in front. The ribs are on the side of the sternum. So the chest wound that you had over the chest would penetrate through the ribs. But they can go what we call the intercostal, the space between the ribs, as opposed to actual cutting the ribs. I don't think there was any fractured ribs.
Did any of these wounds go into her lungs? I think you mentioned that. Into her lungs?
They went to her lungs, yeah. Described in the report. And I think I've got the picture.
And we're going to put up 5R. What does that show?
This is lungs over here. Notice the lungs are completely branched because she bled to death. This is just a wound in the lung. That's all I can say.
Okay. And now we're going to put up 5S.
Okay. This is where the wound goes into the aorta. The aorta comes out of the heart and makes a sharp bend and then goes down. And this is right above the aortic valve, so to speak. It's a fatal wound.
And then this is 5T.
Okay, these are pictures of the lungs. I took the lungs out and I put them on the table, and I took pictures of showing the various lacerations of the lung. I can't tell whether it's right or left lung.
How many stab wounds did she have to her lungs?
Well, of the 11 stab wounds, I think 7 of them are in the chest. So if I take the one away from the water, that would leave 6 stab wounds in the lung.
Is that documented in your report?
I'd have to read. I don't know if I actually counted it up. Should be on the internal examination.
Here you go.
Yes, I specify the stab wound 1, 2, 3 are on the right, and stab wounds 5 and 6 are on the left.
Did you note in your report how much blood she lost?
In the examination of each prospace or hemothorax, I estimated that there was 1,000 cc's of blood, which is a little bit over a quart, 1,000 cc's of blood in each lung.
How much blood volume did you believe she had based on her size and your autopsy?
I anticipated that she had a blood volume of 3,000 cc's. I went back, when I was reading the report, I took her height and weight and I went to my charge, and I estimated she had a 3,000 cc's, so we're talking almost 2/3 of her blood volume.
So she lost 2/3 of her blood volume, or 1/3?
Pardon me?
How much of her blood volume did she lost?
2/3 of her blood volume. She bled to death, internally and externally.
Based on your report and all her wounds, can you give an opinion as to where the assailant was in relation to Michelle?
She was on her back, and the wounds are all on the front, so he was in front of her or on top of her.
Were her wounds also consistent with her being on her back when she was attacked?
Yes.
Based upon your experience in the autopsy, do you have an opinion as to the weapon that was used to kill Michelle?
That's in my report. I said that they would have the greatest width of 2.5 centimeters and approximately 4 millimeters at the distal tip. Okay. Well, he estimated in the paragraph above 4 to 5 inches. So put all that together, I say at least 4 to 5 inches.
You're talking about at least a 4 to 5 inch knife? The size of the knife, is that what you're talking about? Okay. At least?
What?
So at least 4 to 5 inches?
Yeah, at least.
What kind of knife do you believe
Well, when I go back to the papers I've read, they described, if you look at both edges of the wound, they're sharp. It could be a knife that, either a double-edged knife or a knife that's curved. In other words, it comes to a point, and as it goes into the wound, it hits the wound and it slices. That's about the best I can do. That's it.
Okay. Based upon your experience in the autopsy, what opinion do you have as to the force that would be required to inflict these wounds?
Well, as I described once, it can't be a pet. It has to be a real whop. I mean, it has to have a lot of force.
Doctor, based on your observations of the autopsy, do you believe that it is reasonable that a suspect could have cut themselves during an assault like this?
Yes.
We just have 2 more photos.
Okay.
5U is next.
These are chest wounds. I can't tell whether they're right. They were all over the chest.
And then 5B.
Okay. They're more the same.
One more question then. So, again, what is your opinion on the cause of Michelle's death?
Let's begin then.
What is your opinion as to the cause of her death? How did she die?
She bled to death, internal and external. She had blood all over her breast, all the internal bleeding from me, and I put the fatal wound in the aorta.
Thank you, doctor.
Mm-hmm.
No further questions at this time?
nothing further at this time.
Okay. Mr. Spies, do you wish to cross-examine the witness?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Hello again, doctor.
Okay.
My lips are
I'll try. Maybe we'll try. I'll try real hard.
Doctor, you talked about the fatal injury being an injury to the aorta, right?
Okay.
I want to leave my
fatal into the aorta. Yeah, correct.
And could you tell us where the aorta is in relation to the heart?
The aorta comes out of the heart and goes behind the heart.
Okay. And how...
The wound is in the first part of the aorta.
What would be the anterior or the front of the aorta?
It's in the anterior part of the arch.
Okay. How big was the wound to the aorta? How big was the cut in the aorta?
The aorta, I think, is 4 millimeters or something, what I gave in my report. That's a dime is 10 millimeters, so about half a dime.
And the reason I ask is that my father died of a ruptured aortic aneurysm. And I'm just wondering how long it would take someone to bleed out from a wound that size.
How long it would take?
Yes.
Minutes, less than 5 minutes.
Okay.
That comes from physiology.
Yeah, understood. Another witness in this case testified about all the blood inside the car. There was blood on the windshield, blood on the visors, blood on the windows, the doors, and you talked about the injuries to the neck, and you said that there were no, the carotid artery was not cut.
They weren't cut.
But there were injuries to the lungs, so were there any wounds that you would describe as spurting blood?
Yes.
Which of the wounds would have been spurting blood?
What? Oh, I couldn't tell.
You couldn't tell?
I think any wound, face wounds are notorious for bleeding excessively. So even though they look any face wound like that, minor arteries, you cut a little artery, it'll bleed. So I can't tell which wound caused the bleeding. Any of them.
But stated differently, there were enough wounds that could have caused a lot of external blood loss.
Yeah.
Right?
What now? I think yes, I think.
Okay.
I think that's what they're trying to ask me. Stated differently. Okay. I think you're trying to ask me, with all the blood around, am I able to tell you where that blood came from? Is that kind of what you're asking me?
We'll start there. Yeah.
Yeah. And the answer is no. I can't tell you where it came from the wounds. Which ones? All of them.
Okay. But the wounds that you saw during the autopsy would be enough to explain that it was a bloody scene in the car.
Yes.
A couple other questions about digestion. You made some observations about whether she was digesting food at the time that she died. And did you find undigested food in her esophagus?
Oh, okay. Yes. She probably had eaten, it was meat. She had eaten meat, and it wasn't digested, so she probably died within 3 to 4 hours after her death, after she ate.
So there was food in her esophagus and also in her stomach?
It was in her stomach. What's the report say? I think it was, I found the meat in the stomach.
Yeah, you also found some food in her esophagus.
In the esophagus too?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Do you believe
I forgot, yeah. I forgot.
Okay. Well, would it help you to remember if you looked at your report? Take a look at page 5.
What are we looking at?
About the esophagus.
Esophagus. Okay. Okay. Small portion of undigested meat is in the esophagus. Gastric contents of that are partially digested food. In other words, she hadn't swallowed it all the way through yet.
Now, you also examined her genitals, right?
Yes.
And there were no injuries to her genitals?
No.
No injuries?
No.
Now, you also you obtained a pap smear.
Yes, we did. We didn't really do a pap smear, I don't think. I think we did a vaginal swab.
Okay. And the reason I said...
Pap smear would be different.
All right.
But what we did was a vaginal swab.
Well, the reason I mentioned pap smear is because on page 7 of your report, in the lab report, it had a checked pap smear. I guess you did a pap smear. The cytologist does this. I don't do it. I didn't actually do a pap smear. And she marked pap smear, that's different than what I gave her. But, yeah. So, but that's part of your autopsy report, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's part of it, yeah.
And in the whether it was a vaginal swab or a pap smear, there were no sperm observed.
No, that's correct. That's a cytologist report, not my report. In other words, that's part of the autopsy. In other words, like we would send a chemical test into the laboratory. They do it, and then they send the report back, which we included in the autopsy.
Well, but you endorse those findings, though, don't you? You accept those findings?
Yes.
And they're accurate?
That's where the question starts, right there.
I send the report back. I don't make any determination whether it's accurate or not. I just accept it.
Yeah. So let me ask it differently. The jury can rely on those findings, can't they?
What's that?
The jury can rely on those?
If I send a report to a blood specimen to the laboratory, yes, I rely on it.
And the jury can?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. Briefly. This is page 7 of 8 of your report here. I'm pointing to some findings regarding sperm there.
Okay.
Does Dr. Fiester?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
The specimen from the vagina swab that I took went to two different departments. One to the cytology department and one to the bacteriology department. This report was the X-ray gram stain. That's obviously, yeah, that's a bacteriology report. That's two different departments.
And so, based on those reports, from the internal examination done of Michelle's genitals, there was no sperm found.
To qualify that statement, I would have to say there were no sperm of a detectable. If the sperm were found sometime, I would have to say, based on these reports, no sperm was found by these two people. That's the end of the report.
And that's from the...
that's from the swab I took.
Swab, okay. Did you do a microscopic view of any of her clothing?
No.
Okay. Would you be able to see sperm just by looking at it?
Definitely not.
Okay. All right.
Sperm are submicroscopic. They are very, very, very tiny. They're smaller than a blood cell.
Mr. Spies asked you about blood everywhere. So, did you see, from looking at Michelle in her body, evidence that there was a struggle?
Yes. I mean, obviously, blood was all over. And she was bleeding. Her heart was still pumping. There was a struggle.
And based on your experience, when there's a struggle, does that raise the possibility the suspect could cut himself too?
Oh, definitely.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Re-cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
No further questions necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Fiester. Thank you, Dr. Fiester. You're excused. We will recess for 15 minutes. So ladies and gentlemen, we will be in recess. And as always, I remind you of that admonition that I talk about every time we part ways. So please keep that in mind. We'll be in recess for the next 15 minutes.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
All right, chat. I'm going to pop in here, excuse me, and go over Dr. Fiester, Dr. Richard Fiester. He was a hoot. He was something. All right, so he's a retired pathologist. He's 79. He retired in 2003. He is studied clinical and anatomical pathology. He started the autopsy of Michelle at 8:30. And then he proceeds to go through the process. He told the nurses and the doctors to leave Michelle's clothes on to let him remove so he can, then he takes pictures, and this is all for his findings. First of all, you need a permit, then you need to identification by the family. He said that Michelle was so bloody that he had to wash her. That's where he threw in the, water washes away blood, it breaks it down, and that's when he threw in the blood stain. If you have blood stains on your underwear, then just wash them. Again, I don't mind he said that, but he seemed a little jolly in that saying. You can't remember most of it, Lucy. Well, I'm gonna recap it for you. Then he did a pelvis sweep, which was the internal. Oh, here I am groaning like him. Sorry. Then he did a pelvic sweep, and he looked at the internal organs. He found multiple sharp edge wounds on her body, arms, and head, and there was a laceration on her left scalp. He determined the cause of death, which we heard about 4 or 5 times, was a fatal knife sternum number 4 wound that penetrated deep into the aorta. He said both lungs were punctured. I am a mess. Thank you, therapist. Both lungs were punctured and she bled to death, but the fatal wound was the number 4, which penetrated deep into the aorta. He said she died on her back, and then we were kind of in chat talking about the cops found her slouched over. So theory is starting to, pictures starting to come together that she was off somewhere else. This guy's like hacking her way at her, stabbing her, and then maybe he had to move her or something to drive the car. So maybe he pushed her, and then that's how she got slouched over. The good doctor, thought she had passed away 6 to 10 hours. She had already been gone. He mentioned a scarf, and then they kind of brought that up earlier in another testimony, but we didn't really get into that. He said there were 29 total stab wounds, 11 over her chest and 4 elsewhere, and then there were some on her neck and her face. And again, she was just hacked, literally to death. Hey, Calypson, yeah, it's pretty interesting. It's definitely pretty interesting. Go back and check it out. And we're also dedicating this to Jeff from Legal Vices. I know we've been talking about him all day. So the grunting brought up a lot of some memories for our chat. So the pathologist, Dr. Fiester, was reminding me that we are dedicating this stream to Jeff. So he was talking about slices as opposed to a stab. Let's see. Oh, and at this point, so Burns is looking very intently. They're showing pictures of poor Michelle, and defendant Burns is just like, he's not like looking away. How many times have we watched trials where people are looking away or they can't look or whatever? He was literally just looking at every picture like this. So that tells you, even if you said you didn't do this, I'd still be like, I don't know, I can't look at that, And you're accusing me of doing this? I don't know. I don't think I would be able to look at that. He said there were 11 stab wounds, and he said classic defense wounds on her hands and arms. She was like clearly doing this while this guy's like slicing and dicing. Said on the left hand there was defense wounds, 4 to 5 inches in the chest, and he said later that the knife was at least 4 to 5 inches. So again, you're looking at a pretty big ass, at least 4 to 5 inches. The wounds were horizontal versus vertical, so he's doing this kind of stuff. I guess he's just kind of going back and forth. The scalp wound on her left side was she either was hit or she bumped into something. There were no skull fractures. He said the fatal wound was to her chest, and he determined by her height and weight there was 3,000 cc's of blood volume, and he thinks she lost 2/3 of that in both of her lungs. So she literally bled to death, he said, both internally and externally. Said Michelle was on her back and all her wounds were on her front, and he said he was on top of her. So I thought that was interesting that he said he. He didn't say she or they. He said he was on top of her and in front of her. And the knife was at least 4 to 5 inches. Now this is where I found it really funny. They asked him what the force required. He's like, a real womp. Doctor, we're talking about a woman here, a poor girl, 18 years old. Anyway, cause of death, we heard it like 3 or 4 times. She bled to death both internally and externally. So then Cross got up, and they talked about the size, to how big it was to cut the aorta. And then the Cross says his father passed from a fractured aorta aneurysm, and how long does it take to bleed out? And he said less than 5 minutes. He said, what about spurting blood? He said, yes, there were wounds that would indicate that blood would be spurting. They found undigested food in Michelle's stomach and esophagus, which was meat. So she had some kind of meat, and she died within 3 hours after she ate. So if she left the mall or something happened, they found the car at 4, she left around 9, so this happened 10, 11, 12, and he said she was dead 6 to 10 hours, so he did it at 8:30. So back that up, 10 hours would be 11:30. 6 hours would be 2, so she passed away maybe around 2 o'clock, and then they found the car at 4. There were no injuries to her genitals, thank God. They did a swab. They didn't do a pap smear, but they did a swab, and they said, confirmed there was no sperm found. So she was not SA'd, thank God. Not, it's bad, but I guess it could have been even worse. And again, then the redirect was, they again confirmed no sperm was found. So I don't know why they redirected that. That was kind of weird. So anyway, all right. So we have one more round to do for day 2. And this is 1 hour, so let's get to it because it's 6:30 where I am, and I want to call it a night, even though it's great hanging out with you guys. And again, we're dedicating this feed to Jeff from Legal Vices. But it's just getting a little late. That's all. All right. This has closed captioning as well, and let's get back to the last testimony for day 2 for Iowa versus Burns, and this is Michelle Martinko's trial, well, her offing. So let's get back to it.
The record should show that the jury, as well as the parties, have returned to open court. And you just observed, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Thomason and I were reconnecting. When she takes down all the testimony today, well, every day, she does it in a language that she went to school to learn. The computers that we have now will translate it from her shorthand to an English transcript that I'm able to use and actually take notes in at times. And just with the moving about to accommodate the last witness, Dr. Fiester, the technology didn't like that, so we took just a moment to get reconnected. So thank you for your patience. The state may call its next witness.
We call Dennis Murphy.
You're headed all the way over here to the witness chair, Mr. Murphy. Watch that step. Please pause and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Go ahead and be seated. There are just a couple of rules in the courtroom I want to remind you of, Mr. Murphy. It's important that only one voice speak at a time. So I'm going to ask you to pay attention and allow not that you won't pay attention, but allow the attorneys to finish their questions before you begin your answer. And I'm going to ask them to give you the same courtesy to make sure that you've finished your answer before they ask the next question. And would you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names for the record?
Dennis Murphy, D-E-N-N-I-S. Murphy, M-U-R-P-H-Y.
Thank you. Oh, and if you could bring the microphone just a little closer and direct that right in front of your mouth. There you go. Perfect. You may proceed with your examination, Mr. Maybanks.
Thank you, Your Honor. How old are you?
69.
Where do you currently live?
Cedar Rapids, Iowa.
Are you working currently?
No, I do some volunteer work.
Retired?
Yes.
And how long have you been retired?
Oh, since 2016.
What did you do for your career?
I started off in Council Bluffs Police Department in 1974. Moved to the Cedar Rapids Police Department in 78. Retired from there in 2006. Spent close to a year delivering auto parts. Then I worked part-time at a Tyson's. After that, I was employed by court security for the federal courthouse in Cedar Rapids, and that's where I retired from.
Great. I want to ask you some questions about your career with the Cedar Rapids Police Department. You mentioned you started in 1978 there, is that right?
Correct.
And you retired in 2006?
Correct.
What positions did you hold at the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Most of it was as two different positions. One was uniform patrol, and then from 1987 till the close, I was an identification officer.
So can you tell us a little bit about the job of identification officer and what that entailed?
We were basically your crime scene investigators, called to different scenes, different types of offenses, look for pieces of physical evidence, and collect those, preserve them, examine them to our ability, and forward them on as required for further examination by other agencies. Photography, fingerprints, and other pieces of evidence.
On or about the time period of the end of December of 1996 in January of 1997, were you working as an ID officer for the City of Cedar Rapids Police Department at that time?
Yes, I was.
And did you have an opportunity to become involved in the investigation of the cold case homicide of Michelle Martinko?
Yes, I did.
You started in 1978, so were you there when the homicide occurred?
Yes. I was on uniform patrol at the time.
To your knowledge, had the homicide investigation remained open from the time that it occurred in 1979 until that point in 1997?
Yes.
To your knowledge, were there certain items that had remained at the Cedar Rapids Police Department since the time of that offense or near there too in 1979 and 1980?
Yes.
Okay. And were those items, to your knowledge, still there at the police department in evidence as of late 1996 and early 1997?
Yes.
Where were they being stored in terms of the police department on or about that time period in 96 and 97?
At that time, we had moved into the new station. The evidence area was in the basement, right adjacent to the Identification Bureau, and the evidence items would have been stored there.
Did this include items from cold cases such as this that had been with the Cedar Rapids Police Department for a couple of decades or more?
Yes.
Tell us, if you would, based upon how items of evidence were stored at the time in 1996, in 1997, how that was done in order to ensure there was no alteration, tampering, or substitution of items.
Well, there were property officers that were assigned. Their job was to take in pieces of evidence, mark them for storage so they could be retrieved, and ensure their integrity in the evidence area until they were required or requested by someone else, and then produce those items, which would then be signed out to them, to the individual requesting them, so that there was a constant, basically, log or knowledge as to who had those items.
Did you have an opportunity to retrieve, among some other items from this investigation, an item that the Cedar Rapids Police Department had identified as item J in a paper sack described as victim's dress, pantyhose, and panties?
Yes.
Did you also have an opportunity to retrieve an item described as C-1 a sealed envelope containing the blood from the shift selector from evidence as well?
Yes.
Do you recall what your reason for doing so was in January of 1997 and December of 1996?
In the course of their continuing investigation, they had developed a potential suspect, and some of the items were believed to have further evidentiary properties involved with the blood that was collected from the initial scene. Advances in technology made it possible for more information to be obtained from those items. So I was requested to get them ready to send to the state DCI lab, Division of Criminal Investigation lab, for further evidence processing.
May I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
When did you file it? It should be uploaded today. Do you recognize 17D?
Yes, I do.
And what is this document generally?
This document is generally a statement of request from the Cedar Rapids Police Department to the Division of Criminal Investigation Crime Lab for the further processing of items that were going to be transmitted to them and what the department was asking them to do.
Is this document in the form of a letter then from the Cedar Rapids Police Department to the DCI Crime Lab?
Yes, it is.
Is this letter something that's crafted and completed in the regular course of business activity at the Cedar Rapids Police Department at that time?
Yes.
And based upon your review of the document, was that done by, were you involved?
Yes.
Does that contain your signature?
Yes, it does.
Did you have knowledge of the matters contained in there?
To some extent, yes.
And was it typical for the Cedar Rapids Police Department to retain records of these things?
Yes.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of a letter dated January 2nd, 1997, with your signature on it containing the matters that you just described herein?
Yes.
Move to amend state 17D, Your Honor.
Without objection.
17D will be received and made part of the record.
Would like to publish that, Your Honor?
You may.
That's going to came up behind you right there, Officer Murphy. The copy isn't the best here. I want to direct your attention to paragraph 3, where it indicates, after examining the physical evidence retained from the case, we are submitting to you the victim's dress and the known samples of her head hair to attempt to establish her DNA pattern and compare this with the blood found on the steering wheel or shift selector to establish if it was, in fact, her blood or that of the suspect. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And is that a good description or rendition of the purpose for which these items described herein were being prepared to be sent to the DCI Crime Lab on this date for further analysis?
Yes.
So did you then prepare the items for transport or delivery?
Yes, I did.
And did that include specifically the victim's dress or Michelle Martinko's dress in the scrapings from the gear shift selector?
Yes.
When you prepared those items to be delivered to the Cedar Rapids or to the DCI Crime Lab, did you have an opportunity, or was it regular custom as well, to examine those items to ensure that there had been no tampering, alteration, or substitution of them?
Yes.
When you examine those items to prepare to transport them and deliver them, were you assured, or did you assure yourself that they were in the proper condition to deliver before transporting them and delivering them?
Well, the main concern was to make sure that the packaging was still intact and that items contained within it were still there. Also, during the course of time period, there were some changes in the manner in which things would be packaged. And as a course of examining these, I had to open the packaging, so then I repackaged it afterwards and sealed it up again.
And when you did that process, did you note or take note of any kind of substantial or significant alteration or other form of tampering that may have taken place with those, or did they look like they were in decent
Excuse me,
order?
I'm going to interpose an objection. I'd like to voir dire the witness, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
Officer Murphy, you testified that you came on as a patrol officer in 1978. When did you begin your tour as an ID officer?
1987.
So do you have any personal knowledge about the condition of the items that you forwarded to the Division of Criminal Investigation between 1979 and when you came on as a patrol, as an identification officer and submitted these items to the DCI lab in 1997? Do you have any independent information about that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Then we object to the form of the question is lacking in foundation to establish that the witness has personal knowledge about the matters he's been asked.
Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
If I could rephrase the question, Your Honor.
You may.
Did it appear to you, Officer Murphy, just based on a overall observation of these items, that they had been altered or substituted or tampered with from any obvious sign?
Again, Your Honor, the same objection that the witness does not have personal knowledge.
Response, Mr. Maybanks.
That's just based on an observation of the items that there would be any obvious tampering or altering or substitution that took place.
To that specific question, the objection will be overruled. Officer Murphy can testify regarding his observation of the outside packaging to see whether there was any obvious tampering.
And did there appear to be any evidence or sign of that?
No evidence on the outside packaging of any interference or tampering.
When you were with the Cedar Rapids Police Department and you were undertaking these procedures, how generally were the items of physical evidence such like this associated with cold case homicides stored in evidence?
They would be assigned to a particular shelf and location in the evidence room and would be generally separated by boxes or containers or a portion of a shelf from one another. In this particular case, I think I was assisted by Property Officer McLeod in retrieving them from that shelf.
And when you retrieved those items and had an opportunity to observe them as we're discussing here, did it appear to you that based on the customs at the Cedar Rapids Police Department and your experience, that proper care had been taken to ensure the integrity of those items were preserved?
Yes.
Did it appear to you they had been properly stored in evidence prior to the time that you accessed them?
Yes.
May I approach witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And the witness was marked as State's Exhibits 17K and 17L for identification purposes. Officer Murphy, did you have an opportunity to review these exhibits prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And do you recognize any of the items contained thereon or the photograph taken in these two pictures?
Yes, I do.
And what generally does this depict?
These particular exhibits depict some of the packaging that was on the dress, pantyhose, and panties after I examined it in preparation being taken to the DCI lab.
And does this contain some evidence card on it, at least in 17K?
Yes, it does.
Can you explain what it is that you did in order to prepare these items for transport and delivery?
Well, they were originally packaged in a paper bag with an old evidence card on it and multiple staples in through the card and the sack to secure the sack. In the process of entering the sack, the old card got torn up pretty well. So I remade a new evidence card, and then after examining the evidence, repackaged it, and then resealed the bag so that it could be taken to the DCI lab. Also, I believe I probably put a sticker on it for biohazard.
Is that sticker evident on 17L?
Yes, it is.
And what is that sticker intended to depict or to convey?
It's a precautionary move to indicate to anybody handling it that there's the possibility of blood-borne pathogens contained in the packaging.
And did you use the appropriate measures to seal then or reseal the package?
Yes, I did.
When you accessed the package, was it still in a sealed state and properly preserved?
Yes.
And was that repackaging procedure then done to comply with some of the new standards the DCI had in place?
Yes, due to the, as I recall, the standards were to have it sealed. I don't think they wanted any staples coming in because of the possibility of catching themselves and puncturing and adding contaminants to the evidence. So it was sealed with tape then.
Okay. And did you mark on the new package then the fact or the event of you repackaging?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you then tape, as you just described, the aforementioned new evidence card that you prepared for the package?
Yes, I did.
Is that depicted in 17K, this new evidence card?
Yes.
And do both of these exhibits also depict evidence tape or evidence measures used to seal or reseal the package?
Well, the tape that's visible here, I believe, is that was placed on by the DCI lab after they had examined the items, because they would have to repackage it in order to return it to us.
Did you use or take measures to seal the package containing the items when you transported it?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And is that a fair and accurate copy then of your writings and this evidence card that you would have prepared and attached to the package noted?
Yes.
Okay. Move to enter State 17K and L, Your Honor.
Mr. Spees, have you had an opportunity to review those proposed exhibits?
Yes, and we have no objection.
17K and 17L will be received and made part of the record.
Officer Murphy, with regard to 17K, and we can go ahead and put up on the screen here. There we go. What date did you repackage the items that are described on the evidence tag as dress, pantyhose, and panties?
It would have been December 31st of 97. No, excuse me, 96.
Okay, it's a few dates there. It says 12/31/96 there. Is that when you repackaged it?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And is this the evidence card you've been talking about that's been affixed to the package containing those items?
Yes.
And does this also denote, in parentheses, letter F being associated with this?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Could you explain the markings on the evidence card?
The markings were my printing indicating the case number, the victim's name, what the items contained in that package, and who originally had found it, and improperly marked date of when it was found.
And you indicated there, under complainant, is that the same thing as victim in this case? Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And the offense being homicide, the date on top is 12/19 of is that 79?
Yes.
Okay. And then, as we've discussed, the articles described our dress, pantyhose, and panties worn by complainant. Underneath officer, can you explain what you put there?
On the original card, it was Officer Richard or Dick White who had packaged it, and I then wrote his name in as the original officer.
And you put an X on the property of the complainant there. Is that intended to associate that property with being the clothes worn by Michelle Martinko?
Yes.
And then the next date says 12/19 of 80. Can you explain that?
Not really. I think it's an error on my part. Didn't check close enough. And it might have been that that was when it was originally packaged by Officer White. I can't tell you, but I know that the date does not coincide with the offense. It probably would have been in his possession for a while before it got packaged. The process of taking care of bloody materials are that you need to have it air dry before it's packaged. And it could very well be that it wasn't until that date that Dick White packaged it.
And Officer White testified earlier about that procedure and indicated what he did. And it didn't take that long, but noticing this, you had the same date, 12/19, a year apart, and just trying to figure out what that may indicate there. Is that could that be a transcribing error?
Very possibly.
Okay. And your attempt here was then to recreate this evidence card, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So after the evidence card was attached and was prepared to transport, did you indeed then take it to the Division of Criminal Investigations Laboratory?
Yes, I did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, the witness would have marked as 17E for identification. You recognize that, Officer Murphy?
Yes, I do.
And 17E, well, can you tell us what kind of document that is?
It's a property receipt form that the DCI lab uses for the acceptance of items submitted to their agency. It's prepared prior to going down to the lab, and then when it's received by them, they start the heading on the top of the page, and later sign by who received it, and my signature is there as having been the person that presented it to them.
And is this a document, again, that is kept in the regular course of business activity through the Division of Criminal Investigations in association with departments like yours that submit evidence to them?
Yes, and I believe a copy is kept by the Cedar Rapids Police Department also.
And this contained in on the exhibit an indication that you delivered the aforementioned items, the dress, the pantyhose and panties, and also the gear shift selector to the Division of Criminal Investigations for further analysis?
Yes.
Okay. Move to omit states 17E, Your Honor.
Mr. Spies, have you had an opportunity to review that proposed exhibit?
I have, Your Honor. We have no objection.
17E will be received and made part of the record.
And I should back up just for a second here. Well, actually, let's go ahead and show that. We talked about Exhibit F already on the bottom there. There's several columns. We talked about that. In regards to Exhibit I, then, which is the fourth one down, described as the blood from the shift selector, do you have a notation on there as to, or is there a notation on there as to how that was packaged?
There's a notation on there, yes, and that would have been created by the people at the DCI lab.
Okay. And it's in evidence, and can you tell us what that says there?
On
Exhibit I.
The gear shift selector?
Yes, sir.
It looks like sealed ENV, which I would take it as envelope, and then an abbreviation that someone else would have to explain. I'm not sure what it's supposed to mean.
Could it mean containing, or?
It could very well.
Okay. When you prepared the exhibits for transport and delivery, it appears from this exhibit in your prior testimony that you also delivered what's been designated by a laboratory as State's Exhibit I, or Laboratory I, blood from the shift selector. Did you also indeed then, as indicated by this, deliver the blood from the shift selector?
That would be item I, yes.
Okay. And when you prepared that item for delivery, was that done pursuant to the procedures at the Cedar Rapids Police Department, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was that package, when you delivered it, properly sealed with, on the outside of the package, no indication of tampering, altering, or substitution?
No indication of that.
And when you delivered this to the Division of Criminal Investigations, there's an indication it was received by a certain individual. Can you read that signature on there?
Marcia Morton.
Okay. Does that indicate an employee of the laboratory who received it then through their processes of receiving evidence for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
You may.
Any witness would have marked as State's Exhibit 17F. Officer Murphy, just take a look at that for a second there. Have you seen that before?
Yes, I have.
Does that also contain your signature on it, like the other documents we've seen?
Yes.
And can you tell us generally what this is?
This is a letter similar to the other one for submission to the DCI lab, crime lab, excuse me, for reexamination of some of the items from this case for reprocessing or heightened or improved processing for the analysis of evidentiary value of some of the items.
And on the date of this letter, were you still involved in the investigation of this case along with your other duties?
Yes.
Based on your review of this document, was this letter made at or near the time that the dress and the gear shift selector were delivered again to the DCI lab?
Yes.
And as you signed that letter, did you have knowledge of the matters contained in that letter?
I was advised of it, and I had some knowledge of the fact that procedures and abilities in the DNA field had changed or improved, and the need for reexamination of these items.
Is this a record that's also kept in the regular course of business activity through the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
Yes.
And is it practice for the police department to keep those records?
Yes.
Move to enter State 17F, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Spies?
Yes, Your Honor, may I voir dire the witness, please?
You may.
Officer Murphy, you testified that you submitted the items, in particular, items F and I, to the Division of Criminal Investigation Laboratory in January 1997, and you resubmitted them to the DCI laboratory in February 2002. Do you have any personal knowledge of what happened to those items of evidence during that 5 years?
As far as what the processes were that the DCI conducted with them, no. I do know that they were back in the Cedar Rapids Police Department Evidence Bureau, which is where I obtained them from for the next trip down, which is indicated in this letter from 2002. In between there, no.
Yeah, so you've testified that there is a constant log kept of all these items of evidence, and do you have personal control over that constant log?
No.
And you're not an evidence custodian or a property officer, are you?
No.
Do you have any independent knowledge of when the items sent to the DCI laboratory in February of 1997 were returned to the Cedar Rapids Police Department?
No.
We object on foundation grounds to this exhibit, Your Honor. The witness has no personal knowledge about the whereabouts of these items.
Response to the objection, Mr. Maybanks.
Your Honor, I could just ask a couple more questions of the witness, I guess.
You may.
Okay. Officer Murphy, former Officer Murphy, when you were involved in the crafting of this letter, did you have knowledge of where the items mentioned in the letter were?
Yes.
And where were those items?
At the time this letter was formulated, they were back in the possession of the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
And you had knowledge of that fact, and that was one of the driving purposes of crafting this letter so they could be sent back?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, our response is that this is not being offered this time as any kind of chain of custody exhibit. This is offered and based upon Officer Murphy's knowledge at the time in this letter, which I believe is February of 2002, that he knew those items to be back at the Cedar Rapids Police Department and they were being sent back at that time. We've laid all the foundation for a business record exception to any other objection. So at this point in time, he's laid proper foundation for it.
Any additional objection or response, Mr. Spies?
We stand on our objection, Your Honor.
Okay. The Exhibit 17F will be received over Mr. Burns' objection. The court notes that it is a letter. So that document 17F will be received and made part of the record.
Why don't we go ahead and just publish that really quick? Can we do that, Judge?
You may.
And now we're looking at State's Exhibit 17F here. And then does this letter indicate that items had been previously submitted, as we've testified to here today, or as you have, to the lab in 1997, and those same items are being received?
Yes.
Thank you. And that's all I have for this time, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Spees.
Thank you. May I approach?
You may.
Officer Murphy, please take a look at Defendant's Exhibit A1 and see if you recognize Defendant's Exhibit A1.
Yes.
It's identical to an earlier exhibit about which you testified, right?
Yes.
In fact, it's identical to State's Exhibit 17K.
Correct.
We offer Defendant's Exhibit A1 into evidence.
Any objection to A1?
No, Your Honor.
A1 will be received without objection.
Okay, so if I may remain at the witness stand just for purposes of pointing out items on the exhibits.
You may.
Officer Murphy, you told the men and women of the jury that in the process, can we have a 17K up on the screen, please? If you could be kind enough to move it up so we can see the, well, there we go. What the men and women of the jury are looking at right now is a portion of 17K in Exhibit A1, and you testified for the men and women of the jury and for us that, as I understand it, you reproduce the evidence tag that bears the signature or the name D. White. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And in making this facsimile, did you duplicate exactly what was on the previous evidence tag that was full of staples?
As best I could. It was pretty well punctured.
Well, I'll grant you that it was pretty well punctured, but is the information contained on that evidence tag the same same information that was found on the original evidence tag that you prepared this substitution for?
If there's any differences, it would be in my process of remanufacturing it.
Can you speed up just a little bit?
If there were any differences between this and the original, it would just be my reproduction of it.
Well, explain that for us. What differences would there be?
Well, it says D. White. Well, that to me is Dick White. His name is Richard, but I always knew him as Dick.
Yeah, and he
And-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the date of 12/19 of 80 is just an error on my part, I believe.
Well, it's not an error if you took the information off of the original tag and put it on this new substitute tag, is it?
If that's the information that was on the tag, then no, it would not be.
All right.
Which would be an indication that Officer White had sometime made a new tag for it also.
Well, Officer White said that he never used the initial D for evidence tags, he used R. So would that be an error on your part?
Well, as far as being a totally accurate and complete rendition of his tag, yes.
Well, we're talking about some pretty accurate stuff here. So let me ask you this question. You told the men and women of the jury that this December 1980 date could have been when Officer White packaged these materials after he examined them. Is that what you told us?
Yes, it is.
And so you think between December of 1979 and December of 1980, that this material would have been unpackaged by Officer White?
It may have been.
Were you aware, Officer Murphy, that that those items were sent to the FBI laboratory in March of 1980?
I knew at one point they had been sent to the FBI lab.
Unpackaged?
I don't know about that.
Are there any other inaccuracies on the evidence card that you prepared a substitute for?
I don't believe so.
So when you repackaged the items after 16 years, over 16 years, did you examine them yourself?
Briefly.
And when you opened up the package from 1979 or 1980, these items were all bundled together, weren't they?
Yes.
In other words, the panties, the stockings, and the dress were all bundled together in one bundle.
Yes.
In submitting these items to the DCI laboratory first in 1997, you were asked by government counsel if you had information about their condition, and you said you had some knowledge, you had knowledge to some extent. And granted, you didn't come on as a identification officer until, again, what year?
1987.
So before 1987, you would have had no information about the condition of these items.
Not direct.
You had some knowledge to some extent.
Yes.
The testimony you gave us earlier that there's been some change in packaging standards, and the change in packaging standards that you've testified about were that the DCI lab no longer wanted staples on the packaging, right?
Correct.
And probably there was some change in being able to warn the DCI lab if there was any biohazard in the packaging.
Yes.
Were there any other changes in packaging that you were being given particular attention to?
Not that I recall.
In your work in this case, Officer Murphy, did you handle the scarf that was found on the body of Michelle Martinko?
I don't recall that I did.
And in fact, in submitting items to the FBI laboratory, excuse me, the DCI laboratory, you specifically mentioned that you were sending the dress, pantyhose, and panties in 1997. Is that right?
Correct.
And then, again, the laboratory receipt that you testified about earlier, the laboratory receipt from the DCI laboratory of January 3, 1997, specifically mentioned that they received the victim's dress, the pantyhose, and the panties.
Yes.
And similarly, when you resubmitted this in 2002 to the DCI laboratory, again, you submitted a sack containing the victim's dress, pantyhose, and panties.
I prepared it for sending down. I was not the person to deliver it.
It was delivered under your signature, but granted, not delivered by you.
I prepared the form, but I was not the person that physically delivered it.
It was submitted under your authority, wasn't it?
Yes.
In submitting these items to the Division of Criminal Investigations, you talked about repackaging the panties, the pantyhose, and the dress. Did you repackage the blood scraping from the gear shift selector, item I?
I don't recall repackaging it.
You might have?
Well, I probably would have contained it in another paper container, possibly an open sack, but repackaging what was contained in it, no. I wasn't sure what kind of state that blood from the gear shift would be in, and I had no reason to open it and possibly lose it or contaminate it.
So importantly, Officer Murphy, in describing for the men and women of the jury the course that the panties and the dress and the pantyhose took between December of 1979 and when you repackaged them in 1996 or 1997, you don't know individually or specifically on your own knowledge what happened to the property during that time.
Can you repeat that? I'm
Yeah.
not quite sure I'm up to date on all your...
You don't have any independent knowledge of what happened to the panties and the dress and the pantyhose between 1979 and when you repackaged it in 1996.
No, I do not.
You assume that maybe Officer White left it unpackaged between 19... Well, you told us, and you told the men and the women of the jury, that when you made this new evidence card, that between December of 1979 and December of 1980, it could have been that Officer White didn't have the stuff packaged.
No, I stated that that was what I saw on the card that I was reproducing. As to whether or not Officer White had repackaged it in 1980, I don't know.
Well, wouldn't you know from the records of the Cedar Rapids Police Department if he had repackaged it?
Couldn't tell you for sure.
Thank you. That's all I have for you.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
Yes, Your Honor. Officer Murphy, so being a witness in this case, you weren't here to listen to ID Officer White's testimony, right?
That is correct.
Okay. And if it were up to you, would you rather have the jury in this case consider Officer White's testimony or your assumptions of what Officer White did?
Well, I know that the items were submitted to the FBI, and I believe it was in 1980. And the FBI had particular protocol for how things were to be submitted to them. It could very well be that Officer White was following those protocols and packaged them in 1980. I don't know. I'd have to ask Officer White.
And that was my question. Officer White already testified in this case, so would you rather have the jury consider what Officer White testified he did, or you being asked by defense counsel to guess what he did?
I would go Officer White's testimony.
And on 17K, on the top date, when you put, yeah, we'll go ahead and put it back up. The top portion of the evidence tag there where you fill in 12/19/79, it looks like before you might have written something else and crossed it out.
Well, it was in the 80s when I saw it, or the 90s, and I've been prone to making those errors.
Okay. I think you've already answered this, but where did you retrieve the evidence in 1996?
From the Evidence Bureau, which is next to the ID Bureau in the basement of the Cedar Rapids Police Department.
Is that again, is that where evidence is kept when it's not being retrieved to be sent somewhere else?
Yes.
Based upon your involvement in this case, in your recollection, did you have any reason to believe that that evidence, the gear shift scrapings in the dress, had left the Cedar Rapids Police Department from the time Dick White or the FBI handled it until you grabbed it?
I don't have any knowledge of it.
Would it be custom for items that were not being taken out to be delivered to be left in evidence?
That's where they would stay unless someone within the department was going to examine them for some reason.
Would there be indications with evidence and at times with the packaging if items had been taken out of evidence and delivered elsewhere in an interim period like that?
That would be my expectation. I wouldn't be able to give you any particular item or knowledge as to where you would find that if someone else had looked at it again for some purpose, other than a report that may have been generated in regard to that.
Would you have noted in your reports or in a separate report if you went to retrieve an item of evidence and it had been sliced open or it had numerous indications of altering, tampering, or substitution?
I don't know about numerous, but if there was an indication of tampering, yes, I would have.
Okay. As an officer who had been with your department for approximately, by my count, 18 years, the time that or more delivered this, would you have delivered evidence to the DCI lab that was obviously tampered or altered or substituted?
No, not that I recall.
With regard to questioning about items being bundled together, did you consider that to be an issue in this case based on the fact that all the items mentioned all came from one person or on one person, Michelle Martinko?
If they all came from that person, it wouldn't be an issue for me. There would be no cross-contamination if they all came from the same person.
That's all we have, Your Honor.
Additional cross-examination, Mr. Spies.
Yes. Officer Murphy, I apologize if you construed my questioning earlier as asking you to guess. I'm not asking you to guess about anything in this very, very important trial. What I'm asking you to represent to us is whether you're certain about the steps that you took to ensure not only the integrity of the evidence, but the dates and the times about which you testified. So let me ask you this. When you wrote down on the evidence tag, Defendant's Exhibit A1, or the corresponding exhibit from the government, that D. White had something to do with this, the panties, the pantyhose, and the dress in December of 1980. Was that your guess as to when this evidence was handled by Officer White?
As I testified, I tried to duplicate the card as closely to what it was when I found it, even though it was tattered. I think I had a question mark in my mind at the time about that date, but then I also knew that it had been submitted previously to the FBI for examination.
Either that, or as you testified earlier, that Officer White had this in his custody that entire year and hadn't packaged it.
I wouldn't know about that.
One of your hypotheses, wasn't it, and why this date was a year off?
Richard White put that date down, it would be for him to explain. It's speculation, even for myself, that he put that date down in regard to submission to the FBI.
And is it your opinion as an officer trained in the handling of evidence that there's no cross-contamination if all of the items came from the same person?
If they were collected and from the same person, what cross-contamination would there be unless it was prior to their collection?
My question, sir, was, is it your opinion that there's no cross-contamination if all of the items came from the same person?
And collected at the same time?
That's your opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. No other questions.
Redirect Mr. Maybanks.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Officer Murphy. You may step down.
Should I take these exhibits back to them?
I think you can leave them right there, or Mr. Maybanks will retrieve them. We have reached the time of the day where it's appropriate to recess for the evening, so you'll get to go about 2 minutes early, folks. We will adjourn and reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. As always, please bear in mind the admonition about keeping an open mind, not discussing amongst yourselves or with your friends or loved ones this evening. Avoid any media coverage of this case, as is your sworn duty to decide the case based only on the facts that you hear within the confines of this courtroom. So try to have a good evening, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Please rise for the jury. You can leave your notebooks on your chairs.
Please be seated, everyone. Counsel, I wanted to just clarify something on the record. The exhibits that were proposed and received by the state earlier this afternoon, for A, I heard B as in boy. I believe Mr. Harris uttered V as in victory. And I just want to clarify, because then for A through V as in victory were received or talked about with various witnesses, and I just want to make sure that I uttered the words for A, B as in boy, and I think I needed to say V as in victory.
Your Honor, if I may, it would have been for V as in victory.
Okay.
And we did then refer to exhibits, including all those letters in between.
A number came in, and I assumed that I had made a mistake, so I just wanted to clarify that.
I don't think you made a mistake, Your Honor, because I heard it as 4B originally too, but my legal assistant here has attested testimony that exhibits received were A through B.
Okay, so our,
B also.
okay, so, but there was no objection to state's exhibits for A through V as in victory?
No, there were not.
Okay, so that the record is clear, the court will receive state's exhibits for A as in alpha through V as in victory, and they will be made part of the record. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
you're welcome. Anything from counsel before we recess ourselves?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything, Mr. Spies, before we go? Okay, very good. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Let's try to reconvene at 8:30.
Okay.
All right, guys, that concludes day 2. So, yep, we powered through 2 days there. So, chat, you guys are appreciating that, and I agree with this. When we can go through these trials, we can power through, and I'm going to go through days 3 and 4 tomorrow, I believe. So, just real quick, let me just recap what we saw. We saw Dennis Murphy, who was a ID officer, identification officer, and he repackaged the dress, the pantyhose, and the panties. I'm only going to say that once. He collected blood from the shifter. Let's see. There was, so let me go through this real quick. So he collected blood from the shifter. From 96 to 97, a suspect was being developed, and he collected those things and he sent it to the Division of Criminal Investigations Crime Lab, which is the DCI crime lab. And he sent that off in 1997. He signed off on the request, the DCI crime lab signed off on the request, which was admitted as 17D. He made sure the packaging and the items were secure and intact, but then defense came in with a voir dire, right? Because it lacks foundation in the presence of the jury. I never saw that before, or if I had, it was kind of unusual. That objection was overruled. He said he repackaged because the evidence card was worn, and he made a new card. There was another voir dire, and that objection was overruled as well. That was the confirmation receipt from the DCI. And then Cross came in pointing out the date was 12/19/1980 instead of 12/19/1979. There was some discrepancy. One section said 80, one section said 79. But then he was saying, well, blood has to dry before you can package it. So, and the date being off could explain some cross-contamination, but I don't know. And they were talking about Richard White before. Trust his testimony and don't believe what I'm saying. I'm just kind of guessing and speculating. I don't know. So just to end things, I don't think Burns or whoever did this was in the back seat when Michelle got into her car, because the ME was saying that it was all the attacker was on top of her, coming down with full force, and she was obviously trying to defend herself. So if he was behind her and doing this, I don't think there'd be enough force. There'd be more like slashing. Although he did say there was a lot of horizontal wounds, which would kind of represent this. But it seemed like there was more like the attacker was coming at her, and she was on her back, and he was doing this. So I still think I'm still going with maybe she was getting into her car, and he could have been in the car and then held her at knife point, made her drive somewhere, or she was getting into her car and he pushed her in, held her at knife point. I don't think it happened in the mall, in the parking lot, because everybody's coming out at that time and there's just too much activity. And this was a very violent attack, and that car would be, and she's screaming, he could have had his hand over her mouth, but I think somebody would have noticed something. So I think he may have stayed, or they may have stayed in the mall section and gone to maybe a less sparsely dense, populated area, or they could have driven somewhere and then he drove the car back, or this attacker drove the car back. That's kind of what I'm going with. As far as a motive, don't see one yet. Have no idea what the motive was, other than she was an S8, so it wasn't about that. Maybe he tried but didn't get that far. But not really seeing a motive yet, other than just why do people do what they do. Now, I found something about his cousin I was going to read, and I did not get this from Wikipedia. This came from a place in Des Moines, and it's updated January 29th, 2024. So the Delaware County Sheriff's Office confirmed that the human remains found in rural Delaware County in November have been confirmed to be a man who had been missing since 2023. So November 5th, 2023, the Sheriff's Office reported that there were some human remains found in a field just west of Manchester by some pheasant hunters. Now, Manchester is where Burns had lived. The remains were taken, and they were identified as Brian Burns, who was reported missing December 23rd, 2013. now officials have confirmed that those were Brian Burns. Brian Burns is the cousin of Jerry Burns, who is on trial right now. So interesting. So Jerry Burns was arrested in 2018. Brian Burns went missing in 2013. So is there a connection? They're trying. The sheriffs are reviewing the case and at this time have not uncovered any additional information that would implicate Jerry Burns in that disappearance. So I found that pretty interesting. That was my thing I dropped in the chat earlier about, hey, I found something. So I don't know if that's on Wikipedia, Little Miss. I'm not sure. But I thought that was maybe the cousin was involved. Maybe the cousin said something. Maybe Jerry said something to Brian. But anyway, they found remains. We're not sure what condition those remains are in, how that person passed, how Brian passed. So anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting. Exactly. Very, very interesting. So, all right. So we've got some great things happening. We're going to do pickup day 3 and 4 tomorrow, 8:45 Eastern. Let me unpin this because we don't need this anymore. So Wednesday at 8 in the evening, 8 p.m. Legal-minded friends Karen Cole will be joining me on Shoot the Shit with Squeegee at 8 tomorrow. Thursday morning, I'm going to be on Broken Baker at 9, and then I will pick up day 6 or day 7. I'm not quite sure how I'm going to do that, but that's going to be Thursday. So Wednesday, we're going to continue watching this trial, 8:45 tomorrow morning, Eastern. Then 8 at night, Eastern. Karen Cole is going to join me, and she's a lawyer in the UK. So we're going to talk about compare and contrast law in the US versus the UK, and we're going to talk to Karen. I've had conversation with her, and I'm really looking forward to you guys meeting her as well. She has a great channel, so if you want to go check her out, please do. Legal-minded friends, Karen Cole. So she's going to be joining me tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern at night. Then Thursday morning, I'm going to be on Broken Baker from 9 until 10 Eastern, and then we're going to pick up on day probably, 5 and 6 at that point. So it's going to be a busy week for us for sure. Did I have lunch today? Yes, I did. Thank you. Whenever you see me slide off camera, that usually means I'm grabbing some food. So I did have some food. Thank you for asking. And then next week, check it out, guys. Next week, Christmas Eve, Aaron and I had this, we think it was a cool idea. We're going to spend Christmas Eve with Trial TV. If you have nothing to do, we're going to start, we're going to stream Christmas Eve. And then from 4 o'clock Eastern until whenever, we're going to stream. We're going to have guests come on. We're going to have, I think some of our moderators are going to come on. One of my really good friends, close friends, Tony, he's going to be on. He was on the Thanksgiving special he did, so he said he's going to be on. Jules is going to join us. Sneaky is going to join us. Florida PI Sam is going to join us. So yeah, so join us. We're hoping we have some other guests pop in. It's just going to be, we're just going to sit around, and if you want to just hang out with us, hang out with us. We will be drinking, so we'll see how loose it gets. But that's going to be 4 o'clock Christmas Eve. Join us if you have nothing to do, or even if you have something to do, put us on in the background and share your Christmas Eve with us, because we'll just be hanging out and talking. So anyway, lots of good things coming up. Thank you to Aaron, as always, fantastic in the back end, behind the scenes, doing all kinds of great things. Thank you to our mods. We are dedicating this stream to Jeff at Legal Vices and his untimely passing the other day. So Julie, thank you. Therapist You Know, Unbalanced Equation, Brat, OnlyFan, Rachel, Therapist You Know, who graduated Saturday. So congratulations to you. You got your master's. We're so happy for you.
The video has been uploaded to the channel.
Oh, and there was video of Kristen graduating, Therapist You Know. So Aaron uploaded that. So if you guys want to go check that out, see Kristen graduating. Let's see. Jules, you were in the chat too. I know it was tough for you with Jeff. You were really, really close friends with him. So, our heart goes out to you, and of course to Jeff and his friends and family. So Jules, thank you for being with us. I hope this helped you a little bit. Thank you guys for being with us. We'll be streaming tomorrow at 8:45. We're going to pick up on day 3 and 4. Until then, just be kind to each other. These cases can definitely get you down, so be sure to take a break. We go and we watch something lighthearted, and we just hang out. Sometimes we watch cases, sometimes we watch other streamers, sometimes we just watch stupid TV. So do whatever you need to do to kind of reset. But we are going to stand as a witness to Michelle. I feel like, we do these trials because the victims need witnesses and they need somebody to stand by them and for them. So that's one reason why we're doing this. We don't shy away from any trial, no matter how terrible or horrible it is. We want to give the voice to the victim. So, lovely Beth, we're going to start at 8:45 Eastern tomorrow. We're going to pick up on day 3 and day 4. Big Bang Theory, there you go, Shirley. Yep, we used to watch that all the time. Sheldon, he was great, is great. So tomorrow, 8:45 this, and then 8 o'clock at night, Legal Minded Friends, Karen Cole will be joining us. So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again for joining us. Really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Bye.